opening race, red flagged, and she's not even a half a lap into it, and the red flag has come out. So
I think they may have just cleared the first corner, I think, Frankie, and been on to the Joubert Straight. But 15 of them were out there, 14 of them were left. And 3 bike races in a row, remember, as well. So we start the day off with the power sports, but we get back to the grid shortly.
Yeah, so the bikes will just make their way around. They're going down the back straight, and the red lights are flashing down there, and the red flags are flashing down in turn 5 into a Fostron corner. And as they exit Fostron, they'll stop here on grid proper. Right, we've got our visuals back here in the commentary box again. So to all of you at home that are watching this production, a good morning from Killarney International Raceway, from a very wet and windy Cape Town, wherever you find yourself in the country watching this. Had a touch of rain come and go overnight this morning at about 6:30. In my part of the world, it was raining pretty heavily, and I got to the track just after 7, and it looked very ominous. And according to the various wind and rainy or weather websites, I should say, they are talking about rain on and off the whole day. Byron, let's hope that that is not going to be the case.
Yeah, hopefully, Frankie. But of course, when you're in Cape Town, the weather will always play a factor. We had a bit of sunshine coming out now as well, warming it up. But remember, the cloud cover comes over. We look in the distance as well towards the northwest always to see if that little hill is covered up. But it looks clear at the moment, so no heavy rain at the moment. And it looks like the 14 remaining bikes are back on the grid again. We're going to be getting ready for the start now. Take 2 as we go now. Slate van Niekerk will get a good shot off the line. But look there, a little bit closer now from Lineker. Lineker is on the outside. They go into turn 1 KFM corner. And then what happens is a Holes hook, and then what happens is it looks like it's going to be falling into order now as it's Slate van Niekerk that leads the way. Lineker will have being under pressure there from Lance Jonas, 3rd as he started on the grid, and the likes of Rob de Vos and Tristan Pienaar will now enter the 2nd turn of the circuit.
Yeah, Nicholas Hutchings is right in there with them as well. Those are your first 6 motorcycles working their way out of Quarry Corner through the dip. They go now, the left-hander into turn 3, into Interceptor. And already you'll see your race leader, Slate van Niekerk, beginning to pull the pin and disappearing up the Tygerberg Straight and working his way into turn 4, Carcare Clinic corner. He'll get the head down beneath the bubble as he races down the back main. Down goes the head under the bubble into turn number 5 he goes. He has got Jason Lineker and Lance Jonas in their 2nd and 3rd positions as they work their way down into turn 5, Fostron.
Yeah, Fostron corner. Look at the top 3 in a class of their own, Frankie. They're already just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. But Slate van Niekerk, the thing that would have been playing on my mind, Frankie, he got a great start in race 1, or start 1, I should rather say. Was he going to get the same in start 2? He had a little bit more of a challenge from Jason Lineker, but in the end, cleared it all as Slate van Niekerk comes across the line now, 1.5 seconds ahead of Lineker. And then we have Rob de Vos that's come up now into the 3rd place, where may I ask, is Lance Jonas, is in 3rd, then Rob de Vos, Tristan Pienaar, Nicholas Hutchings and Edward Rollstone. Just coming across the line now, we see Peter Hill's fallen a little bit down there as well, and Sean Klein will come up. Remember, Adrian Solomon, the number 4 bike, not starting this race.
Willie van Niekerk sits out there in that 8th position, and he sits 3rd in the Power Sport 300, and he is just behind the 23 of Edward Rollstone. However, the leader is working his way up the Tygerberg Straight into turn number 4, into Carcare Clinic. And lap by lap, meter by meter, is pulling away from everybody else out there behind him. Down the back main he goes. Race leader, Slate van Niekerk, this young man that's a superstar out there on short circuit as well. Followed there by Jason Lineker and Lance Jonas. They've been chased down there by Robin de Vos. Then 1st and 2nd behind them in the Power Sport 300s. Is Tristan Pienaar, been hassled there by Nicholas Hutchings as that old group makes its way into turn 5, Fostron turn.
One of the closest battles on the circuit, the Hutchings-Rollstone battle. That's 6th and 7th there, Frankie. KTM versus Kawasaki. And they're a little bit down as well. Willie van Niekerk and Mitch Robinson, Braden Hutchings also in the battle there as well. The top 10 is very heated at the moment. A 1:21.158 it is for Slate van Niekerk at the moment. 3.5 seconds. He's basically extending his lead by 1.5 seconds over Jason Lineker every single lap.
Yeah, and he's 3.5 3.5 seconds ahead of him as they work their way into turn number 2. So out of turn 2 they come, Quarry Corner, working his way through the kink, and he's getting further and further away from Lineker, that is there in that second position. And the gap between Jason and Lance Jonas visually looks more or less the same as they head into Interceptor Corner. However, Lance Jonas must keep an eye on Rob DeVos that sits there in that 4th position as they head up the KFM straight towards turn number 4. Robin DeVos is not too far behind him as they exit Car Care Clinic and work their way down the back main. But right behind them is a battle for P4 and 5, first and second in the Power Sport 300 class, and this one is heating up down the back main. Tristan Pinar, and he has got Nicholas Hutchings, and they are side by side, Byron. Down the Killarney straight they go towards turn 5, and that is the fight for P1 and 2 in Power Sport 300.
And I think there has been a change of lead there as well. It looks like it is going to be Hutchings that is ahead. But Frankie, as you were speaking about Rob DeVos, he has gone missing on the timing sheets. He is currently now 14th position. Coming across the line, Lance Jonas. Then we wait for the battle behind them. Then this is the Tristan Pinar, Nicholas Hutchings battle. No, and then what happens is Rob DeVos comes across the line now. So I think there was just a bit of a glitch in the timing. So luckily, fortunately, Rob DeVos is still currently in 4th position ahead of Tristan Pinar and Nicholas Hutchings.
Oh, no, nothing happened out there to him. He's still exactly where he was in P4 behind 3rd place man Lance Jonas. But now heading into turn number 2, he's a tremendous dice out there for the 1st and 2nd positions in the Power Sport 300. And Tristan Pinar, he's been hassled there all the way by Nicholas Hutchings through the kink and into Interceptor Corner. Turn 3 they go, and there is nothing between these two guns as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight, heading towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic. Now remember, lap ago, the two of them were side by side, heading down into Fostron Corner. Let's have a look-see, Byron, if that repeats itself.
Out of turn 4, onto the back straight, they'll then run now. It is Tristan Pinar ahead of Nicholas Hutchings, but they'll be side by side. On the outside, he will switch to the inside, is Nicholas Hutchings as they approach turn 5, Fastron Corner. Will Nicholas Hutchings put his nose slightly ahead? No, he's not as brave on the brakes, and I think Tristan Pinar, just a little bit later on the brakes over there, keeps it right ahead, but he'll gain the slipstream down the main straight. They'll come underneath the Mad Max bridge and then power it towards turn 1 now. Let's see, they almost look like one bike when you look at them from the front. Here comes Nicholas Hutchings now. He's on the inside, full holes hook, turn 1, and Nicholas Hutchings will take the lead right away from Tristan Pinar. They actually went across the line, 0.5 of a second between the two of them. The battle for 5th and 6th, but overall 300s.
Yeah, well, they're heading into turn number 2 now, and Lucas looming in there behind them. It is the Power Sport 650 rider, Edward Rollstone, that can see these two Power Sport 300 riders going one-on-one with each other as the two of them work their way through the kink and race down towards turn 3, Interceptor Corner. However, we still got the leaders, and the leaders should be making their way down towards turn 5 towards Fostron Corner. We'll have a look-see when they come out. Here they come. Yes, here comes race leader towards the start-finish line, and that is Slate van Niekerk. Across the line he goes, and he is miles ahead of Jason Lineker, that's there in that 2nd position, who is now extending his lead as well over 3rd place man Lance Jonas. However, as Lance Jonas crosses the line and heads into turn 1, Luke is right there with him, Byron. It is Rob DeVos and Robin DeVos visually closing the gap there on Jonas into turn 1 into holes.
3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. Slate van Niekerk just put a lap on the number 77 Kawasaki Ninja of Carl Halleck. He will be the first man to be lapped in this race. Sean Klein will be the next man on the KTM RC390, but still a 1:21.358, the last lap time from Slate van Niekerk, which is 2/10 of a second slower than his best time of a 1:21.158. And well, what happens is he is now 8.6 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker. But as Frankie was pointing out now, as the race comes to its climax. Lance Jonas and Rob de Vos, we could have a battle on our hands over there. 1.5 seconds between the two of them, and well, it looks like he's been taking a little bit out. You take a look at the lap time difference between the two of them. A 1:25.482 from Jonas, a 1:24.791 from Rob de Vos.
That's what I was going to say. You could visually see him closing, and he was also quicker out there on that last lap, was de Vos, than what Jonas was. However, as the race unfolds, there is approximately 2.5 laps left to go. We want to pick up the leaders as they head around. As a matter of fact, let's have a look and see. Going into turn number 5. Into turn 5, Fostron corner, is that tremendous tie still for first and second between the two leaders in the Power Sport 300 as they exit turn 5 through the kink. Here they come down towards us, Tristan Pienaar and Nicholas Hutchings. Across the start-finish line they go and race down into turn 1, into Holzoek, and still it is Hutchings that's all over the back of Pienaar, and catching both of them there is Edward Rollstone.
Well, on the previous lap, Frankie, as they crossed the line, it was 0.02 of a second between them. 0.2 this time. Tristan Pienaar just holds it over Nicholas Hutchings. But now, as we wait for the leader to come, it will be Slade van Niekerk that has the fastest first sector time of 27.9 and slightly more modest 24.8 for his second sector time. But what happens is there will be only one more lap left to go when they cross the line then as well, as this 8-lap race will come to its conclusion. Like I say, Van Niekerk leads the way as he does now across the line, and Jason Lineker shall follow suit. It was 8.6 the last time out. Here is now the number 6 Peter Hill bike that has now also been lapped, the KTM RC390. And, well, Jason Lineker comes across the line 11.2 seconds back. Rob de Vos, he took that place away from Jonas, but Jonas is not giving up now. Jonas will come across the line in 4th position, but it will be, let me see over here now as well. I don't think he's registered on the timing sheets. Jonas, there he is now, 0.4 of a second that he is off of Rob de Vos, who's currently in 3rd position. Well, we have now as well Tristan Pienaar. Wait for him now as well. He's still battling it out with Nicholas Hutchings at this time. Nicholas Hutchings in the slipstream. They'll go side by side down the main straight. Let's see them towards turn 1 over here as well. Nicholas Hutchings will have the corner advantage, but will he be as brave on the brakes as... well, he's not as brave on the brakes, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, Slade van Niekerk takes the victory in this race. Jason Lineker will be second, 11.2 seconds back. Rob de Vos is the man in 3rd position, and he just beat Lance Jonas by 0.4 of a second. Tristan Pienaar will just take the first place in Class 300, the 300 class, ahead of Nicholas Hutchings. And then what happens is that'll be a 100th of a second ahead of the Nicholas Hutchings as the two KTMs battling it out for supremacy in that class. Edward Rollstone, 7th position. He will be overall on the Kawasaki ER6. Mitch Robinson, he'll be ahead of there, about 11.1 seconds ahead there in 8th position. Willie van Niekerk is the 9th place man in on the Yamaha R3, ahead of Braden Hutchings, who will round off the top 10 on the KTM. Peter Hill, Gareth Lindemann, Sean Klein, Carl Hellick were all rounded off to 14th position, and as I said earlier on, Adrian Solomon not starting.
Well, we were having a look at that, and the checkered flag came out at the end of lap number 7. So I don't quite know if they took that red flag as a lap. So certainly not a mistake made up here by the commentary team. The scoreboard showed one more lap to go, and the man that waves the flag was waving the checkered flag already. So yeah, the checkered flag came out at the end of lap number 7. So just to rectify, not a fault made up here by the commentary team.
Well, we now move on to the Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles, and quite a healthy field, I'm going to tell you that much, for the second bike race of the day. After the first race that we had, first stoppage on lap 1, and then a 7-lap race thereafter. But we'll find out now who will be coming out there, and I see some new names out there as well. But firstly, I was just informed by Emil Tiny Brunt that a new paint job is on the Hilton Redlinghuis machine. He went down, of course, at turn 3 and has got now a nice, interesting paint job on that 87 Kawasaki ZX-7R. He is 4th on the grid, looks like it, in the classic bikes at the moment. We'll pick them up as they come onto the grid. But it's always good to see a healthy field of motorcycles out there. Reginald Seal and as well as Dion Ebel, Nashif Smart. I see Jessica Howden out there as well. I've heard that she's only 19, 20 years old on the Ducati Panigale V2. So it's great to see some new names and some exotic bikes out there as well. Always good to see some Ducatis joining the Japanese machines. As also in the German machines, the BMW S1000RR of Pierre Rizzo will be out there. So we have one of the first bikes on the grid now. That will be the number 60, and the number 60 bike will be Peter Hill, doing quite a bit of duty today. Peter Hill, as he was in the power sport class. Always good to see him very active on a race day. Then we have as well the number 36 coming out there as well. It's a little bit further up. That will be De Vos, and Rob De Vos, of course, also doing quite a bit of racing today on the Buell. He was on the Kawasaki in the first race. Now he's on the Buell in this race, the number 36, black and gold machine. This will be also an 8-lap race. We also have the Superbikes coming out today, followed by the, well, first of the only single-seater class for as far as racing cars are concerned. And that will be the Formula Libras a little bit later on. There comes the Howden machine on pole position. And a lovely black, white and pink Ducati that will be out there, and putting in a 1:18.311 as her pole position time. Brand spanking new bike. Will be Reginald Seal will be pulling into second position. And here's the new spray job of Hilton Redlinghuis, who's now 3rd on the grid. The green, white, blue, and you can see the Kawasaki branding on the side as well, but also one of the big talents as well here from Cape Town. But we got lots of talent out there, and we now wait and see for the lights. Remember, 5 red lights will go on all simultaneously, and then they will go out simultaneously. 5-second board. John Green runs out of the way, and away we go. A little bit of movement there from Howden on the line. That's going to be looked upon, I'm sure, but she doesn't get the best start, I'll tell you that much. Not great off the line for Howden, but I think what happens is there's going to be some investigation over here, because I saw some movement as she was pulling off over there as well. And, well, yeah, now she's gone down to 3rd, but now she's up into 2nd once again. It just shows you the fight back. And I see, oh no, Hilton Redlinghuis has put his hand up. Unfortunately, that brand new paint job on that bike, well, he's not going to be going any further, looks like it, or he's going just to the back. Oh, he's actually got going again, so I don't know what that's all about, but we'll pick up as they go along on this very first lap. They'll go through Interceptor now, and didn't get to see who got the jump on Howden, but we'll see them as they come down. We'll pick up some numbers for you as they come out of the turn 4 section. Double apex right-hander. Well, it is going to be Howden. Well, Howden is still 2nd at the moment. And remember, Reginald Seal and co were up there as well, starting in 2nd, but it's not Reginald Seal that is leading. It is going to be now Howden back in the lead again. But they come around turn 5, Pertinina Fastron, and down to the line. They'll then run for the start from the standing start. Now, here come the flying laps now. Across the line we then run. It is now Howden that leads the way at the moment. It's Smart and then Seal. So Nasheed Smart actually got a lovely start off the line to actually lead the majority of the first lap of the race today. And he's now 0.2 of a second off of Jessica Houghton. Reginald Seal, Wayne Aronson coming up into 4th place on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. Dion Ebel will be the man in the 5th position. Adams in 6th at the moment. All of them getting a good clean start. Looks like it. All 19 of them, actually 18 of them, are out there. Just the explanation, though, of Hilton Redlinger is falling to the tail end of the field. I can't explain that for now, but we'll try and find out for you what happened right over there as well. But hopefully he can fight his way back up. I see Rizzo, or Rizzo, if you want to put it, is actually not taking any further part in this race. So only 18 of them out there as they are on lap 2, as Howden shoots down the back main ahead of Smart and Seal towards the Pertamina Fastron turn 5. Lovely views if you're watching online with the IMUSAT. Those of you who are here, the sun is coming out. Hope you're enjoying yourself. So here we go now. They'll go underneath the Mad Max Bridge shortly. Get their heads down, and here comes the 19-20-year-old Jessica Houghton. I've heard that she's still pretty young, and she got a 16.961 on the Ducati Panigale. And while that is almost 1.5 seconds ahead of Reginald Seal, who's now got up ahead of Nasheed Smart. Aron still holding in there in 2nd position, or 4th position at the moment. And he's only 0.2 of a second off of Smart ahead of him, with Ebel 1/10 of a second further back. But of course, Howden will be the leader in Class A. Jamie Hall is the man who will be leading Class B in this. Remember the various classics classes, Clubman's classes as well, and also the breakfast run, the entry-level motorcycle races at Killarney. So what happens is the Wayne Gress will be the man in the breakfast club, the leader in the breakfast club, ahead of Keegan Stewart de Lange and Nico Venter. And they come around now on lap 3. As I said, 1.5 seconds almost between Howden, the leader at the moment, and Reginald Seal. They'll go down the back straight as they do now. We'll see him pick up the very close battles over here. I think the one to look at the moment is the Wayne Aronson Dion Ebel battle with the Kawasaki and versus the Honda. Towards the line they're going. So Howden crosses the line. Still first at the moment. Then it's Seal, Smart, and Aronson. Ebel has actually come up into 4th, excuse me. So it's going to be Dion Ebel ahead of Wayne Aronson at the moment. Adams is a further 3.1 seconds back, with Jamie Hall up in 7th position on the number 65 machine. And, 5 laps left to go in this one, as I said as well earlier on. A 1:16.961 from Jessica Howden. That's the fastest lap of the race. Sector 2 time is also quite quick, as now it just went purple in that sector as she comes towards the latter part of the lap. She's 2.8 seconds ahead of Reginald Seal. We see them come through the interceptor section now, and then it's going to be Smart and Ebel. Then they're going to be actually battling it out quite nicely with each other as they go onto the back main now, the main straight at the back. Or the back straight, I should rather say, the slightly curved banana back straight. And down towards the line they'll then run. And then there'll be 4 laps left to go, almost half distance. It just shows you how quickly these bikes actually cover race distance. They're already at half distance. Somebody coming into the pits as well now. And I'll pick up that for you very shortly as well, because I know Hilton Redlinger, so I think he has come into the pits finally with those problems, unfortunately. But Howden comes across the line 3.5 seconds ahead of Seal. Ebel is only half a second further back. Aronson and Smart. But Dion Ebel putting in 2 fast sector times over here. 23.5 in sector 2, 25.7 in sector 3. So it just shows you how nicely he is pushing. But Howden at the front of the field does not really need to push too hard, as she's already now just going ahead in leaps and bounds here. But last lap, a 1:17.306 on the Panigale. And that's comfortably putting her up ahead of everybody else as they cross the line now. Some of the midfield runners, of course, low ahead of Peter Hill. Peter Hill down in 16th position. And Wesley Hendricks, he's out there definitely as well now. So Hendricks will be the last man of the classified runners, because Redling Aces pulled in. Rizzo did not even start this race, unfortunately. So 17 of them are still left in the race. Looking at the battles over here, Kutsia in 13th position is just about 0.2 of a second off of Hendricks. And that, of course, will be Class B. So Derek Hendricks and Do Kutsia, as Jessica Houghton crosses the line with 3 laps left to go. Dion Ebel, another fastest second sector time of 23.4 for him. So I don't think Jessica Houghton is going to be breaking any lap times anytime shortly. She's 4.3 seconds ahead of Reginald Seal, with Ebel is 1/10 of a second back. So you watch them now as they come. There's Ebel into turn 2. He'll then run. He'll be almost nose to tail on the outside. He'll then run of Reginald Seal. Oh, Reginald Seal just pushed it past now. So, sorry, Ebel just pushed it past Reginald Seal now, but will Reginald come right back at him? I don't think at this particular moment. So they go through Interceptor, and Dion Ebel is the man currently in second place, with Seal dropping down to the third position. Arends is still hanging it in fourth position ahead of Nashif Smart, but this battle is far from over between these two. I'll tell you that much, as we wait for Jessica Howden. There'll be 2 more laps left to go when she comes across the line. Still a few bikes coming through now. I think there was Wesley Hendricks on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. He's about 15.8 seconds back of Peter Hill's Yamaha R6. And, well, there's a number of bikes still coming through. There we go. Jessica Howden comes through. And then what happens is she's now 1:16.918. So she's extended her fastest lap record. 5.2 seconds ahead of Dion Ebel. Reginald Seal, 2 seconds ahead of Wayne Arenser at this time. Of course, these are all Class A runners. Jamie Hall still leads Class B at this time, ahead of Rob DeFoss, and that's 2.5 seconds ahead of Rob DeFoss, with Nick Ben in 9th position in the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Nico Fenter will be the man in 10th position, and that will be only a 10th of a second ahead of Wayne Gress. So that will be the breakfast club class, or the breakfast run class, I should rather say. And yeah, that's where you're going to be having them as well. The third man in the breakfast run class, Keegan Stewart de Lange, is 14th, and he's third in class, and that will be ahead of Lowe. He is also one of the Class B runners at this particular time. 2 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. It is Howden on the Ducati that leads the way, 5.2 seconds ahead of Dion Ebel, who just about a lap and a bit ago got past Reginald Seal's Yamaha. So the Honda CBR 1000 currently holds second place at this time. But a lot of no movement going down over here as well. Robin DeFoss and Nick Ben, that of course will be second and third in Class B. They are very close, 0.3 of a second between the two of them, as Jessica Howden comes across the line. Dion Ebel has taken a bit of time out of her, though. He's now 4.7 seconds, coming down from the 5.2 seconds, and put in a fastest third sector time. As we run now towards the turn 2 section. Out of turn 2, already the first sector time from Jessica Howden. She's starting to respond over here. 26.8 for her, and it was a 1:17.775 the last time out, so quite a bit off of her fastest lap from a little bit earlier on the 1:16.918. And while Wesley Hendricks will round off the field, then a more modest time, a 24.0 from Jessica Houghton in Sector 2. Dion Ebel, he closed up that gap, but I think what happens is it might be just extended just a little bit again. Rider down in turn 5, I've been informed, and on the screens you'll see there as well now. Looks like the rider is up. Yellow flags will be waving in that section as well. We won't be able to find out until we get a number who that by rider is, but here comes Howden now. One more lap to go. Well, actually, no. It's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be now. It's now rider number 42, and that is Stuart de Lange. And that's one of the breakfast run class. So Howden wins from Dion Ebel, 5.3 seconds. Wayne Arenser in third position with Reginald Seal dropping down to fourth position. And ahead of Nashif Smart. So a little bit of a difficult second part of the race for Reginald Seal. Smart and Adams will round off the Class A competitors. Jamie Hall will be the man in 7th position and the winner of Class B, ahead of Robin DeFoss and Nick Ben. And then Wayne Gress and Fenter as well, 10th and 11th, Nico Venter. That will be Breakfast Club 1 and 2. Hendricks, Kutsia, Low and Hill will be 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. And yes, we had Stuart De Lange that went down at turn 5, and the marshals were up. So unfortunately, not going to be seeing the checkered flag. Keegan Stewart De Lange, and he'll be still classified, though, a lap down in 17th position, with Wesley Hendricks on the Kawasaki ZX-10R getting the 16th position, just about 21 seconds off of Peter Hill. Well, we now go to the South Superbikes, our third bike race of the day. And third race of the day as well. We will be moving over from bikes after this one to cars, and we'll start with the open wheelers, the single-seaters in Formula Libra. But first, one of the most exciting classes, of course, in Cape Town. Of course, bikes in South Africa, a very exciting class of racing. We don't have a very big field today. It's Malcolm Rapson on pole position on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. And then there are a whole lot of Kawasaki's out there. Jacques Ackerman in second position, master. Gavin Lowe, Rob Craig, all master class riders. And they're also on the Kawasaki's, all ZX10s, except for Mike Hunter on the ZX6R. And then Lubabalo Ntisana on the Kawasaki ZX10R. Then Michael de Toy on the Yamaha, the Soul Yamaha, the R1 in seventh position. And Jonathan Schwerin with David McFadden is also supposed to be out there as well. I do see the 69 machine is well and truly waiting there. The Kawasaki ZX10R, as I say as well. 7 Kawasaki's out there. And then a Suzuki and a Yamaha for an all-Japanese machine affair.
Okay, let's do this. It's Malcolm Rapson, it's Jacques Ackerman, and it is Gavin Lowe that's on the front row of the grid as the lights go off and away we go. And a lovely start off the line there by Jacques Ackerman, and it is Malcolm Rapson. Yes, he drops down. Who is dropping way down the field there is Rapson. He was on pole position. He must be now in about 5th position as they exit turn 1 Holzhoek and running down into turn number 2. And not much between these riders as they work their way out of turn number 2. Gavin Lowe is also in that fight as they make their way through the King Byron. It's a whole gaggle of them, but it's still Ackerman that sits out there in P1 as they exit turn 3 Interceptor.
Mighty start from Jacques Ackerman there, Frankie, to lead away on the Kawasaki. And remember, most of the guys out there are from the Masters class, except for Jonathan Schwerin and David McFadden, and of course the 600-man, Mike Hunter, who started in 5th position. But look at them down the straight now as well. Some big challenges coming along already. And Malcolm Rapson, he will be fighting his way back up in the field to try and take that position right back from them on the Suzuki. Yeah, they come around now for the first of their 8 laps. And we'll see them as they do underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. And across the line we then run. It is going to be David McFadden that leads the way. 5/10 of a second, so half a second ahead of Jacques Ackerman. Malcolm Rapson already back up to 3rd place, Frankie.
Well, it was Ackerman that led there, but that wasn't for long because it's order restored as David McFadden is the man that sits out there in P1. With Ackerman in that 2nd position, Jacques Ackerman in that 2nd place. Right there with him is Malcolm Rapson. Remember, at the end of turn 1, holds on the opening lap. Rapson had a horrible start. He dropped down to about P5. He's worked his way up into that 3rd position. And he's right on that rear wheel as they head into turn 4, Kake Clinic corner of 2nd place man, Jacques Ackerman. Down the back man they go. Ackerman 2nd, Rapson in 3rd. That's McFadden that sits out there in P1 as they head down the back main. And what a lovely dice between them as they work their way into turn 5, Foster on turn.
And it's changed now, so 2nd place is going to be Malcolm Rapson, Frankie, as they come out of the turn 5 Pertamina Fastron. Now he grows horns and sees if he can catch David McFadden, who comes across the line now to take the fastest lap of a 1:12.407. He is 2.2 seconds ahead of Malcolm Rapson, who's in turn 2/10 of a second ahead of Jacques Ackerman. Rob Craig still hanging around there in 4th position ahead of Ntisana in the 5th position at the moment. Michael de Toy, the number 7 machine on the Yamaha, of course, he's 6th. Gavin Lowe in 7th, one of the master class runners on the Kawasaki. Then Mike Hunter and Jonathan Schwerin.
Hunter sitting out there in P8, but he is the only 600 out there, and he is the only one in class. Right, so where are the leaders? They're making their way into turn number 4, into Car Care Clinic corner. Through Car Care they go, working their way down the back straight. And David McFadden working his way down the back main. Looks over his shoulder. He is the quickest man so far with a 1:12.407. at this point in time, heading down towards turn 5 into Fostron, heading towards the end of the lap. We've just been told that there's a red flag, that there's a biker down in turn 3, interceptor corner. The red flags are out. Emil Brunt, our radio man, just heard it on the radio. I can see out the commentary box there is red flags and red lights on. There's a rider down in a turn number 3 in interceptor.
They just showed it briefly over there. All I could see was that it was a bike with a red livery, and I didn't catch a number there, unfortunately, but we will wait. So the race has been halted, red flags waving everywhere.
I can see the marshals out there at turn 3, and then the fire bucky, Fire 1, is on its way down to that situation there in a interceptor corner. All the bikes have slowed right down. 1 or 2 riders are making their way towards the grid already, and the situation, I think, is directly behind karting race control. So where we are in the commentary box, you won't be able to see it. Yes, it is there. The fire buckies are stopping. The safety vehicles are there. So from the commentary point of view, if you look out of the window, the kart race control is directly in the way of the situation. So we're going to have to rely on the IMUSAT camera team to show us the situation there. But from a visual point of view out the windows, Byron, we cannot see it. Well, there you can see at home the replay of the situation going into turn 3 interceptor corner. And from what I can make out, we haven't got confirmation officially yet, but it does look like Byron, it's a number 44 of Gavin Lowe that is involved in that accident there in turn number 3 in interceptor corner, as the IMUSAT team show us a replay, and that is a pretty big one.
No, that is a pretty big one, and into a very fast turn. It is the turn 3, and that's a glove coming out there, but
I will just let the marshals and the medics sort out that situation, and then the moment that's been sorted out, we'll be back on air with you again.
hard workers.
Best price for my car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and best price for my car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors has brought out a product just for you. Best price for my car helps you sell your car while you drive it. You have full control with 100% transparency. Best price for my car costs you nothing. We take a small margin and you get max value. You have an inner salesman. Use it and add tens of thousands onto your selling price. We can help you like we have been doing for the past 31 years. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, so for all you people at home, the rider has been secured in the ambulance. I did get a WhatsApp from Aubrey de Bruin, who is one of our photographers out on the circuit representing Cloud Number 9 Photography. And he sent me a WhatsApp. He sent me two WhatsApps, as a matter of fact. The first one was that after the incident, the rider was moving, and then he sent me a second WhatsApp afterwards saying that the rider climbed into the ambulance on his own. He walked towards the ambulance and climbed into the ambulance on his own. So that alone, Byron, is fantastic news.
Yeah, it is fantastic news, Frankie. I think he's just going to burst into tears when he sees the bike, unfortunately. But one thing is, great thing is, those can be fixed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That in its own is good news, that we've got the unofficial news from the track that the rider seems to be fine. Right. Yeah, what a morning we've had so far. So this one is going to be done all over again and reduced to 6 laps.
5.
So it's now been confirmation. It was a 6. It's now been reduced to a 5-lapper with David McFadden, the man that's on pole, with Malcolm Rapson and Jacques Ackerman. And away we go. There's the lights go off and a blinding start off the line there by all three of them. Who'll get the whole shot? It is going to be, well, it's sure as heck not going to be Malcolm Rapson, that's for sure, off the line. He drops down into that second position. So wow, what a lovely start there. And look at McFadden, he also drops down into that third place. Not exactly where he wanted to be right now, but he's not going to be there for long, that I can guarantee you. Not too many of the riders left, only 9 of them took to the grid initially as they worked their way through the kink, Byron, and into turn 3, intercepted corner.
Yeah, coming through interceptor. Unfortunately, there was a bike in the pits that didn't start. I think it was Rob Craig. I was told that he was going to start from the pits, and that bike not firing up, unfortunately. However, we're now on the first of 5 laps here. They come through Car Care Clinic corner, get the head down as well. It's the number 10 of Ackerman, if I can put it in the more Afrikaans way. He will lead at this time now, but it's going to be a mighty battle down the back straight into turn turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. I think he's already been overtaken, and then we'll see them as they come around. Is it Malcolm Rapson that has put his nose up ahead of everyone else? David McFadden, the number 69 machine, in that group as well. They come towards the line. It is the Suzuki that leads the way from Jacques Ackermann. David McFadden is now currently in 3rd position, but they all nose to tail with each other as well. Michael Dutoy comes up into 4th position, and then Ntisana is 5th place man with Mike Hunter on the 600 in 6th.
Yeah, followed there by Schwerin. That's the only 7 riders out there, but that fight is still raging on into turn number 2. Out of Quarry Corner they go. It is Malcolm Rapson that sits out there in P1 from Jacques Ackermann in that 2nd position, with David McFadden there in 3rd as they work their way through turn number 3. Mike Hunter in P4 has got them all racked and stacked in there behind him. Not Mike Hunter, Mike Dutoy, sorry, has got them all racked and stacked in there behind them as they work their way out of turn number 4, Kake Clinic. Down the back main they go. It is Rapson from Ackermann, from McFadden, but here comes Dave McFadden. He's up on the inside there of Jacques Ackermann, and into 2nd position, into turn 5, Fastron, goes David McFadden in there just behind the leader for now, Malcolm Rapson.
Lovely fast stuff down the back main as they come towards the line now underneath the Mad Max bridge. And look, it's Malcolm Rapson's going to be under pressure now. And is David McFadden going to try him in turn 1? No, he won't for now. So what happens is the Suzuki will still hold the lead at this time. Look at Ackermann, who's falling back already over here. Sorry, rather actually just moving back a little bit, because what happens is we have turn 2 now, and McFadden is going to be on the outside of Malcolm Rapson, but will not make it over there, maybe towards Interceptor.
Well, Libra Ntisana made the move there in that fight for 4th position on Michael Dutoy into turn 1. Michael going very high and wide, and he lost that place to Ntisana, and he has got that 600 of Hunter right in there. Oh, look how late on the brakes Mike Hunter is as they exit turn number 3, Interceptor. And that is the fight there for 4, 5 and 6, making its way into turn number 4, Kake Clinic Corner, as the leading dice heads down into turn 5, Fastron.
Fastest lap of 1:14.563 for David McFadden. He was only 1/10 of a second between himself and Malcolm Rapson. When they crossed the line, Malcolm Rapson was wheeling a little bit down the back straight. He knows he's the hunted now as they come down the main straight now, and in the slipstream will be the number 69 Kawasaki. He will not make a move quite yet. 2 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on now at the moment. Jacques Ackermann doing his best to keep the 2 ahead of him in sight. But what happens is, I think it's going to be basically a foregone conclusion. Malcolm Rapson now, a 1:13.940. We could have ourselves some fastest lap trades here.
Well, let's have a look. See, they are approaching 1.5 laps as they end Sector 1. Sector 1 gets concluded and completed there by the stock car commentary box. They're now starting Sector number 2. Working their way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, working their way up the Tigerberg Straight into turn 4, Kake Clinic. That's the highest part of the track. Still working on Sector 2. Down the back straight they go, and Sector 3 starts there where there's an orange line against the Omco barrier. That's the beginning of the 3rd and final sector as they head down into turn number 5 into a Fastron Corner with 1 more lap to go. And still up front, it is Rapson from McFadden from Ackermann, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Under the Mad Max Bridge they come, Byron, to start their 5th and final lap.
Their last lap over here as well. 700ths of a second between the 2 of them, but still it's going to be Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki that leads the way. Here comes a lovely little battle now. Ntisana and Dutoy, they cross the line now. 0.4 of a second between them. Mike Hunter on the 600, bear in mind as well, mixing it in there with 1000s. And that will of course be 4th, 5th and 6th with Jonathan Schwerin, the last man here on the Kawasaki. He's 2 laps down though.
Well, looked like there was a problem there for McFadden. McFadden sat right up. There's a bit of rain on the commentary box window. Dave McFadden sat right up there in turn 2 in Quarry Corner. He's dropped down to 3rd position. I cannot believe it. That's the spots of rain that's causing a problem. He must have some other kind of issue on that bike. He has that 3rd position secured, but down the back main goes Rapson from Ackermann, and a huge gap before we see McFadden, and clearly on the final lap, Byron, a problem out there for David McFadden.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He was really pressuring Malcolm Rapson. Now it's Jacques Ackerman that will be in the second place, as you have pointed out there, Frankie. Here they come now through Pertamina Fastron. It's going to be a dash for cash now, because here comes Malcolm Rapson. That is in second, and it's actually Jacques Ackerman that will take the win over here. 0.3 of a second ahead of Malcolm Rapson.
So surprise on the line for Rapson by Ackerman, and here comes Intisana's coming through. Then behind Intisana, we have got Michael De Toy coming through, followed there by Michael Hunter, and by the looks of things, McFadden has pulled into the pits. Yes, he came down pit lane. Dave McFadden never took the checkered flag. So at the end of the day, it was Jacques Ackerman in P1, followed there by Malcolm Rapson, Lubabalo Ntisana in third, followed there by Michael De Toy and Mike Hunter. Those were the 5 bikes across the line, with a DNF there for McFadden, and obviously problems out there for Schwerin and Craig that did not come out for this one.
Yeah, Jacques Ackerman basically coming from nowhere there, because he had Malcolm Rapson and David McFadden in sight. We thought that third place was secure. It was secure, but then what happens is it became second, and then suddenly a challenge for the win, and he got the win. And on the last lap, a 1:15.708 was quite a bit faster over there than the 1:17.226 of Malcolm Rapson. So Malcolm Rapson having to make do with second place. Ntisana keeping it nice in there as well for their third position. Michael De Toy, Mike Hunter doing a great ride as well on the 600. And David McFadden, he will classify 1 lap down, but it's Jonathan Schwerin that won't be.
A third row of the grid, Bertus Engelbrecht, the first of the Class Bs in the Speeds RM08. And then on the 4th row of the grid will be Cyril Somerville. He's the first of the Class C riders in the VW Sting 1.4, and alongside him will be Alroy Weiss. 5th row of the grid, Kelly Fletcher, the third of the Class C cars with the Formula Forza, and then alongside that will be the Repsol Lantis of Zane Amundsen. Row 6, Donovan Ramsey on the Formula V Reamer, and then the Formula Ford Ray alongside that will be Graham Knight. And then bringing up the 7th and final row on the grid, Luan van Heerden in the VW Omega, and the Formula V Lantis of Andre Lariche alongside that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Class C cars out there. That's the biggest class of all. 2 Class B runners, which is Bertus Engelbrecht in 6th, and then Graham Knight down in 12th. 3 Class S, that's the front 3, Byron, Andrew, and DJ Boyson. And then the 2 Class A's in 4th and 5th position on the grid, James Vermont and Troy Dolenchik.
Yeah, the Reynolds are all growing over here as well. 4 of them up at the front, and Byron Mitchell tears a tear-off strip already over here, but you just got to watch out over there that doesn't get into a brake duct or something like that, or something, and can overheat. But, well, we wait and watch now for the lights. Everybody into position. That looks like Zane Amundsen in the Formula V. Got to get into position over here. The number 30. He's around Fletcher and Ramsey. Watch for the lights, though. Phil Herald waiting patiently to raise the 5-second board. He will run out of the way. Been doing this for many years. Good old Phil Herald. A lot of wheel spin off the line there for Byron Mitchell. But away we now go, and he will take the whole shot. Looks like it into turn 1 and into Hole's Hook. But on the outside, a lock-up over there as well from Andrew Rackstraw. And, well, luckily he did not go off the circuit, but he could flat spot the tire over there as well. It's going to be DJ Boyson that will come up maybe, or is it Beaumont, of course, coming up, I should rather say. Beaumont actually fell down, and behind Troy Dolenchik there, Gary.
Yeah, Troy Dolenchik into that 5th position. He started in 6th, he's up to 5th. So Byron Mitchell and Andy Rackstraw, the 2 of them blindingly quick around the circuit. 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap quicker than everybody and anything else out there, but nothing much between them, less than 1/10 of a second. And the 2 of them seem to spur one another on. when they are out there on circuit. And that's how we get the best of the best of the best out of Byron Mitchell and Andrew Rackstraw in the 2 VW Reynolds that started on the front row of the grid.
It was always big a number of years ago, the Formula VW class. They found a home down here in Cape Town in the Formula Libra section, but Byron Mitchell, he's proven to be very quick over the seasons, and while he leads the way, but he's not going to be left alone there by Andrew Rackstraw. Andrew Rackstraw, these two used to fight each other in karting quite a bit. It's already in the second and third sectors. Byron Mitchell is quickest. DJ Boyson holding on to third place, but Troy Dolenchik getting himself a lovely start over there as well. He will be 0.3 of a second ahead of James Beaumont. But what happens is he's, of course, Class A on his own, the Formula Ford Z-Tech. Remember those Z-Techs from many years ago? They used to be a very popular Formula Ford.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Troy Dolenchik and James Beaumont, nothing much between them. You'll probably find that James will blast him in a straight line as they work their way through the kink down towards Interceptor Corner. Big thanks to Interceptor coming on board for 2021 as one of the sponsors. Up the short straight they go past the grandstand. Lovely to see a couple of people on the grandstand. Car Care Clinic, double right-hander out into the back main. Can Troy hold on to it? Well, we'll see a straight one-on-one between Dolenchik and Beaumont. Well, Dolenchik got good drive out of turn 4, and he's literally broken the toe between the two of them as we watch our front runners work their way back past the start-finish line. And, well, what can I say? Andy Rackstraw is walking away from DJ Boyson, but Byron Mitchell is just running away at the front.
Yeah, now 1:11.577, the fastest lap of the race. And let me tell you one thing, that's 1.5 seconds faster than, well, actually 1.1 seconds faster than Andrew Rackstraw. Very quick indeed. DJ Boyson also still third. Looking a little bit further down, I saw Cyril Somerville having a nice little battle with Zane Munson. These are amongst the Formula Vs, the VW Sting 1.4 litre. And, well, there they come across the line now. Munson looks like he's lost out to Elroy Weiss over there. Now, remember, this is Class C battle. Bertus Engelbrecht, wait for him to come across the line as well. Will be leading the Class B section ahead of Donovan Ramsey, Graham Knight in his Formula Ford Ray, 11th overall, but second in class.
Well, the closest battle right now is that going down into turn number 2, and that's the leaders in Class C, Cyril Somerville, Elroy Weiss, and Zane Munson. And, well, look at that. I think Elroy Weiss is going to stick his nose up on the inside. He backs out of that one. They were going to go 2 abreast, and now they're going to end up 3 abreast, and that's Zane Munson that sticks it up on the inside and tries to take away that position. But nope, they stay in the same order that they were. Going back to the front runners, Byron Mitchell, sure, 1 minute 10.935, just shows you how much quicker they are now because of the conditions than what they were in qualifying.
Also a lovely little battle further down the field. Graham Knight has got his hands full over here of Kelly Fletcher, and he's also battling it out with Donovan Ramsey. Donovan Ramsey actually got past, but I think he's now back up ahead of Donovan Ramsey. That is 10th position with Ramsey down in 11th position with Kelly Fletcher holding on to 12th at the moment. They go down the back straight now towards Pertamina Fastron. Here comes that other little battle ahead of them as well now, and I see a slow moving car on the circuit. It is the number 46. And the number 46 is Andre Lariche down in 14th position. I don't think he'll be running very long.
No, it doesn't look like it. Down into turn number 1, that 3-car battle. The leaders in Class C, Cyril Somerville, Zane Munson, and Elroy Weiss. So Munson has made it now past Elroy Weiss. He's the 3rd car. That's the blue and yellow one as they go down into turn number 2. Going around the outside, Cyril. Oh, they get it very, very sideways going through there. And looks like Elroy Weiss has maybe just got the tires a little bit too hot and starting to slide it around. But the 3 of them very close. That's leading out Class C through Interceptor Corner, turn number 3. Cyril Somerville leading out Class C from Zane Munson, from Elroy Weiss. Then a bit of a gap from the 3 of them going backwards, going past the, well, going into the double right-hander. At the moment now, that's leading Class B car. That's Bertus Engelbrecht. Now, Bertus was high up as opposed to Graham Knight initially after the qualifying. Well, now there's not much between them whatsoever. Bertus is in 9th and Graham second in Class B in 10th position.
Well, battle of the race now, Gary, is the 4th and 5th place battle, because he hasn't gotten away, James Beaumont, from Troy Dolenchik. And Dolenchek is placing that little Z-Tech over there very nicely indeed. In all over the place over here as well. The Formula Ford Z-Tech coming around into the double apex right-handed car care clinic corner and putting in a master drive here. Only 0.08 of a second between the two of them when they cross the line earlier on. They go down the back straight now. I think Beaumont might have the measure on the straights, but when they come under braking, I think what happens is Troy Dolenchek just has a bit of a slight advantage ahead over there as well. They're 37.8 seconds ahead of Elroy Weiss, Cyril Somerville, Zayna Munson, who are also having a nice little battle on themselves, and that's allowing the likes of Bertus Engelbrecht and Graham Knight to close up the gap to them.
Well, here they come now, Troy Dolenchek and James Beaumont. I think it's going to be a race-long battle between the two of them. Can Dolenchek make a plan with Beaumont? There's nothing much in it. In fact, it was 53 thousandths of a second as they work their way out of turn 2. And look at that, having a look up on the inside line now is Troy Dolenchek down towards turn number 2. Dolenchek does the move. Dolenchek under braking goes past Beaumont, so that's first and second in Class A as they work their way through the kink. I personally don't think that Beaumont's going to be able to come back at him. It looks like Troy Dolenchek is riding well within his capabilities. He's not looking rough or ragged whatsoever, and I think once he gets a bit of clean ground and the braking marker down in turn 5, I do believe that he's going to break the toe from Beaumont and he's going to head away with 2 laps to go for a class victory in Class A.
No, it's lovely. Look at that. He's already now broken the gap between the two of them. This is, I think, the 70 or the 28, sorry, of Luan van Heerden. That might have distracted Beaumont just a little bit and allowed Troy Dolenchek to take that 5th position, or the 4th position rather. And then, well, a 1:10.670. That's the fastest lap of the day here so far for Andrew Rackstraw. And Andrew Rackstraw now currently finds himself in 3rd place, Gary, because DJ Boyson's now up into the 2nd position. So we must have blinked and something must have happened somewhere.
No, we must have missed out on something because DJ Boyson was a notable gap behind them. So from Byron Mitchell down to DJ Boyson, 16 seconds, which is roughly what it was, but then another 10 to Andy Rackstraw. So the 3rd place car in Class S definitely must have had a moment somewhere, and that's cost him, well, to the delight of DJ Boyson.
Well, we were looking at about, 29 seconds off of Byron Mitchell, who actually now puts in his fastest lap, a 1:10.475. And while he now is well and truly onto his final lap in this first of the Formula Libra races. Then we wait now. Here comes DJ Boyson. Crosses the line, and that will be 20.6 seconds off of Byron Mitchell. Then Andy Rackstraw. He was about 10 seconds off of DJ Boyson. He's now closed up the gap there as well, but he'll be lamenting that particular moment in this race that has now ruined his shot, at least at a 2nd position.
Well, Andy Rackstraw took close to 3 seconds out of DJ Boyson, but he still finds himself 7 seconds shy of Boyson. So barring unforeseen circumstances, I don't believe Rackstraw is going to be able to get back into that 2nd position. The checkered flag is being readied for Byron Mitchell. He's literally now with the unhappiness situation of the 2 behind him. He's just up, dusted and disappeared. And well, nobody's going to be able to compete with this man today. Byron Mitchell is definitely flying a 1:12 on his last lap around here. Going down the back main now is DJ Boyson. He's done a 1:15.0 on the last lap, or second last lap, and a 1:11.8 by Andy Rackstraw. I don't believe Andy's going to be able to get him.
No, I don't think so, Gary. It was 7.6 seconds between the two of them across the line the last time out. Andrew Rackstraw will now be 5.8 seconds. 3rd position he'll take. And then we wait now for Troy Dolenchek, who's now, well, the last time out he was almost 2 seconds ahead of James Beaumont, and that's where he's kept it. Both of them, of course, the Class A battle between the two of them. Here comes Elroy Weiss, will win Class C ahead of Zayna Munson and Cyril Somerville. They'll finish a lap down. Bertus Engelbrecht will take Class B honours in 9th position. Yeah, I think is going to be the number yeah, it's Troy Dolenchek. There we go. He will take victory in Class A. And that'll be 2.9, almost 3 seconds ahead of James Beaumont. So the last little bit for James Beaumont, not particularly successful. Graham Knight crosses the line 2nd in Class B. Donovan Ramsey will be the Class C 4th place and 11th overall. And then Kelly Fletcher will finish 1 lap down in 12th position, with Luan van Heerden classifying 2 laps down in the 13th position, the number 28, and that of course is Class C he is in.
Andre de Riche, the only one that did not complete that one. He only did 2 laps. So Class S, starting at the front of the pack there, Byron Mitchell from DJ Boyson, getting past Andy Rackstraw. Must have had some other incident. Let's watch the replays. We might be able to pick up something there. Class A was Troy Dolenchik and James Vermont. James leading most of it until Troy got past him, up, dusted and disappeared, and took a second a lap at that stage of the fight without any problem. Alroy Weiss looking good all day long, leading out Class C from Zaina Munson and Cyril Somerville. Nothing much between them. 0.5 between first and second, and 0.2 between second and third. And then the Class B guys coming through behind that. Barris Engelbrecht from Graham Knight. There was about 4 cars between them when they started the event on the grid, ending up 9th and 10th overall out there on track, with 18 seconds between the two of them.
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide
authorized FSP.
Right, here we go with the opening race in the Midas Clubman's Saloon Cars, race number 1. Coming up, cars rolling out of the Jabir Pit Complex and of the main pit complex out onto the circuit. There are quite a few of them out there. And look at that, what a lovely sight to the spectators that we are seeing there on the grass embankment. I'm not too sure if the PA system is up and running on your side of the world, but hey, a year and 7 months, where have you guys been? We've missed you. And there's quite a few of them that's on the grandstands in turn 3 in Interceptor, and on the main grandstand between Interceptor and turn 4 Car Care Clinic. There's quite a few people there as well. Not too many people, Gary, but a positive sign, a return of the spectators to Killarney International.
Yeah, the initial immediate sales revealed over 400 spectators, and at that point it was expected that it was going to be raining weather. So yeah, from there on out it just got better and better. It was Ahmad at the front end of the pack and slowing them right down, getting everybody together. I don't think he wants to stand on the grid for too long. So he slowed it all down until he got to Interceptor corner, now put foot and work his way out down the back main. Nice to see that the Helderberg Nissan guys are both out there, father and son combination, Wayne and Stacy. But the front row of the grid is going to be pretty interesting. It looks like it's probably, we'll just check when it comes up on the board, I think it's going to be Cody Alberts and Ahmad. Yep, sorry, Idris Ahmad, that's going to be on the front row of the grid. Wayne Wilson and Nias Modak with Ahmad in 5th position. That's the Class A's. Baby Jakes finds himself in Class B at the front end of the field with Smith. Clint Renard, surprisingly, only qualifying down in 8th position. Jesse Huggett, also Class A, down in 10th position. So maybe the rain conditions and the tires that they have to hand not being suitable for that. Swart is 3rd in Class B and finds himself down on the 5th row of the grid with the leading Class C car, which is Jono Kirsten. And, well, it's nice to see Jono out there again, always smiling, always happy chappy. The first of the Class E cars is Johnson, and then a long way further back is Ali. So, yeah, surprisingly, there's not a battle in that class at all at the moment, to be very honest with you. So there's been times that that's been one of the biggest classes.
Well, as the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars line up, look at this, the G Energy sponsored Maxima giving us a wave there. Mr. Wayne Wilson is in P3 on the 2nd row of the grid. Behind him is Ahmad on his outside. We've got Baby Jakes as we wait for the rest of the field to come through. There's a 37 of Mr. Nias Modak, and Nias rolling there into that 4th position on the 2nd row. A lot of them still coming through. Clint Renard in the Golf 2 is also busy making his way down the center of the track. And I just saw Kiara van Niekerk pull into her position as well. And here comes Clint. He'll be on the 4th row in P8 as Idris Ahmad in the 75. He'll be on the front row of the grid in that 2nd position, while Idris Ahmad. Right, we're still waiting for P1 to be filled as the rest of the field just work their way through. Lovely, lovely, awesome to see such a massive field of Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars. And working his way down the center is Cody Alberts and Razik Harris also in there with that very, very quick grey Golf of his. And here comes Cody, Gary. He'll stick it on the front row in P1.
He was so surprised and excited alongside Mama Bear when he was the first time that he got onto the front row of the grid. It's now becoming a regular occurrence that Cody Alberts is on the front row of the grid. You'll probably find, if you go onto Facebook, you'll pick up that Cody's got the in-car camera going, and you can pick it up live from there as him and Idris Ahmad head down towards turn number 1. Class A, very, very split up. If you take Alberts Ahmad, Wilson, Modak, and the second of the Ahmads in the front 5, then in 8th, Clint Renard, in 10th, Jess Huggett, and Razzie Harris down in 14th. So you can expect Razzie Harris to work his way through very, very quickly. And I see Tiny's got Francois Butler live on the camera. Francois Butler will be here for the next race event that I think is on the 6th of November, if I remember correctly. He's making a return to main circuit racing, and we look forward to seeing Francois.
Long overdue to have Francois back, and the endurance on that 9-hour enduro. Mr. Butler will be joining us, so we welcome his return back where Francois belongs here with us in the commentary box.
Well, unfortunately, Francois is going to have to watch this one, but then again, IMUSAT, brilliant coverage, 34 cars out there. Ferris Mannon will be bringing up the tail end of the field. So Cody Albert's becoming a regular on the front row of the grid. And, well, that camera shot that you see belies the actual clarity out there. It looks like the camera's a little bit misted up. The one that shows you the Joubert Straight going up into turn number 2. There you can see some folks on the grandstand. That is turn 3, the Interceptor corner, and that was a very popular spot for World Rallycross, which will be coming back to us in 2022. But it's going to be the electric cars, so that's going to be a completely different world. 2017, 15,400 people on average here, the Saturday and the Sunday, dropping down to 7, dropping down to 5 the third year that we were here due to marketing problems. But Killarney International purely hired the circuit out to them at that stage of the fight. I think you're going to find a bit of a climb in the numbers, probably going to be around about the 10,000. As soon as those tickets become available, obviously that grass embankment is going to be the spot to be. That second gear talk show, the moment it started becoming evident that there was a possibility of getting to the circuits, the numbers climbing by hundreds back into the 2,000 views per show. In fact, we're probably going to have David McFadden, Clinton Seller, and Mark van der Berg on a Tuesday night, if all goes well. Mark
Fantastic.
said he'll sort that out for us. We'll have a look at the National Series. And right, here we go. Cody Alberts, a regular on the front row of the grid. Idris Ahmad alongside him. It looks like it's Wayne Wilson that's going to be in there behind him. Nias Modak climbs on the gas kind of early. Will he get the whole shot down into turn number 1? Yep. Nias Modak's going to work his way right around the outside of Cody Alberts, takes a whole shot into turn number 1.
So out of Holzoek, it is Nias Modak from Cody Alberts. Then it's Ahmad followed there by Wayne Wilson. Idris Ahmad in there. Look at Razzie Harris. He has a look up on the inside of Baby Jakes, who's running around the outside of Shane Smith as they make their way out of turn number 2. Right in there with them is Clint Renard. Right behind them is a Jetta 2 of Jesse Huggett. That's just that first group of cars that's working its way out of turn 3, Interceptor corner, up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Razzie Harris is past Smith, and Huggett's still trying to, I should say Renard, he's still trying to get through there. Behind Renard is Baby Jakes, then it's Jess Huggett. But look at this, down the back, man. Cody Alberts just looks at it out of the front windscreen and says, how do you catch a car with that kind of power as they work their way down the back main?
Yeah, Daniel Coetzee in there behind Jesse Huggett, followed there by the Jetta of Willie Swart. That's that first group of about 10, 12 cars that's working its way out of turn 5. Out of Fostron corner, here they come back down towards us, and it's Modak that hits the start finish line and dives down into turn number 1. In the second position, it's Cody Alberts, and running around on the outside of Cody Alberts is Ahmad, but Cody's got the inside line for Holzoek as he leads Ahmad out of Holzoek. Ahmad slowing. Ahmad slows right down on the exit of turn 1, Holzoek.
Oh, they're going to pile past him. Well, look, maybe just missed the gear because now he's on the gas again. Look at Clint Renard trying to have a look around the outside of, well, I think he's onto the back of Wilson already. And now he's going to go one further forward. And while Rasdy Harris is working his way through, Clint Renard is busy working his way through. Modak did his moves right in the beginning, got in a very quick first lap, and Nias Modak leading them out after lap number 1. Out into the back main he goes. In there behind that is Cody Alberts. Rasdy Harris up into 3rd position already. And then it is the 63 cars, the next one to come through there. So he's making up places very quickly, is Ahmad.
Yeah, right behind Ahmad as they head into turn 5. There's a lovely 5, 6, 7-way scrap. That's making it
up. I think there is a static camera out that side. Stacey Wilson coming off the tail end of the field. Him and Papa Bear came out of the pit lane together. They were both pitting in the new pit complex. And Papa Bear was up onto the second row of the grid. In fact, he pulled away in 3rd position. Coming off the back of the pack was Stacey.
And this is the 3rd red flag of the day. 2 in the motorcycle categories, and now this one in the Mike's Place Clubman's regional saloon cars. So, well, as the Clubman's cars work their way down the back straight, and they will just stop here on grid proper. There are a few cars that are already on the grid. There's about 3 of them that stopped on the grid already. The rest of the Clubman's field is working its way through turn 5, through Pertamina Fostron corner, and towards the Mad Max Bridge. A big thank you to Pertamina Fostron, to Mad Max, to RST Race Depot, to the Porsche Club, to Interceptor Shoewear, to Car Care Clinic. Gary does have the ads, so do I. He'll play them for you as well as the day goes on. And then, of course, a big thank you to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and the best price for my car. Gary, here is a replay, and there you can see the Maxima busy rolling itself 2, 3, 4 times over and over it goes at the exit of exit of Quarry Corner. So big thanks there to Stephen Rhodes and the IMUSAT team for picking up that one. I just caught the tail end of it, but he must have rolled that thing nothing short of about 3, 4 times, did Stacey Wilson. Here we get another replay. We'll have a look at it now. The car will come into view. It's already rolling when it comes into view. That's 1 roll. That's 2 rolls. That's a 3rd one. That's a 4th one. And that is a 5th one. My oh my. He rolled that car nothing short, if my sums are right, Gary. They showed us 2 replays now, and he rolled that car nothing short of 5.5 times, as Dave Abrams is saying. So yeah, that was a hectic one.
To the best of my knowledge, from what I've been told, I think that Helderberg Nissan have got more of those Maxima bodies.
Apparently so.
So you'll probably find they will unglue that one and they'll prattly another one together, and you'll probably find that Stacey will be back in the not too distant future once the bruises go down. Believe you me, if you roll it like that, it's going to be kind of now. There's no doubt. Yep, he is fine. Wayne Wilson down on the circuit here and saying he is all fine. There's no problem. So Wayne with the G Energy car down the bottom here, saying, is my son okay? Say, yes, he is. It's all good. You don't have to worry. He can carry on and enjoy his race.
Well, so Wayne, if you can hear us in the car, the confirmation is that Stacey is fine. I'm not too sure what condition the Maxima is in, but who cares? That can be sorted out as long as Stacey is okay, and that is what we are led to believe is the case. So, sure.
Well, here we're going to be having, I think it's going to be 6 laps to go after the restart. Cody Alberts and Idris Ahmad on the front row of the grid. Wayne Wilson and alongside him Nias Modak. Nias climbed in between Cody and Idris down into turn number 1. And well, from there on out, it was always going to be a Nias Modak at the front. Ahmad, the last of the Class A cars there. Baby Jakes and Shane Smith, as always, Frankie, at the front of Class B. But Daniel Kutsia was also running very quickly in Class B.
Yes, and that number 2 car, he sits in there just ahead of Willie Swart and just behind Shane Smith on the outside. And all 3 of them are behind Ahmad on the inside, I should say, of the track heading into turn number 1. And Clint Renard was the man that was busy carving his way through the field, and he was bringing the number 70, the Jetta 2 of Class A runner Jesse Huggett with him. And I think Jess is super chuffed. He hasn't raced, basically for nearly a year and 7 months, because we had a chat to Jess a couple of months ago, and Jess said, man, he really would love to race. And even though it's his own car, you obviously need sponsors, and the sponsors want not just the coverage from IMUSAT, they want the spectators around the track to see it as well. And with there being no spectators, that's the reason why Jess didn't race. So the moment that the government opened up the spectators, automatically Jess bang into it again. But you got more info.
It was actually a double header. He said one, the sponsors saying it's not worth it, and but his main thing was what made him really think twice. He says, I do it as a family sport. I'm getting older now. I want my grandkids to be here. I want my daughters to be here. I want my new life partner to be here with me. And that wasn't possible. And said, for me to go and race and they're not there, I can't share it with them. I'll rather not make use, if you want to call it inverted commas, of the sponsorship. I'll rather wait until it's good to go. The biggest loser in this one is going to be Rassig Harris. Rassig was right up to second place already. Second or third, I'm not sure if he'd already passed Cody Alberts at that point, but he was definitely at least into third place behind Cody Alberts. Josh, don't go away, we'll see you now. Josh Broom's come to join us up here in the commentary. Josh was out there earlier on with the Radical, I think it's the SR8 if I remember correctly. Track conditions, Josh, after the rain that came down last night, was it as bad grip-wise as what you expected?
It wasn't great, but I felt that after a few laps it got to the track certainly improved. There was a bit of oil coming out of turn 5, which didn't help the situation. But the car feels good, and the track I think should be great today.
The reliability on your car definitely a whole heap better with the guys that you've got working on the car at the moment. Yeah,
definitely. Rob Eloff and Ash Darwood are looking after the car. And the car is fantastic. We've run, I think, 3 or 4 races without any sort of glitches. We previously had a gearbox issue last year, and that's all, I think, of the past. So I'm very happy. The reliability was an important part of it. We've got the reliability, and now we're getting down to hopefully getting some really good lap times.
Are you going to be using the car for some of the endurance events coming up later in the year?
At the moment, the plan is just to run in Sports and GT, the sprint races. So I think that's the plan for now, and we'll kind of make a decision on it maybe early next year.
I must say, when I had a chat with Rob Eloff during the course of the week, I was chatting to him for getting him on the Second Gear Talk Show, and he's very happy with the results that they've managed to get with the car, and he's pretty confident that the history of that vehicle with gearboxes and clutches and what have you, that is over, and I think you've got a pretty bright future with that motor car going forward. Is it your intention to campaign that car still for a period of time?
Yeah, I mean, last year was a tough year with the gearbox problem, but that was the only issue we've had on the car, and the gearbox has been built correctly now and maintained properly, so we're very happy. So all good. The plan is to carry on with the car. The car right now is the best it's ever been. Unfortunately, this weekend we're running on old tyres, so we're probably about a second and a half off our normal sort of pace. But we should expect to be strong for the last race of the season, and the plan is to run the car at least for next season, and then make a call on what to do.
Fantastic stuff. So big thanks to Rob Eloff, Eloff Transformers, and they prepare a number of cars here at Killarney International Raceway, and getting involved with Josh Broom and making sure that Radical SR8 is definitely on song, and a very happy man that he starts and finishes races now on a regular basis. So it's restart original positions, Frankie. It's going to be 6 laps, not 8.
Well, here we go, as we are now going to do a 6-lapper, not 8. I just got confirmation from Aubrey that everybody does seem to be okay out there on the track, that the driver is fine. A big thanks to all our photographers. Aubrey de Bruin of Cloud Number 9 Photography is out there. Uncle Colin Brown is out there, and there are a few more that are taking photos out on the track, all our accredited photographers, and that's just 2 of the names that pop into my head. And 2 cameramen that you see on main circuit. You get them at karting, at short circuit, at Cape Old drivers. You find them all over at Mega Oval in Worcester, Bredasdorp, at Cape Agulhas Raceway in Vredenburg, at Vescus. You find these gentlemen all over the place. And Aubrey and Colin, just two of the photographers that are out there today. So a big thanks to the two of them and to all the other photographers and our live stream crew, IMUSAT. So Gary, the Clubman's regional saloon cars, sponsored by Mike's Place, are busy working their way through Turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
They coming from your left-hand side, and if you pan across to the right-hand side, the rain's coming from the opposite side. And there's quite a bank of rain there. Not sure if it's going to hit us at this point. We'll have to see. The way the wind is blowing, I think it might just blow past us. If you look out towards the southern suburb side, where does it rain in Cape Town? If it only rains in one spot, Newlands. That is
yep.
out over Newlands. So it's not going to hopefully affect this one whatsoever. Front row of the grid.
Where does it rain, Gary? Newlands.
And when you watch iRacing, who's on a Wednesday night with West Brom Sports and GT, who's normally leading the race? Johan Fourie. Works like that.
Does it?
Well, we've had Byron Mitchell on the iRacing. We've had Troy Dolenchik with the iRacing as well. Two guys that did very, very well today. And, well, there's a lot of, in fact, racing drivers here that are involved with the iRacing for all sports and GT Masters series, which goes out every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. Mike Verrier, Dr. Mike, the man behind that one. And bringing in the likes of Luke Lucchese and Graham Stephen and Johan Fourie
and Francois and the entire Hubert family,
the whole everybody,
and the McCarthy's,
except for the ladies.
Yeah, McCarthy, Stephen, and Sean as well. Sure, Willem Botha and so many others. But yeah,
Sandra Bakari.
Yep, who also will be in action today in the Lauda Sports and GT cars.
No, I believe he's not. He's actually flying. He flew out yesterday, I think it was, and him and Mike, unfortunately, not going to be out there today.
I wasn't aware of that one.
Well, let's see. Ahmad, what can he do with this one? I do believe you're probably going to find it's going to be Nias Modak. It's going to get the... He does exactly what he did last time. Dives between second and third position, comes around the outside, but this time Cody Alberts has got the lead. It's Cody Alberts, it's Nias Modak, and then it's Wayne Wilson as they come out into the Jabez Straight.
Oh, they are sliding coming out of turn number one. The ease rain down at the southern side of the track towards Milnerton, the north. The north side is still pretty dry. Rasik Harris got it all wrong there. He's in there behind Shane Smith. Now he looks up on the inside of Shane Smith. Jesse Huggett and Daniel Kutsia also going one-on-one, and directly behind them is the Jetta of Willie Schwarzer. What a fight out there in that pack as they make their way up the KFM straight. Sorry, up the Tigerberg straight into turn number 4. Car Care Clinic. Down the back man they go. And here comes Nias Modak. Modak up on the inside and blasts past Cody Alberts and into the lead, into turn 5. Pertamina Fostron goes Nias Modak.
Yeah, he's just got that superior power on. Oh, bit of a lockup coming into the corner there. I think that was probably the Helderberg Nissan car and of Wayne Wilson. But look at that battle behind him as they come through underneath the Mad Max Motorcycles bridge. Look at this. Clint Renard's working his way past Idris Ahmad. Is on that outside line, locking up the left-hand front, just in front of that, the Maxima, the Helderberg Nissan Maxima. Clint Renard on the outside line, Idris Ahmad on the inside. Rasik Harris climbs in there as well, and he gets himself up alongside Clint Renard. Who's got the bigger power? Nothing much between them, but unfortunately Clint Renard's got to climb on the brakes a little bit quicker than Rasik Harris. Rasik not scared to go around the outside of turn 2. We saw him there on lap number 1, but he's not been able to get that easily around Renard. I think the two of them are going to go through on the inside of Wayne Wilson. Yup, Idris Ahmad comes through on the inside of Wayne Wilson. Here comes Rasik Harris. Looks like Wayne's running a bit slower. He is the lead Class B car up until now.
Well, you might have a bit of a problem because he's dropped in there behind Rasik Harris and all the others as they head down the back straight. Harris goes through. Harris is on the case of Idris Ahmad. Will you have a look? That little Golf 1 is super quick of Rasik Harris. And Ahmad is in that fight as well. There's a white flag coming out for a slow moving vehicle. it could be Noel Stander. Yes, it's a 127 Class C car of Noel Stander that's rolling into turn 1 as Nias Moda.
Oh, a bonnet just come off on the back straight, Frankie. I saw it high above the pits. It looked like a BMW bonnet that was flipping in the air. I think it came down just to the left-hand side of the track. I don't see any flags out that side. Watch when the cars come past. Whoever's minus a bonnet, it could be the one that's coming through now. Yep,
buddy.
And that is...
That's Dwayne Barnard. Dwayne Barnard, that's the BMW bonnet that came off, and he sits there just behind the number 35 Polo of John O'Kirsten.
Back to the exit of turn number 2. It's Idris Ahmad, it's Rasli Harris, it's Clint Renard. That's that front three, the green, the grey and the white with the red, the G&A motorsport colours on that car of Clint Renard. Then it's the leading Class B car that's in there behind that. And that is Baby Jakes. He's got past Smith, and Danielle Kutsia is within a half a second now, and that is for the lead in Class B. Jacobs from Smith from Kutsia.
Well, what a fight we got out there down the back main for that third position. The three of them are going one-on-one. It's Idris Ahmad, it's Clint Renard, and it's Razi Harris. And Harris will lead those three into Fostron corner. Yes, he does. And right behind them, it is Wilson. Wayne Wilson, followed there by Ahmad. What a fight. Jess Huggett is in the house as well in that lot. So is Baby Jakes as they come down towards us, followed there by Shane Smith and Daniel Kutsia and Willie Swart. What a fight heading down into turn 1 into Holzhoek. That whole group of them going in. The last car to enter that corner will be that red and yellow Jetta of Willie Swart, and that group is light years ahead of that 35 Polo going into turn 1 of John O'Kirsten.
So the question now, Rasik Harris starting from probably about row 5 on the grid. Obviously didn't work for him in the qualifying. He's now got himself up into that third position, but a very good lap time being put in by Cody Alberts at the moment. Alberts 3 seconds off Modak. But Harris, I'm sure, is quicker than what Cody Alberts is at this stage of the fight. Whether it's going to be enough with 3 laps to go, I tend to think that Rasik with that straight line speed is going to do it. Idris Ahmad still ahead there of Clint Renard. They've broken away from the Class B car of Wayne Wilson. So Wilson is in Class A. I thought he was still in Class B. He's actually a Class A car. So Baby Jakes leading out with the 42 car in Class B. Leading out Class C, John O'Kirsten from Bernard. And then looking at the Class F battle, that one is going to be Ryan Large from Van Niekerk and then for Kale.
Right, so as the laps are ticking down, 2 laps to go, 1:29.69. Razi Harris is the fastest man out there. So let's have a look. Exit of turn number 1. There goes your race leader. That is Nias Modak. He's been followed through the kink and into turn 3. Interceptor corner by Cody Alberts. Alberts has got Razi Harris right there with him. They're not too far.
Razik slowing down. Razik Harris is slowing down.
Razik slowing right down there into interceptor corner. What a pity. That car is super quick, but it tends to be a touch unreliable every now and then. And now they're all just blasting past Harris into turn 4, into Car Care Clinic. Cody Alberts going down the back main. He sits there in second place. Here comes Clint Renard. He's got Idris Ahmad right there with him. And Ahmad is being kept honest there by Wayne Wilson and Jesse Huggett. Then it's Baby Jakes right behind him. It is Shane Smith and Daniel Kutsia. Behind Daniel Kutsia, it's the Jetta of Willie Swart heading down into turn 5. And John O'Kirsten should be the next man coming out of turn 4. Car Clinic.
Yep.
It is, and then behind him is Andre Johnson, and they're both ahead there of the BMW of Dwayne Bernard.
So the Class X cars, Ferris Mannon, that started on the tail end of the field, is the quickest out of that. Barcy Berger down in 17th position. Welcome back. Barcy is second overall in the Class X. And then the 101 of Ferreira. But the rain is coming down. We thought it was going to miss us. No, it hasn't. The lap times are definitely going to start going down. and we can see that the guys are just lifting off a little bit quicker when they climb on the brakes. It's just one lap to go.
Yeah, this is the flag lap. I see the flag man is busy reading the checkered flag here. So they are on their final lap. Remember, it was brought down to a 6-lapper after the Stacey Wilson roll at the exit of turn 2. So this is the end of the 6-lap race, as racing down into turn 5 for the final time in race number 1 into Pertamina Fostron is your leader Nias Modak, working his way out of turn 5, Gaza, towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, Nias Modak started on the second row of the grid on the outside, and on the first start he took the whole shot. The second start was behind Alberts. Eventually got past him. Nias Modak will take it. Cody Alberts will take that second position. And then third will go to Killarney just ahead there of Ahmad. And Wayne Wilson eventually gets himself across the line. And sixth overall in Class. Jesse Huggett, having started second from the back of Class A, was not able to make up any positions from there. Baby Jake's leading out Class B in the absence now of Wayne Wilson, that has gone up to Class A. Daniel Kutsia, he was fourth out of the class when they came off the grid. He managed to get himself within 1.1 of a second off the back of Baby Jake, so he did a pretty good job in Class B and picking up second highest points overall for himself for that one. Class C, John O'Kirsten, it was always going to be John O'Kirsten. He took a reasonable gap initially from Bernard, and he managed to hold on to that. 6 seconds was the difference between them. And then that Class F battle, that was Ryan Lodge that beat out on the lady racer Fanika coming through just behind that. And while she did a good job on Fakale, she took almost 6 seconds out of Fakale in that one.
Ryan Lodge from Kiara Fanikak from Tristan Fakale in Class E. Well, that was the opening race. Mike's Place, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. As we look at replays, that's why Noel Stunder was cruising around the track. We just saw, there he comes back on the circuit again. This is a replay, and that was before the light rain even came down. That was in the opening stages of this one. That's the Class C 127 Polo Classic of Noel Stunder.
I was just saying, and Tiny saying as well, remember when Carmen clipped Gavin Surf? Gavin Surf, standing in a similar situation, clipped him and actually took a piece of rubber out of his tire and stuck it between her left-hand front and the rim. That's how they just nipped one another. Now going in there, you're going to be in fourth gear at around about 6,500 RPM. So you're doing about 125, 130 Ks an hour in the apex of that corner. And well, to turn it around there is one thing. To face the oncoming traffic and see what's coming towards you is another. A very scary situation. Well done to the IMUSAT guys picking that up. The Jumbo Golf pointing away on the right-hand side. So
that's the Class D Golf 2 of Denver Benjamin.
Yeah, and him standing there. If you had to dive out on the last to miss the Polo standing on the track, you would have whacked that car. So if you didn't pick it up early enough, you were heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Well, drama out there by the drivers in the Clubmans as we now get ready to do the V8 Masters and Makita Formula Supercars race number 6 of the day.
And 15 V8s out there, and
yes.
5 Opel Supercars, 6 Opel Supercars. Neandertoy, Ryan Catt, Glenn Phillips going to be leading out that one. Fabio Tefani, Sean Moore on the front row of the grid, with Mark Ridgway and Richard Schroeder on the second row. Marcel Angel on the third row with Alistair Brown.
Right, then we'll follow with the SDC Classic cars and BJ Trustees Fine cars combined. Then the cheaper cars, GTI Challenge, and then that will be followed by the Lauda Sports and GT, and that will take us to the lunch break, where we will repeat the program over again, and we will end the day with the Thunder Saloon cars out on track. They'll be doing one race.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here.
Look, it's going to be a thunderation. Trust me, believe me. Even though they are limited to sound, it's still going to be a thunderation to hear those cars out there. Well, we're up here in the commentary box where the window's closed. It's pretty warm up here. But the moment you open a window, you can actually feel it's pretty cold out there. So to the spectators, first of all, welcome back. We didn't want to get you back here on a day like this. But yeah, you know what, you take it any way you can, that's for sure. So nonetheless, they're going to weather the cold, that's for sure. They've been starved of racing for almost a year and 7 months that they weren't allowed to come back to any form of racing here at Killarney International Raceway. And they are still coming in by the gates. I saw 2 more cars come in about 5 minutes ago at the main gate, and sure, it's nice. I see people walking around, not as many as we'd like to see, but yeah, as time goes by, we will see more people come. I think the weather is probably the main reason that these people have not purchased tickets to come to the event. However, they can watch it live on IMUSAT. A big thanks to Stevie Rhodes and the IMUSAT team, and here we go. The V8 Masters are lining up. Look at this field of V8 Masters. Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore, Gary, lock out the front row.
Yeah, pretty much the biggest field that we've seen for a long time. In fact, 15 of them out there. And having spoken to the powers that be that run the class, they say, look, these cars are pretty expensive. They 450, 500,000, somewhere around there. It's pretty much arrive and drive. There's the necessary garages behind the new pit complex. All the necessary work gets done by Richard Quixley and Koskas and the rest of the guys. You arrive with your helmet, you climb into your motor car, and away you go. So a lot of these guys, national, international businessmen, as well as apart from their racing driver careers, and that doesn't always make it possible to get everybody out there on circuit. But, well, they made a plan for today. Uncle Cyril said public can come back. The boys said we back as well. So Tafani and Moore on the front row of the grid. Mark Ridgway, Richard Schroeder, Marcel Angel. There was a period of time that he was all powerful, all dominant. Finds himself once again not on the front row of the grid. In fact, on row number 3, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, he normally finds himself up there in the front row, but he's driving the 77 car today. He's normally campaigns out there with the 14 car, but he is in, I think that is the Rob Warrington car that he is driving today, the 77. I don't see Rob's name on the list. So yes, it is indeed the Rob Warrington car, but it's been driven today by Marcel Angel.
Look at the amount of H2O, otherwise known as rain or water. Aqua. According to Tiny, it's aqua. So with the H2O dropping from the heavens, and it looks like quite a dense cloud out Newland side, we thought was going to miss us. No, it hasn't. And these cars are all on, to the best of my knowledge, slick tires. So it could become a slide fest out there, and that is where the old hands like Marcel Angel, Fabio Tafani, Sean Moore, these guys, we're probably going to find that's going to work in their favor as opposed to the rest of the pack. The last of the cars coming off the grid, and it's Neanderthal from Ryan McCarthy, Glenn Phillips, and then Alton Steyn. I see Alton Steyn out there on the second row of the grid on the outside. He's actually had a car built by Neanderthal recently and took part in some oval track racing. And, well, he was pretty good at that as well. So, Alton Steyn, welcome to Oval Track Racing. But today it's all about the main circuit. V8 Masters and Makita Formula Supercars out there on circuit. I think it's about 22 in total.
Well, I'll tell you what, this rain isn't going to stick around for long. The cloud cover is pretty high. You can see at least half a Table Mountain, but most important, our telltale hill that lies between Bloberg and Melkbos, that one is open. And if that's open, it either means that there isn't going to be rain or it won't be a heck of a lot. If you cannot see that hill, then you know there's a hell of a lot of rain coming, or it is busy storming already.
I love it.
Our telltale hill is open. And Gary loves it. And this is not Newlands. This is Killarney.
Yeah. So, well, I know I shouldn't say it, but I love it when the rain comes out, because that's where the finesse of the top drivers, the guys that don't have the big budgets but have got the cars that handle pretty well, and they've got finesse, soft hands on the steering wheel, nice and smooth and light on the brakes, feeding the power in. That's where these kind of guys come through, and that's when you have such a variation in the racing. So heat number 1, V8 Masters at the front, Makita Formula Supercars. Let's hope the V8 Masters picks up a series sponsor for 2022. 15 of them out there. Brilliant stuff. If you take it at R500,000 a car, that's like 7.5 million rand. That's leading out.
It's a couple of noughts, that's for sure, yeah.
It's a lot of rain. You can buy a lot of rain with 7.5 million. Here they come, underneath the RST and Mad Max Bridge. Frankie Ernest, take them off the line.
The lights are on. We wait for the lights to go off, and away they go with the V8 Masters. Oh, look at that. That is Ford Mustangs. That's V8 racing at its best as they head into turn 1, into Holzhoek. The supercars will be coming through. There's chaos already in turn number 1. A car that's gone off the track. You will rejoin, but at the back end of the field. But up front, it's all about Fabio Tafani. That will lead them into turn number 2. And he's already opening up a sizable gap. Is Tafani in the supercars. It's a Neanderthal that leads him there from Glenn Phillips in that second position, heading down into turn 2.
Yep, and in there behind Phillips, a little bit further back, is Alton Steyn. He finds himself, I think it's Ryan Cat. Yeah, it's Ryan Cat in the orange car. Nice to see Ryan out there. Man, it's very much involved for a long time with half main. But down the back main, it's Fabio Tafani that's going to lead them up. Richard Schroeder up into third position.
Yeah, Schroeder sits up there in that third place, and Alistair Brown is there in there behind him, and on the outside of Brown is Marcel Angel. Watch a yellow 77 of Marcel Angel. He's in that fourth position, just behind Alistair Brown. But here comes your leader, lap number 1 in the bag, under the Mad Max and RST bridge, down the Porsche Club straight into turn 1. Holzhoek goes your class and overall leader. Fabio Tafani is also one of the drivers that come from Gauteng to join us down here at Killarney International. Tafani making his way now into turn 2. And behind Tafani, we've got Mark Ridgway. Ridgway second. Richard Schroeder is there in that third position, being hassled there by the 22 of Alistair Brown. Right on his case is Marcel Angel. Then it's Ibotson that's in there behind him, and then the 64 of Barry Ingle.
Well, somebody forgot to tell Fabio Tafani in the driver's briefing that it's actually going to be a bit damp out there when he goes out to race, and he should just be a bit careful. He's just up, dusted and disappeared. Fabio Tafani, normally up front in the last year and a half, but as dominant as this? No, not what we would have expected. Richard Schroeder holding on in there behind the 51 car of Ridgway. Brown just 0.3 of a second, 0.3 of a second behind Schroeder. And then Marcel Angel in the 77 yellow mean machine, also just 0.3 last time they came across the start-finish line. And that group, I think, is closed up to probably going to be about 0.2 when they come past us. What a lovely camera shot as they come out of turn 5, out into the front main and underneath the Mad Max Motorcycles Bridge.
Of course, between Iverson and Ingle is Roy Campos in P7, and that's another man that comes from Gauteng in the Campos transport outfit. He is in there as well. Let's have a look and see what the supercar boys are doing as they head down towards us. Oh, Neanderthal and Glenn Phillips are sitting out there in P1 and 2. They are side by side. Ryan Cat not too far behind them. He's been chased down there by Alton Steyn. Meantime, it is Phillips up on the inside into turn 1, into Holzhoek, and Glenn Phillips takes the lead in the supercar category away there from Neanderthal.
Somehow Phillips seemed to have the legs on the toy, and
Gary, problems in turn 2. V8 Masters are spun there in turn 2 in Quarry Corner.
Well, they're slightly unsighted as to the oncoming traffic. Luckily, Alton Steyn was the next one to come through, and he'll pull up alongside that V8 Master once the V8 Master gets the hammer. No, he goes past. So Alton Steyn finds himself in third place in the Makita Formula Supercars, but back to the leaders.
Oh, look at this fight coming out here for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and 7th position, and that's all behind the leader Fabio Tafani as they head into turn 1 into KFM corner. Mark Ridgway sits there in that second place. He's been hassled there by Richard Schroeder. Right behind Schroeder is Marcel Angel. Then behind him it's Alistair Brown. In there behind Alistair Brown is Jason Ibbotson, and right there with Jason Ibbotson as he has a look up on the inside of Brown is a 29 of Roy Campos.
Yeah, Rui Campos has now caught up onto the back of that grid. So they've gone to fetch Fabio Tofani. Tofani originally ran away at the front of the pack. He's only 0.9 ahead of Mark Ridgway when they came over the start-finish line. So did he have a moment? I'm not too sure. We didn't see anything on the IMUSAT coverage through the double right-hander. Car Care Clinic out into the back main. Tofani using the whole curbstone and more. Ridgway is being closed down just a little bit by the TRS construction car of Shredder up into that 4th place. As Frankie said earlier, on the 77 car. That's not normally the car campaigned by Marcel Angel, but he's got to cover that inside line as Brown closes right up onto the back of him. There was 0.2 of a second between them last time they came around. He got a little bit away from Brown. Brown's now closed back up onto the tail end, and well, I tell you what, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, Linus Stern, lovely stuff. 15 cars out there in V8 Masters.
Well, watch out for this man. That's coming through now, Sean Moore. He was the car in the V8 Master car that got it all wrong in turn number 1 of lap number 1, and he's busy fighting his way back, and he's not too far behind the 29 of Campos. As a matter of fact, he's 4.1 seconds behind Roy Campos, and this man, Sean Moore, is certainly the man on a mission. Talking about Campos as they head into turn number 3 to intercept corner. He was all over the back bumper there of the 22, and I think that's Alistair Brown. Yes, it is, as they head into turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Remember, Ibbotson is a silver class entry, the 46 car that's in 5th position, and he's the one that's in there behind Dane Angel as you see them going down the back main. That's the blue one with the silver as they go down towards turn 5, Cape Town corner. And sure, what a lovely race it is. V8 Masters coming out in numbers here today. Campos looks like he's made up one position. It looks like Campos is up, and he's now just got one car between himself and Marcel Angel. Can he close up that gap and get past Ibbotson and get onto the back of Angel?
Well, it's a good confirmation of that car that's standing there. That
Stuart
V8.
Spooner.
That's correct, Stuart Spooner.
Wow, spin down in turn number 1.
Oh, and that would be Campos and Brown.
Yep.
That is Alistair Brown and Roy Campos, trouble in turn 1, Holzhoek.
Yeah, looks like it's Alistair Brown that's got going. I think Campos has gone in too deep and backwards, probably spun the tires, not trying to not go too deep into the sand. I think that one's beached, and that's where it's going to stand. So waved yellows going into 1, and with Stuart Spooner in 2, there's waved yellows there as well. And now the rain is coming down. It's action aplenty. It's 3 laps to go. I love the rain.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where is the supercar dice. There, the supercar dice is going into turn 1 now, into Holzhoek. Neanderthal from Glenn Phillips. Remember, now there'll be no overtaking from the entrance of turn number 1 holes up until the exit of turn number 2 Quarry Corner. So they've got to be very careful. Phillips cannot make a move anywhere on Neanderthal. He can make a move from there, he can, but he's not close enough on track to make any move there on Neanderthal as they head into turn 3 interceptor corner, and that is the fight for 1st and 2nd in the supercar.
Well, Stuart Spooner's car has now been towed away, and the waved yellows has been taken away. It was double waved yellows. For some other reason, there's still a waved yellow, although they are way away from the corner. So I'm not sure why the marshal's still going with the waved yellow, because that car is far away from the circuit. So it should only be turn number 1 with the single waved yellow. But the rain is now coming down pretty heavily. I must say the cameras don't really give you an idea of how much rain there is. It's just giving you a beautiful picture out there. Tofani 2 seconds ahead of Shredder, but it's a tight battle. Shredder has got 6 tenths on Ridgway, 7 tenths on Angel, and Ibbotson, the leading Class B car, just 3.8 behind them.
Right down the back main goes your overall leader. That's Fabio Tofani making his way past 2 of the slower supercars into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, and he's been hassled there by Mark Ridgway and Marcel Angel. They sit in 2nd and 3rd in the V8 class. They need to clear those 2 slower supercars before they can get onto the case of Tafani as the final lap starts. One more lap to go. Your front three are on their last lap, heading into turn one, into Holzhoek. Here comes Jason Ibbotson across the line, and there's a sizable gap before we see Sean Moore. Now remember, Sean Moore was fighting his way through. Here comes Sean Moore, and then behind Sean Moore, it is a recovering Alistair Brown.
Tafani on his way through the Kingtown. Oh, we got a spin. It's one of the supercars that's spun it out. And I think that is Engel that has spun in turn 2. And he gets that one going. The leaders in the V8 Masters now working their way past the grandstand. A lot more people on the grandstand. Lovely. That light rain dropping there on the double right-hander. Car Care Clinic out into the back main. Fabio Tafani from pole position, leading them out. Schroeder's closing. Schroeder in the TRS construction car is closing. Mark Ridgway looks in the mirror and he sees the 77 Mean Machine of Angel as they work their way down the back straight for the last time down into Cape Town corner. Put them in a Fastron, and next time they come through will be for the checkered flag.
Well, Glenn Phillips had a spin in 5. He's going again. He still sits second to Neander Toy, but it's a distant second now as a checkered flag gets ready for this man. Fabio Tafani comes home in P1. Richard Schroeder second, followed there by Mark Ridgway and Marcel Angel crossing the line. They are first, second, third, and fourth in the V8 Masters.
A leader in Class B, Jason Ibbotson. That's the blue one coming through now. Lovely stuff, Jason Ibbotson. And the next one in that class will be Moore. He finds himself a long way back, having started on the front row of the grid. And, well, he's going to come through ahead of Brown. Will he make it through? Yep, he does. So that is Sean Moore from Alistair Brown. And then second in the silver class is, in fact, Gary Thompson. We missed out on him. Yep. Lovely drive, Gary. Well done. Second behind Jason Ibbotson.
Yeah, that 17 car got the checkered flag. V8 Masters have taken the flag. There goes your race leader into turn 5 in the supercars, into Fastron. And that will be Race Mace, Neander Toy, as the rest of the, or the last of the supercars cross the line. Neander Toy will come home in P1. Glenn Phillips will finish in second, but it will be a distant second for Phillips because he spun the car in a Fastron a lap prior to that. So,
but he still did very well. If you think with a spin, how far he is, how far he isn't off Neander Toy, and still remaining ahead of Ryan Catt as well, even with that spin. So a pretty good drive into that second position.
Yeah, in the supercars, only De Toy and Phillips. Car 7 and 54 that ended there on the lead lap. Alton Steyn finishing one lap down in third, ahead there of Ryan Catt.
So if any of the pit crews listening, please tell Fabio Tafani it's actually raining out there. Just you know, for interest's sake.
Well, there we see. That's a 10 car. That was Damon, Yassif Damon, that spun that 10 supercar there in turn 2 in Quarry Corner.
That Yassine Damon, I think he was being involved with drifting and street to strip. Yassine Damon, if I remember correctly. If it's the same person I'm thinking of, if it is, well,
probably.
Nice to see him out there now on main circuit.
Well, there you see a shot of the commentary box, and that's a team up here. Myself, Frankie Yennis, together with Gary Fleming, Byron Height, and the big guy, you can't miss him. That's on that's on your right to the screen. That well, they've taken it off, so I don't know who Tiny's waving at. There's the incident between Roy Campos and Alistair Brown, and that looks like Sean Moore. Yes, it is Sean Moore that also got it wrong there on the exit of turn 5 Fastron.
You can look at those pictures at the house. You cannot see exactly how wet the track actually got at one stage of the fight. And it looks quite dry like that, but just enough foggies to make it pretty interesting. Round number 1, V8 Masters Makita Formula Supercars for the day. They've got one more to go after the luncheon break.
And 1:17.377 by Fabio Tafani was the fastest time out there.
Well, shortly we'll be moving on to the SDC Classic cars and Bijou Trusty Fine cars. A little bit of cleanup to do first on the circuit from the V8 Masters and Makita Formula Supercars, and of course after the Classic and Fine cars there's also the cheaper cars GTI Challenge for some more action as well there, and the louder sports and GT cars. Lunch break will then commence after that, and then at about 25 past 1, there and thereabouts, we'll start off with the second of the motorcycle races, the second group of motorcycle races for the day. Formula Libra is doing another race. Mike Place, Clubman Saloons, they'll be doing a second race a bit later on as well as the V8 Masters and Makita Formula Supercars. Just remember as well, ending off the day will be the Thunder Saloons. I think this will be only their 4th outing. They're only doing 1 race on a particular race day, so they haven't gone up to 2 yet. But we'll just go through as well the grid for the SDC Classic cars and Bijou Trusty Fine cars. A little bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds, a mini shower that we had. Franco Donadio in the Escort Mark 1. Very familiar livery on that one. He'll be pole position alongside Charles Harton in the Datsun that will be pulling in alongside him there on the front row. So good field actually, 26 cars in all if you put it all together. The return of the R100 Mazda of Dave Kopka. Now that's a big name for many years as well. Raced Group N many years ago and is a staple in South African racing. Proud to call him from Cape Town over here. He'll be starting in the 3rd position. Just looking a little bit further down, 17th position. Trevor Momberg out of position in the Ford Capri. Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche 944 Turbo ahead of Trevor Hutchings, quite nicely up in the top 5, the number 1 in the Sirocco, the orange Sirocco usually. And also as well, Michael Hitchcock out of position as well, 16th position in the Ford Mustang. He will be starting off. Dave Aladeff, man who always knew him as an Alpha man. He's a BMW 325 IS man nowadays, ahead of Martin Bench in the Capri and the Mark II Golf that's in there as well. Just want to see who's going to be campaigning that Mark II Golf. Neil Mouton, 21 in his Alpha Julia Super. The Mark II Golf is Lane Hutchings, the son of Trevor Hutchings. Bruce Avon Taplin representing the Toyota runners over there as well in the Corolla. And I think what happens is the Conquest RSI is out there as well of Dion Conradi. That will be the 20th position, ahead of Neil Mouton, behind Herman de Kock in the Escort 1.6. But like I say, the wind came up a little bit. We had a mini shower, but it looks like the rain has settled a little bit. We had quite a bit of action in today's racing. A few red flags, but also as well a few spins we had in the previous race. We'll go off here for a short little bit, and we'll join you shortly. So, yeah, well and truly out now. Escorts, Datsuns, the Datsun 240Z there of Charlie Arton. He also raced a BMW a number of years ago, CSL BMW. There's Trevor Momberg in the familiar blue Capri. The Alpha Julia Super, Neil Mouton. Always a few Siroccos out there as well. And the likes of Fred Phillips and the Austin Healey Sprite. I see the Chris Champion is out on there as well. We'll see, he was always in the MGA, having a little bit of a go at it. This is Skyline, and that's Skyline. Of course, the MGB GT V8 is Chris Champion, excuse me. I don't see the usual MGA out there as well.
The yellow one, the MGTD, I think it's a TD. There's the other MGA, the red one.
Austin Healey Sprites over there, coming around. That associate Fred Phillips. And the Mustang of Ferdy Mouton, one of a couple of Mustangs in this race as well. VW Sirocco, like I said earlier on, Trevor Hutchings. Dion Valentine, the Leyland Mini, of course, was entered. The Nissan Skyline, Stephen Manuel, there we go. The Nissan Skyline coming around. There is the red MGA as well that we were just talking about just shortly now as well. Derek Wilsner in the trusty Ford Anglia. There we go. Roger Lewis, that's the name I was looking for earlier on as well. Always campaigning. Dr. Jeff Bill, I should rather say, in 13th. He's always in the 944 Porsche. Watching the Dave Kopka R100 Mazda rotary.
Haven't seen that car on the track, or car driver combination on the track, for quite a while. No, his wife has been pretty sick recently. Let's hope that him being on the track is a sign that things is going well at this stage of the fight. So fantastic to see the legend himself, Dave Kopka, out there on the grid. So it's going to be interesting, as always. The Mark 1, Franco Donadio, will be probably in P1 pole position. And then you tend to think it's going to be Charles Arton that's going to be alongside.
Well, let's see now the battle between the two for the Escort versus the Datsun. Didn't mention much about the fine cars as well. Like I said, Stephen Manuel and Theo Klaassen, they're the dueling Nissans that will be in the fine cars. Fred Phillips, Chris Champion. Watch out, though, for Arnold Lambert, Robert Rowe, and Melanie Cook. Remember, that's a VW Jetta versus BMW battle over there as well. Front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, and that can be pretty hot as well.
Yeah, give Melanie the right stuff underfoot. And I mean, there was one race meeting that she had Papa Bear's BM, and she won 3 out of 3. So definitely very, very capable. Nice to see the likes of the number 1 of Trevor Hutchings on the 5th place. Looks like it's going to be our usual pairing of Charles Arton in the Nissan alongside the Ford Escort. Dave Kopka on the 2nd row of the grid. The 196 on the outside of that is Honeywell. And then, looks like the 95 BMW is in there as well. That's Dancing Dave Aladef. Nice to see him in something else, a BMW, for the first time. I think it was about 2 meetings back. If I remember correctly, it was around about the first time that you saw him in that BMW. Then the Capri in there as well. That's Martin Bench, Hutchings, Valentine, and Wilsner. They all in the Class C battle.
Well, just getting that little Dion Valentine Mini into position as well. And, just to see if that motor car will be running. We have the Lynx Racing Porsche 944 in there as well. And we always have the likes of Jeff Bill and Andrew Honeywell, of course, in those 944 Porsches. Bruce Avon Taplin, the 1600cc Toyota. He has got Herman de Kock well and truly with him as well. Well, he's actually a little bit further down the field, excuse me. And then we have Martin Bench in that Ford Capri as well. Lane Hutchings, Golf Mark II.
That's 7th and 8th on the grid. So Lane and Trevor, 5th and 8th. Off the line they come. Nice to see the sounds, the sights and sounds of Dave Kopka, a legend in his own lifetime out there. Remember the days when he was involved in Clubman's racing with Jess Huggett and Brian Bright, and that goes back many, many moons. But he's back out there again, and brilliant stuff. I think at the time that Jess and Dave were racing against one another, I think it was John Clark, I think, was the owner of the Golf that Jess was racing with at that stage of the fight. Don Clark, that's the name I was looking for.
Well, all off on their warm-up lap now behind the safety car. We'll take them around. They'll be doing a rolling start. And the one I was actually looking at, Porsche 944 of Andrew Honeywell, is in the familiar Golf colours. We'll see also the fine cars making their way around turn 2 Quarry Corner. And this is going to be a very interesting battle with Donadio and Charles Arton, Dave Kopka, back again, as Gary has pointed out as well, and it's good to have the old legends back. You know, when you talk about names like Dave Kopka and Jess Huggett coming back to racing after a while away, you know, it's in their blood. It's what they do, and you miss them when they're not here. And the big smiles on the faces around the circuit are back on the faces when those names are mentioned.
Well, to all the public that's joined us today, big thank you. Nice to see that first opportunity you guys have had, that you come join us here at the circuit again. And everybody watching at home, Roshan, McCree, and all the regulars. It's fantastic to know that there's lots of people watching us, in fact, around the world, because there's normally a couple of thousand views, and it's actually been an eye-opener for us as to how many people actually show interest in Killarney International Raceway and would come and watch if they were in the provider area, if you want to call it that, within 100 kilometers. That's a provider area as far as we're concerned. So to all the national and international watchers, hello, welcome, good morning. It's almost afternoon already. We're with the SDC Classic cars and BJ Trustees Fines. Their race number 1 for the day. As they come up towards the line, our 2 usual front contenders on the front row of the grid, 240 Nissan, and then alongside that the Mark 1 Escort. Dave Kopka climbs on the gas pretty quickly. Honeywell doesn't have an answer for that. Kopka up on the outside of Donadio, but he gets closed off, and he goes for the inside line. Going around the outside is Charles Arton. Can Charles hold on to that position? Dave Kopka has been out in the circuit for a long time, but the power to weight ratio on that car, well, up alongside Charles Arton, but Charles keeps the hammer down with a 240Z. It's Donadio that leads them down into turn number 2. Honeywell there in that 4th position. And then in there behind that is Dave Aladef from Trevor Hutchings.
Good clean start from everyone. The fine cars, the Bijou Trusty fine cars, are also off the line then as well. And it looks like it's going to be Arnold Lambert ahead of, Robert Rowe. I think it's fallen down. Melanie Cook is up into 2nd position at the moment. And then we have one of the Skylines over there. I think it could be Steve Emmanuel. There's Melanie Cook spinning, unfortunately, in Quarry. And, that's going to relegate her now to the back of the field. The fire bucky will go right past her.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, unfortunately,
we
Gary,
just spoke about it. We shouldn't have.
It was a good, confident start, but it looks like we can get ourselves a fight back. She'll be coming up to the back shortly then of Roger Lewis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she'll catch up pretty quickly, but the dampness causing a little bit of a problem. Dave Kopka in that 3rd position, coming up towards the RST and Mad Max Motorcycles Bridge. It's the Donadio transport car that leads out from Charles Arton, Franco Donadio from Charles Arton. Then it's Dave Kopka. Then the next one coming through behind that is Dancing Dave Aladef, the man that's moved to BMW. He's got Honeywell in there behind him. Then the Capri of it's coming through behind that. Wow, I tell you what, it's looking pretty good for that Class C battle now as well.
There's a whole gaggle of cars there, Gary. Dion Valentine on the outside in the little Mini over there. On his inside will be Dr. Jeff Bill in the 944 Porsche. You can't get much different cars. I should rather say you'll poke the nose ahead, but the mighty Mini goes on the inside into Quarry over there. Bruce Avon Taplin behind them. Also there, Michael Hitchcock.
Yeah, the Scirocco running towards the outside of the track. First the nose washed away, turned in on it, managed to come off the brakes, got a bit of grip on the front. The back end came out, and then it was all Cook Sister stuff on the steering wheel as he got it back onto the center of the track and carried on from there. So Dave Aladef ahead of Honeywell as they work their way down the back main, but if they look right down towards Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron, they see the front 3 already working their way out and up into the front main.
Well, we have 2 Capris going down the back straight as well, and there is yellow flags in Pertamina Fastron. It looks like an Escort has pulled off onto the gravel over there as well. And we'll try and pick up a number, but everybody goes past. That will cancel out that section for passing. I see that Dion Valentine is now behind the Scirocco there of Trevor Hutchings, and that is going to be about 13th position. Well, sorry, not 13th position, a little bit further up, 7th and 8th position, with Avon Taplin in 9th, Bill in 10th in the 944. Hitchcock comes up, though, into 7th in the Mustang. And also a battle to watch, Gary, is the Aladef-Honeywell battle, because Aladef got a good jump off the start on Andrew Honeywell's 4th position.
Yeah, Honeywell in the Porsche in there behind the 3 Series BMW in that classic Wingfield colours. On their way through the kink they go and moving down now towards Interceptor Corner. Nothing much between the two of them. The front three, the big question was always going to be, so Franco Donadio is going to be up front, Charles Arden's going to be up front. Where does Dave Kopke fit into that? A lot of people won't remember, sort of like the kind of lap times he was doing. Well, Dave Kopke not managing to trounce them as they work their way down towards Cape Town Corner, Pertamina Fastron. He does not have an answer for them, but he's in a very comfortable third position, almost a full length of a back straight from Aladef and Honeywell, and then the first of the Capris coming through behind there, Martin Bench leading out Class C from Hutchins in the number 1 car.
Well, Melanie Cook has also made her way up past the MGA of Roger Lewis. She'll be now making her way towards the Austin Healy ahead of her as well, of Fred Phillips. And I saw there was a lovely battle going on as well between the BMW of Robert Rowe.
67 Mustang.
All right. 67 Mustang has pulled off, excuse me. So what happens is that will be the Michael Hitchcock machine. Of course, the Ford Mustang, he was running in 8th position and unfortunately pulling off the circuit now, so not going to be making it any further.
Well, so the Class A battle is the Nadia from Charles Arden, Dave Kopke, Dave Aladef, and then Honeywell, Andrew Honeywell in there behind that. Martin Bench leading out the Class C from Valentine in the 38 car. And then that Class B battle, that's Bruce Aventappen, which you would expect pretty much. Bruce is normally at the front end of the field with the 68 of Maton in there, a little bit further behind him, about almost 3 seconds off from Dr. Jeff Beal, and then Jonathan Gunn in the 133 behind that.
Yeah, that Aventappen Corolla, Gary, probably one of the top front-wheel drive cars in this particular class. Just to complete my sentence as well, the bonnet's going open of that number 67 Mustang, and of course that is parked in the oval section, so there's some troubles over there as well. Looking a little bit further down, I know Rowe and one of the Nissans was also going hammer and tongs at it as well. That was Stephen Manuel. Unfortunately, Stephen Manuel has fallen down to 21st position, and the leader currently still in the club, the fine cars class, is Arnold Lambert.
Arnold Lambert from Theo Klaassen, and Lambert's managed to take almost 3.5 seconds out of Klaassen, and then another 2.5 back to Rowe, and then Chris Champion with 4 laps to go for the classic and fine cars. And well, there's not that many of them out there, but I tell you what, in total it makes up a very good race.
Well, we just had now it's retirement to the pit lane there for Charles Arden, Gary. So unfortunately from 2nd position out of the race. That means Dave Kopke is the man in 2nd place, with Aladef coming up into 3rd. Honeywell will be now 4th position, and that will round off the top Class A over there, with Martin Bench still leading Class C with 5th overall. In
fact, Martin Bench has just gone through turn number 3. I cannot see how he could have got through that corner so fast. He came through like he was just going to drive straight past them, and it's exactly what he's done. Look at that. The 73 car past the Porsche, takes 10, 12 car lengths out of it, gets right onto the back of locks up the right hand. I think it was the left hand front that locked up on that Capri. Goes past Aladef as well. That Capri is flying. Brilliant half of that. I don't know where he found the extra pace.
And as well, we have the Class B battle as well. The Mini and the Capri. The Capri leading that one at the moment. Martin Bench coming around here, Gary. And there was 9/10 of a second between the two of them the last time out. They'll be coming across the line. And it was being nose to tail basically over here as well. As we see that, you can see the Trevor Momberg coming through there as well. And it looks like it's still going to be the Capri of Martin Bench ahead. But 6/10 of a second. So Dion Valentine is really peddling it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That little Mini gets a lot of attention. Oh, the 73 Capri all over the show, just ahead of Honeywell, and lost a lot of ground with that one. So Aladef is going to be pushed pretty hard to get onto the back of Honeywell, and Martin Bench has now been closed down pretty much by Honeywell after making that error, a double error actually, as he came out of turn number 2. It got away. He caught it. It got away from him a second time. He had to roll right out of the gas and lost a lot of speed as he came out of the corner. But he caught them so quickly. He's just riding away from them again with that Capri as he works his way down the back main. And now he's going to pick up a couple of back markers as well.
Well, Fadi Mouton, 7th position at this time. He is leader of Class B, ahead of Bruce Evan Taplin's Corolla. And then the 133, 9th overall of Gunn. And, of course, that's Jonathan Gunn in the VW Sirocco. But that Mustang of Fadi Mouton still leading it away in that particular class. Martin Bench, like I said, he leads 0.6 of a second ahead of Dion Valentine. Then we go a little bit further down to Lambert, who still leads in the number 61 as the 15th position overall of the fine cars, ahead of Klaassen. And Klaassen is the Theo Klaassen, who's in that Nissan Skyline. So what happens is that now rounds that part off. Let's look at Melanie Cook. She went past Phillips as well, and she's now trying to close up the gap on Momberg, and she's only a second off.
Well, that after she had a spin in turn number 2 on lap number 1, and you did say watch her make her way back through the pack, and that's exactly what has happened. Somebody we've forgotten about is up, dusted and disappeared. He's almost 20 seconds away at the front end of the field. That's Franco Donadio, and he's taken that Donadio plant hire Mark 1 Escort right away from everybody and everything in the absence and losing that second place car that was in there behind him, and opening up a then bigger gap through to Dave Kopka. He's now just literally driven into the future. He's got 1 lap to go, barring horribly unforeseen circumstances. He's going to have a wall-to-wall victory in this one.
Well, I was about to announce the fastest lap from Donadio, and he just extended it, as I was about to say, at a 1:24.008 for him. Now 19.6 seconds ahead of Dave Kopka. Andrew Honeywell still hanging in there in 3rd position at the moment. Dave Aladef going down to 4th position. Martin Bench 11.5 seconds back ahead of Jonathan Gunn, and that will be, of course, the 6th place man. 1 more lap left to go. They are on right now, so Franco Donadio didn't have much of a challenge from anybody in this race. It's unfortunate about Charles Arton, the Datsun 240Z, not going to be finishing this race, as on the screens now Conradi comes right past us in the Conquest. And while we watch out now for the flag, they'll be readying it now. 8th and final lap. Dr. Jeff Bill's Porsche, the Lynx Racing Porsche, comes across the line. He is Class B, 3rd position, in 11th position at this time. Then the Mark II Golf of Lane Hutchings will come right across as well. So Lane Hutchings will be the Class C3, and in 11th position ahead of Bruce Evan Taplin. There comes Franco Donadio. He takes the victory. And it will be over 20 seconds ahead of the returning Dave Kopka in the Mazda R100. Welcome back, Dave. Great result still. And, well, what happens is he will be taking a 2nd position. Here he comes right now. The Mazda comes across the line. Watch out. Andrew Honeywell will be surely next over here, but it's still a bit of a gap until we see him. The MGB. It's, of course, Chris Champion comes across the line. Then the Skyline of Manuel, Stephen Manuel, the winner of class of the fine cars class, the Bijou Trustees fine cars class, will be Arnold Lambert. And ahead of Theo Klaassen's Nissan Skyline, that will be 14th overall. Trevor Momberg will come across in 19th behind Stephen Manuel, and then looks like Bruce Evan Taplin actually not finishing the race. He'll be 1 lap down. Martin Bench comes through, wins Class C, and ahead of Dion Valentine. 0.6 of a second between the two of them. Dion Valentine bringing that Leyland Mini to 7th over here now as well. So ahead of Mouton, 8th position overall, and will be 2nd in class. Jonathan Gunn, the man winning his class over here as well. Jonathan Gunn will be 5th overall, 133 VW Sirocco. And, well, that'll be ahead of Fadi Mouton in 8th position. Trevor Hutchings, Class C, 3rd position. That will be 11th ahead of Conradi. So that was our first SDC Classic Cars and Bijou Trustee Fine Cars race for the day. We now move on to the GTI Challenge.
Right, we're going to get ready with the cheapercars.co.za GTI Challenge. Just some replays that you saw on the screen of the action that happened out there in the BJ Trustees Fine Cars and SDC Classic Cars. That's Melanie Cook that spun the VW Fox around. And the next time we see Miss Melanie Cook race, she will be Mrs. Melanie Lambert.
Everybody makes mistakes at some stage of their life. Just got a message from Martin Richards. The car that Jess was riding against Dave Kopka back in the day was owned by Don Cray.
Oh, Don Cray.
That's the one.
That's the word. He used to race Stanley Group N as well, Don Cray, for the Opel team.
That was the second Golf that Jess raced with. The first one was a blue one. It also belonged to somebody else. Jess rode it for a period of time, and then he gave it to his son. You'll probably find Martin will give me that information as well.
Yeah, Don Cray, remember, from Group N days, yes.
Yep. Yeah, Don Cray with the Jumbo Golf.
The Jumbo guy said the Cadet, the Golf.
I think it was Class C that those 1800 Golfs ran in.
Yeah, I remember those days when Terry Moss and Sadel van der Merwe were still racing in those first 16-valve Golfs. That's late 80s we're talking about now.
Probably some of the best racing that we've ever seen in South African motorsport, with the BMWs going from the 320 to the 333 to the 325i, and then going to the shadow line with the 1800 Cadets, going to the 2-litre Cadet, going to the Boss, and then ending up with the Super Boss, the Golfs going from the 1800 to the 2-litre to the 2-litre 16-valve. And wow, that was back in the day when Dennis Joubert ran Killarney International, and Dion Joubert was out there racing with the 3 Series BMWs. But that goes back 3 decades, probably 3 decades, almost 4 decades back. And he's giving our age away.
Yeah, Dion and them, of course, back in the days of the old Winfield BMWs when he was racing with the late Tony Viana and Jeff Goddard and those crew. Yeah, we going back way back when. So yeah, there's a lot of history and legacy between Gary and myself from the early 80s already from motorsport. But we're getting ready for the second last race before the lunch interval, which is the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge. And if everybody is out there, we should have the likes of Colin Meader, Kai van Zyl, Umpi Swart, Marco Busi, Dylan Joubert, Jason Coetzee, and Janu van der Westhuizen in Class A. Class B, we should have Eden Thompson, Jaco Lambert, Giordano Lupini, Ian Kapp, Mark Thompson, and Nadia Nair. And then in Class C, the 10 Golf of Skull Keldernice, Alfie van Zyl, Chasey Herald, Carl Walsher, Nathan Victor, and Tate Bishop. That should be the full field. If all the drivers are out there, those are the entrants for Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge.
Well, if you think Tate Bishop, the first time that he came out in Class C GTI Challenge, it wasn't long after that he went into the National Polo Cup Series. He's now been to just about all of the main circuits throughout South Africa. And I do believe that the Tate Bishop that we saw the first time out in GTI Challenge is a much more learned version now, having been involved with that series throughout the country. And if you think how the likes of Jana van der Westhuizen grew in knowledge and stature and mental capacity once he went with that National Polo Series, I think you're going to see a big difference in Tate Bishop when you see him out there on circuit today. But it's all about Umpi Swart. He leads out from the Automan Fitment Center outfit in second place of Busi. Jana van der Westhuizen, let's hope that it goes well for him. He hasn't had much happiness with the Polo recently, and they haven't been happy with the power output on that motor car. But if they've got it now sorted out, then I do believe you'll find he'll be a whole heap closer to Umpi Swart. Jason Coetzee has done brilliantly as well.
Yeah, as he was known in karting as the Iron Man, Jason Coetzee. And literally because once he was up front, you battled your backside off to get past him. He wasn't the easy campaigner to get past, and that's where that name came from, amongst others. So let's have a look. See, the moment that the circuit is clear, we will get ready with the opening race of the cheaper cars VW GTI Challenge. I'm having a look around to see what the situation is. For me, the track looks pretty okay from here, but clearly there must be something going on the circuit that I'm just not picking up, because the moment the marshals are ready, they will give the go-ahead for the cars to be released out onto the circuit.
I think Class C is going to be pretty much a tight battle up front. I see Carl Wiltshire, the man leading the championship, has done a 130.35, 1/10 slower than that. Chase Herald, after his rollover, new spray job and a straightened suspension, finds himself alongside Carl Wiltshire at the front of Class C. And I do believe that that's going to be a pretty tight one. Chase not in the championship. Chase, excuse my pun, is not in the championship dice, so he'll have nothing to lose. Alfie van Sale and Tate Bishop, and Nathan Victor finds himself only 5th on the grid in Class C, and we've seen Nathan Victor be serious competition for Carl Wiltshire before. So let's hope for Carol and the rest of the crew that it all goes well. Maybe Carol will still join us up here in the commentary box. I don't see her down in the pit lane. She normally pops up here to come and watch from upstairs. As Michelle Alberts walks down the pit road, going to sort out lunch for Cody and the boys. And pancakes.
Yeah,
they always bring pancakes up for us as well. So the Automan Fitment Centre car out there on the circuit. See in there behind that, Jana van der Westhuizen, Colin Meader. They're all in there. Some nice spray jobs coming up on these cars. But the man to catch, Oompie Swart, who's the closest to him? Probably the Automan Fitment Centre car of Marco Busi. Jason Coetzee, there and thereabouts. Jana van der Westhuizen, well, he should be at least on the pace of Colin Meader, maybe a little bit quicker. Kai van Sale, probably one of the youngest out there in that Class A group, but coming along very, very strong.
Yeah, I think Kai and Tate. I think Tate might be the youngest driver out there, if my facts are right, yes. So let's have a look, see when they all line up, how this one pans out. It's going to be VW GTI Challenge, sponsored by cheapercars.co.za. That is Herman Lazarus's place. And we're going to look, see the moment that these guys are out on track. There goes the 39, that is Oompie Swart. There is the Euro Blitz car, that is Dylan Jabert. There's the 41 Automan Fitment Centre, Marco Busi. There's the 89 Industrial Abrasive, I see on the back of that car, that is Jana van der Westhuizen. The 11 is Colin Meader, the 34.
Then it's only Marco Busi, then Jana van der Westhuizen qualifying just ahead there of Colin Meader. Then it's Kai van Sale in the 34. Wow! We said Class C was going to be good. Class A going down into turn number 1 off a standing start with Coetzee on the inside line. He knows if Yuri gets away, you ain't going to catch him very easily, and he will be hell-bent on getting the whole shot going down into turn 1.
Well, Gera noticed that the Class B cars of Nadia Nair and Giordano Lupini and even Mark Thompson, those 3 cars are starting right at the back of Class C.
Well, Giordano's car actually drove out of the circuit earlier on before racing started, which indicated to me that there was some other problem on that car. Might have gone down to Gap Motorsport or somewhere similar.
Jaco Lambert busy making his way. He'll be a pit lane starter.
Well, that's a pity. It would have been nice to see him in there. Jason Coetzee, Oompie Swart, going to be going hammer and tongs down into turn number 1. Dylan Joubert ahead of Marco. He must be super chuffed with that in the Textile and Euro Blitz cars. The board has gone off the line. They come. Marco Busi gets a good run. Jason Coetzee is not that good off the line. It's Oompie Swart that comes across the front of him. He brings with him the Automan Fitment Centre car. Jason's going to have to be right on the back bumper of Oompie. Dylan Joubert's right in there as well. Colin Meader runs it a bit wider. Jano sits on the inside line. It's Oompie Swart from Jason Coetzee. Then it's the Automan Fitment Centre car of Busi. Then it's Dylan Joubert. Then it's Colin Meader. Then it is Jana van der Westhuizen and Kai van Sale. That's your front 7.
Well, they all started together. Class A, B, and C. Boom, take that, and away they go. They didn't split them in first Class A, then B, then C. The whole damn lot just got off the line at the same time, heading down into turn to interceptor corner. And coming through on the inside of Kutsia is Boosie. Boosie goes up to second. Kutsia drops down from P1 to P3. He's got Dylan Jabé and Colin Meader right there with him, followed there by Janu van Zyl. Janu van Zyl, Janu van der Westhuizen, sorry. Down the backbone they go. Right behind him is Kai van Zyl. That's why I got the two confused.
They're so close. That's why you got them mixed up.
Down the back, man, they go, Gary, but there's nothing in that Class A dice heading into 5 Fostron.
See Giordano Lupini going past Tate Bishop, but the two of them is a bit of a distance off the front end of the Class C battle. It looks like Wilshire's leading them through. Yeah, it's Wilshire that's leading them through. I think it could be Nathan Victor that might have worked his way a little bit closer up there. But let's go back to Class. Oh, look at that. Boosie dives for the inside line. And Umpi's not going to give him a millimeter of space. They're going to be side by side as they're going to turn number 1. Boosie's got... Oh, Umpi loses the tail. Then he hooks it back up again. He knows he's the championship leader. He doesn't want to go too far down, but he doesn't want to get that car damaged either. Marco Boosie leads out. Jason could see up to second. It's Umpi Swart in third. It's Dylan Jabé in fourth. It's Colin Meader on the inside line. And Jonathan van der Westhuizen locks up the right-hand back wheel as they go into turn number 3. Giordano Lupini in Class B in the apex of turn number 2, trying to go around on the outside line and get side by side and onto the back bumper of Carl Wiltshire. If Wiltshire doesn't get good drive down into interceptor corner, it's going to be Giordano Lupini that's going to go to the front end of Class C.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's all over. The Lupini's in Class B,
Sure.
but it's Class B and C cars. It's all mixed up there, going up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, towards Car Care Clinic. We'll go back to Class A now. We're going to keep an eye on this. It's Lupini, it's Wilshire. It is Ian Cup, it is Chasey Herald. Then here comes Tate Bishop, then Nathan Victor, then Alfie van Zyl. It's a whole gaggle of those cars heading down into turn 5, into Fastron. But here come the Class A boys, and they are on fire as they head under that Mad Max bridge, heading down into turn number 1. It is Umpi Swart from it's Marco Boosie. Then behind Marco Boosie, Jason Kutsia. Then it's Umpi in that third position. They're trying to get away there from Dylan Jabé. Right behind him is Colin Meader, and right on his case is Janu van der Westhuizen. What a fight up the Jabé Straight towards turn 2.
Only Kai van Zyl that's been dropped out of that group, and well, I don't think he's going to be able to get back to them again. And getting it completely sideways there was Marco Boosie. Jason Kutsia was there and thereabouts, took the opportunity, dived it up the inside. The two big hitters now running alongside one another down into interceptor corner. It's Boosie on the outside, it's Umpi Swart on the inside. National Polo Cup racer, side by side down past the main grandstand. It gets good drive there is Boosie, but at the end of the day, I think it's Umpi that's going to come up on the inside line using the curbstones and more is Kutsia. He's leading this one out. Kutsia has made a big enough gap between himself and Marco Boosie. It's Umpi that's going to try and dive in there behind Boosie, but it's bringing Dylan Jabé into play. Dylan Jabé, probably his best GTI Challenge Class A race ever.
And look at the battle damage on the driver's side of the Automan Fitment Center car of Marco Boosie, sitting currently there in that second position. There's a lot of rubbing as racing that was going on amongst these boys. Here they come down towards us now. Under the bridge into turn 1. It is Kutsia from Boosie, from Swart, from Jabé, from Meader, from Van der Westhuizen. And as quick as you can say that, oh, and look at Marco Boosie on that back bumper of the CK Coachworks car of race leader Jason Kutsia. Down the Jabé Straight they go, and racing now towards turn 2. That's all about these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Class A cars that are heading out of turn 2.
And once again, side by side as they work their way through, it's Umpi Swart on the outside line, it's Marco Boosie on the inside. There has been some serious contact between the two of them at the last event, and I don't think Umpi was overly impressed with the way that Marco passed him, but he's got a very level head. He's accustomed to lots and lots of pressure in the National Polo Cup Series. Jason Kutsia, probably you could call him the new kid on the block. Oh,
ho.
You can't use more circuit than that. Down the back main they go. Colin Meader's coming into play. He's coming through with Dylan Jabir. Down the back main they go. There's nothing in it. Closing off that inside line is Kutsia. He brings Boosie with him. Umpi runs the top line as they go through turn 5. Put him in a fast strong corner. Dylan Jabir is having a look for that third position. Dylan Jabir has got himself up side by side, and can he make that one stick as they come through Linus Stern underneath the Mad Max RST bridge? Closing off the inside line is Kutsia. Umpi Swartz lost a bit of ground. Dylan Jabir is looking good, and Colin Meader says, I'll go for the outside. Johan van der Westhuizen. I hope there's a camera inside the motor car. I'd love to see the in-car footage from Johan van der Westhuizen looking forward.
Well, I'll tell you what, these 6 Class A boys are setting this racetrack alight as they make their way up the Jabir Straight towards turn number 2. We'll get to the other guys now, but we have to stick with this lot. And look at Umpi. Umpi wants to go around on the outside. You could see he must be careful he doesn't lose that position to Dylan Jabir. Jabir sitting out there in P4. Right behind him is Colin Meader and Jarno van der Westhuizen. These 6 guys are split by basically nothing. If you have a look at them now, coming up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4, towards Car Care Clinic. We'll get to the other cars now, but have a look at this one as they exit turn 4. And now it is Boost that uses Killarney Racetrack and a touch more, as Van der Westhuizen, Gary, is having a look on the outside of Meader and Jabir.
He was sitting at the back of the pack in 6th position, and this is the first time he's been able to make a move. It's Marco Busi. I do believe it's been noted. Car 41 on the radio making a bit of contact. Twice already it's been noted. Marco Busi leading out. It's Jason Kutsia in there behind him. Umpi Swart closing. He's got a bit of a toe. Then it's Dylan Jabir, Colin Meader, and Johan van der Westhuizen now starting to look for better than a 6th position. What I can tell you is Class B is Eden Thompson.
Oh, Dylan's gone. Sorry, Gary. Dylan Jabir spun it in turn 1 in holes, but he's going to rejoin now at the back of Class A.
Well, yeah, you still have Kai van Sale in there behind him. So it's Eden Thompson that's leading out from Giordano Lupini in Class B at this stage. But we haven't even had a chance to look at Class C. Carl Walcher up into 7th position, and Chase Herald in 2nd. Tate Bishop's got up to 3rd with Nathan Victor in 4th in Class C.
Yeah, Kai van Sale retired early on. That car you see there behind him is a leading Class B car. That is Eden Thompson. That now sits there behind Dylan Jabir. 2nd in Class B is Giordano Lupini, followed there by Ian Cup. And they pretty split, 1st, 2nd and 3rd in that class as they exit to turn number 3. Then leading Class C, going into turn 3, Interceptor, the Golf of Carl Walcher, and Chasey Herald is there in that 2nd position. And then you probably find it's Nathan Victor. Let's have a look-see here. And and Geldenhuis, because Nigel is no longer between those two as they work their way out of turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
I think Bishop and Victor have actually swapped positions back to Class A, going down into turn number 1. It's the Automan Fitment Center car of Marco Busi. Jason Kutsia, that was on the front row of the grid. He'll be super chuffed. He's still there in 2nd. He's got the Umpini Motors car of Umpi Swart in there behind him. Well, Colin Meader has had to bow a knee there to Johan van der Westhuizen, that somewhere has gotten past him. Johan van der Westhuizen up into 4th in Class A, one of the best we see from him so far, ahead of Colin Meader. And then having gone off in turn 1, Dylan Jabir, as he comes down the Jabir Straight, watches his Mikey's going in the opposite direction up towards Interceptor Corner.
Yeah, that fight in Class C that I was talking about was the one between Bishop and Victor earlier on. So let's go back to turn number 4, to Car Care Clinic Corner. That's where the Class A cars are working their way through. Out of turn 4 they come now, heading down the back main. Once again, Marco Busi uses the track and a touch more. Followed there by Jason Kutsia and Umpi Swart. And they've now broken away from Jarno van der Westhuizen. That's moved up into that 4th position. Right behind him is Colin Meader. Followed there by Dylan Jabir. Then the leading Class B car, that is Eden Thompson, making his way down towards turn 5, towards Foster. Followed by 2nd in Class B, Giordano Lupini, and 3rd in Class B, Ian Cup, as they head down towards Foster on turn 5.
We wait for the Class C battle come towards us, and there it is. It's Wiltshire, and in behind Wiltshire we said we expect a good run from the Class C29 entry after the rollover in turn number 1 with unfortunate circumstances being touched. Chase Herald under heavy braking got touched and turned the car over. They've cleaned it up, they've got it all right, and he's all over the back of Wiltshire. Wiltshire leading the championship, and the man in behind him there, Chase Herald's got nothing to lose whatsoever, closing off that inside line as they come underneath the Mad Max bridge. Chase Herald's got the drive, he's got the driver on the 54 of Wiltshire. Will he dive out? He dives out, but Wiltshire's very, very good on the brakes. Chase Herald just about locks up the left hand front, goes around the outside of Wiltshire. Can he make it stick? Remember, not that far further back is the angry Jeep car of Tate Bishop, and it's still Carl Wiltshire that leads out Class C. 1 lap to go for our leading Class A cars.
Well, this is that 1 lap, as you are saying, Gary, as they head down the back main. The checkered flag has been readied here on the start-finish line. Let's go to turn number 5. Fostron, as the leading Class A cars are working their way out of turn 5. Fostron towards the checkered flag, and Marco Busi, representing Automan Fitment Centre, has done more than enough. Marco will bring it home in P1, second across the line, and it was close all the way, but it's Jason Kutsia, followed there by Umpi Swart and Jana van der Westhuizen side by side, but it is Colin Meader just across the line ahead of van der Westhuizen, and the winner in Class B coming towards us, Eden Thompson.
Yeah, Eden Thompson was leading out Class B from the get-go. It was Lupini that worked his way through up into that second position, but that's about as good as he could get, was Lupini up into that second position. Ian Cup not that far behind him, there and thereabouts. Ian Cup comes through. Now, here we go. Oh, look at this. Class C leaders, Carl Wiltshire. He closes off that inside line, and it looks like he's going to take it. Yes, he does. Carl Wiltshire, the championship Class C leader, taking that first place ahead of Chase Herald.
And Tate Bishop just coming to the line there ahead of Nathan Victor. Nadia Nair crosses the line. She's there in Class B. And then Mark Thompson coming to the line just ahead there of the Class C driver, Skalk Geldenhuis.
Brilliant stuff. Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge, as always, brilliant. The brilliant type of racing. And look forward.
Well, if we have a look at the replay, some of the replays, people at home, from the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge. This is the Group A car class going into turn 1, and that is Dylan Jabez. That just lost the circuit there for a moment, and he will rejoin. There you see the 44 car just losing the track a bit, and that dropped him towards the back end, right at the back of Class A, just ahead of Eden Thompson, that was then leading Class B. So, as we get ready for the louder sports cars to come out, and we have got 2 of these super quick, as Byron Height joins me, Mike's side. Janetta's out there. The one will be in the hands of Craig Jarvis. The other one is in the hands of Simon Murray, and they qualified in P2 and 3. Steve Humble in the Opel Mallock is out there in P1 with a time of 1:08.535. I don't recall, Byron, Stevie Humble doing a 1:08 before. Jarvis on a 1:09.
Yeah, 6/10 of a second slower.
And Murray on a 1:11. 1:11 dead. Josh Broom on a 1:11.8. Sure, that's going to be pretty entertaining stuff between those four. Make it 5, because don't
Nick Adcock.
forget about Nick Adcock.
In the Ligier.
Yeah, and he's driving that number 3 car that normally gets campaigned by Sandro Bakari. So Nick Adcock is in the Bakari Ligier, and he is there in 5th position with a time of 1:12.362 for qualifying.
Well, yeah, the JS53 Ligier, the JS, of course, for Joe Schlesser. Of course, Guy Ligier, the founder, the late founder of Ligier, was always, of course, a tribute to the late Joe Schlesser, who died. So he always put JS, and of course he used odd numbers for his chassis as well. And that's an Evo 2 version of that particular car that Nick Adcock, the pole man in Class A, will be running in.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of different makes out here. We've got Opel Malox, we've got Janettas, we've got Radicals, Ligier, Porsche, Shelby Can-Am, Lolas, Ford FEH7s, Nissan 350Zs, L4 GT40s, Birkins. Basically your Birkin and your Ford FEH7, they are basically similar to your Lotus 7.
It's in this case, it's a bit late to come in for wets. You just got to stay out there with what you've got, because changing to wet tires is like a whole mission. You either can the race or you go very slowly. Maybe they catered for it. I'm hoping that the guys actually catered for it and put on slicks. Wets. And if they don't have wets, they're going to have to go around here very slowly. But that also gives the slow guys an opportunity to beat the fast guys. Because that's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens.
They've actually not started the race. I see the Janetta coming in to the pit lane as well. Haven't seen Craig Jarvis out on circuit for a long time. So a couple of the guys saying totally undrivable. And when they came across the start-finish line, they didn't start it. Frankie, any indication from the start-finish line?
No,
at all?
The red lights are still on.
Red lights is on. Emil Brunt, anything on the radio in terms of what they've decided? Well, Peter, with this amount of rain on slicks, surely you cannot get enough temperature into the tires with the Opel Maloch, the MK14B, the Janetta G57, the Radical SR8. On this, it's impossible. You are going to have a multi-million rand accident.
That's exactly why those guys have come in. They've decided, anybody that decides to race in this and has got slicks on his tires is going to have an accident. So obviously half of the field seems to have come off now, and they've just made a very, very mature, smart decision, and they're just saying basically, no, I'm not going to race in this. It's end of the race for us. We don't mind giving up the points or the position or whatever. And it seems like there are a few guys out there maybe with wets on, and they're staying out. And in a race like this, it's really, really difficult to do anything else. So I think guys like Gary Gisford, he's probably got wets on, and but yeah.
Is this why you prefer iRacing?
Exactly. Yeah. Red flag. There we go.
Yeah,
so.
red flag is called. I think they might just do tire. Emil was just saying you can see some of the sports and GT car drivers actually changing from slick tires to wet tires. So the red flag is out, the race has been stopped. The question is it to give the guys chance to change tires, or are they going to can this race and only do the second one a bit later on?
Yeah.
That we'll have to find out and get confirmation from Emil on the radio.
We see the Josh Broom car that's come now into the pits as well, so everybody peeling off. Logic says to me, can it? Go to the lunch interval, bring them out straight after the lunch interval as the first race after lunch, and then they can still have their 2 races. They are a major draw card at Killarney International.
Brilliant idea. Let's hope that our race directors see it that way.
Morning, Mr. Race Director.
Yeah, let's hope that our COC see it in that way, and then because this isn't going to last long. As a matter of fact, it stopped already, or virtually stopped already. So my personal choice would be go to lunch break now, and then, as Gary said, run them after lunch, because by then the rain would stop. Table Mountain has appeared again. And so, yeah, but that's my call. I mean, that's just what we would think. We're not the race directors and the COCs and the stewards. So it is for them to make the final call and the final decision, Byron, as to exactly what they're going to do with this one and how they're going to do it.
I saw James Beaumont was actually parked in the, I think it was James Beaumont, as a GT40 in Gulf oil colours, and that of course was in the oval section. There he is now. He's still trying to get away from that section. It looks like he's got the car going, but he doesn't look to be going very far, and this was just a sudden cloudburst that just came over.
It's completely gone because Table Mountain has reappeared. The Telltale Hill is coming back, and the cloud cover has gone pretty high as well. So, yeah, this was just to add to the excitement. Why? For the return of the spectators, that's why.
Well, Nick Adcock in the Ligier JAS 53 was waiting there for a short while, and he's decided to turn it right and come right back into the pit area, into the paddock area, because it looks like for now we're not going to be going anywhere. And like you're saying, Frankie, maybe bring the lunch break forward just a little bit, so we have a bit afterwards and we see now. Okay, well, there's a decision pending at the moment.
Gary's saying so. There's a few choices. Either run them after interval and do 2 races, or have 1 race which would maybe be a bit extended. Maybe a few more laps added on. But yeah, the decision has been made, and Gary just told us now that the marshals are coming in. We can see them in a turn 1 coming in. So we're now going to have our lunch break while the powers that be, the stewards and the COCs, decide how they're going to handle this one, because the rain actually has now stopped. So we will take our lunch break, and then we will see you with the opening race after lunch, which is supposed to be in the power sport motorcycle category, but that could possibly change. Speak to you later. home on your television screens and your computer monitors that it is raining once again here at Killarney International Raceway. And throughout the luncheon period, it had stopped raining and the track was beginning to dry out. Things were looking pretty cool. And literally minutes before the bikes had to come out on the track, it started to rain again. There is one bike out on the circuit. And, I see two of them out there so far. There's quite a few of them that is making their way very slowly through turn 4.
1, 2, and
those are willing to brave the conditions, and those that have got the appropriate tires. There might be guys that want to go out, but they don't have the right tires, so that will obviously seal their fate that they won't be able to come out for this one. So those that do have the appropriate tires and who feel that they are willing to take the chance, they will be out there on track. Well, Slate van Niekerk, right tires, as you can see from the commentary box window, barely, with all the rain against it, and he's willing to take that chance as well, and he's got that 96 machine there in pole position.
Yeah, he's going to wait quite a while there, and he sits calmly in his rightful top position. Jason Lineker and Lance Jonas will be joining him as we now have the 36 bike of Rob de Vos coming in. The KTM will be on the second row of the grid. Of course, that will be 4th position. And he, of course, be joined by Tristan Pinard and Nicholas Hutchings, who had a lovely battle in race 1. And that was actually one of the top battles of the race, the two KTMs that were going hammer and tongs at each other. Edward Rollstone will also join them on that row in his ER6. But it's going to be interesting out there, as Frankie had pointed out as well. Those who have the right tires can go out there. Those who don't, well, they might have to sit this one out. And I see the front row has been completed. Will there be anybody else joining? Yes, there are a few.
Well, let's have a look, see who we've got so far. We've got Slate van Niekerk, Jason Lineker, and Lance Jonas out there. The 36 bike was in P4. Rob de Vos, he's disappeared. I don't know where he has gone to. He was there. Tristan, he's out there as well. That is Tristan Pinard. And Hutchings, I don't know where the Vos disappeared to. I think he's pulled off maybe.
11 bikes out there, Frankie. I think the Vos has gone off. I did see the KTM did go right into the pits.
Well, he was the in P4 and then just disappeared. So lights on and lights off, and away we go. And a lovely start off the line there by Jason Lineker. Lineker getting a fly off the line. Slate van Niekerk, the man that's on pole position, goes into turn 1 in that second position. It is Lance. Yes, Lance Jonas is leading. Lance Jonas is leading coming out of turn 1. He's got the whole shot. So now these riders will be tiptoeing their way around Killarney International. The rain has now officially stopped and the cloud cover is getting very high again, but the track is extremely wet out there. So it is Jonas that leads out. Lineker sitting there in that second position. Slate van Niekerk in third. Oh, look at this. No lean angle through turn 2 at all, but for obvious reasons, it's very, very wet out there. If you lean that thing in too far, you're going to chuck it at the scenery. So there is literally no lean angle in a straight line. You find in the corner there's a slight lean angle as they head into turn 4 car care clinic, and Byron literally just tiptoeing their way around the opening lap.
Yeah, now they have to, Frankie, remember as well, they come down the back straight. The wet weather tires are softer rubber to generate heat. They run at higher tire pressures to accentuate the grooves. And remember as well, power, forget about it here, because it's all about self-preservation. You are short shifting down there to restrict too much wheel spin going to the driving wheel. And well, what happens is it's basically like walking on a knife's edge here, because, or tightrope, if you could put it that way, as they go now into Pertamina Fastron. We'll watch them as they come around now, and it is going to be Slate van Niekerk that will actually retain the lead after actually losing it out to Lineker earlier on. Lineker will be second, or no, actually third, sorry, and then Lance Jonas will be up in the Suzuki in second position.
Yeah, so as that lap progressed, it was eventually Slate van Niekerk that got his nose back into the lead at the end of that lap. He was down in that third position, and remember that Jonas got the whole shot out of turn number 1. He now sits in that second position with Lineker in third, and Slade says, man, even though I am tiptoeing my way around, I'm going to take the lead right back and try and pull up a bit of a gap. Then behind them, we've got the number 4 bike. Now, this is the guy that dumped it, and that is Adrian Solomon. He did not finish, did not start for that matter, the opening race. He had a problem out on the line and then pulled that bike into the pits. That was the cause of that very first red flag, and he's out there on track, and he crossed the line in a 4th position and leading the Power Sport 300 class.
Well, 11 riders out there. As we said, Rob DeVos was on the grid in the Kawasaki ER6, on the Kawasaki ER6, I should rather say. He is out of the race. Sean Klein will be the man rounding off the field on the KTM RC390. Kyle Halleck will be ahead of him, and as when Frankie was talking about Adrian Solomon, the man who didn't get going in race 1, he's now currently 4th, and this is a great chance for him to make up for some lost points that he could have had in race 1. A lot of the riders pulling out, Peter Hill not there, Willie van Niekerk, Edward Rolstone, all not out there as well, so it gives him a chance as well. And remember, the power advantage, like we were talking about earlier on, has now been nullified. There's no advantage for the more powerful machines. Now it's all about just getting that balance, getting it on the circuit. It is Slade van Niekerk, a 140.021 is his fastest lap now, and he currently is 4.6 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker. Lance Jonas back into 3rd position.
Yeah, so Lineker second, Jonas crossing the line in that 3rd place. And you can have a look on your screens there. There is literally no lean angle for these riders whatsoever. It is not easy out there at all. I mean, if you're doing a 140, Slade van Niekerk, then you must know how atrocious the conditions are. As you can see, the raindrops there on the IMUSAT cameras all around the track. I have opened the commentary box window. It's drizzling ever so slightly, but the majority of that rain has disappeared, and it's not easy to make your way around here. As you can also pick up that the riders are very much spaced out all over the track, and everybody is just making his own space. As the leader goes down the back straight, down the back main towards turn number 5, Fostron, that is race leader Slade van Niekerk making his way into turn 5 into Fostron, as right behind him is Jason Lineker and Lance Jonas. They are heading into turn number 5 into Fostron now as the leader comes towards it. Oh, look at that river. That's a massive river there just before the kink that Van Niekerk just splashed his way through. Lance Jonas coming across the start-finish line as well. And he is in there, of course, just behind Jason Lineker. So Lineker and Jonas sitting 2nd and 3rd, heading into turn number 1. Now, is Solomon still in that 4th position? The man on bike number 4 coming down towards us. Yes, he is. Adrian Solomon sitting in 4th place, and he is leading the Power Sport 300 category. And as he works his way through turn number 1, the next man coming towards us should be the number 72 of Nicholas Hutchings. It is indeed Nicholas that's making his way into turn number 1, but there is a lot of gaps out there. As crossing the line there behind him is the 71 of Mitch Robinson. So Byron, the gaps are pretty big on track. You can visually see that the gaps are very big between each other out there. Coming towards us now, we've got 2 more riders. That's Tristan Pinar. That's look like it is Pinar that's making his way, and right behind him is the 71 of Mitch Robinson. So yeah, it's the gaps are pretty big, except the one between Pinar and Robinson that's making its way out of turn number 1. That's about the only real fight on track at this point in time. And that's the fight between Tristan Pinar on bike 5-0 and Mitch Robinson on bike 7-1. And they are side by side heading into turn 2.
Well, that's quite a lunge there, Frankie, from Mitch Robinson. It was a second back off of Tristan Pinar and makes a lunge for it. And look at there, I think he just pokes the nose right ahead now of Tristan Pinar, and that will be 7th position. And so there is a little bit of action there. The Kawasaki being passed there by the KTM. And, well, Braden Hutchings is a little bit further back. Carl Halleck is in 10th position with Sean Klein, the man in 11th position at this time. The fastest lap of 38.132 from Jason Lineker, number 93, the Quacker that he is on. He will take that. He's 11 seconds ahead of Lance Jonas, but 2.7 off of Slade van Niekerk. It's half distance now. So what happens is, remember, Gary was talking about it earlier on about driving in the rain. Very, very small, precise movements, but smooth. And you get the back end just a little too far out, you can lose the traction. And, well, that's why these guys, it's all about self-preservation.
Well, let's have a look. See, out there, there is lots of dams around Killarney on that track, and there's a big river that I just saw as well on the exit of turn 5. So let's have a look at the fights that's going on out there on track. Not that there are too many of them at this point in time. Every rider is in his own zone, basically, just trying to keep that thing upright and not dump that machine or get in the front end to wash out, because the front end on a track like this, Byron, can wash out underneath you very easily.
Well, here comes Braden Hutchings across the line now. Kyle Halleck will then follow suit, but Kyle Halleck will have Sean Klein. Well, no, actually not. Sorry, actually that is Slade van Niekerk coming across the line. So Kyle Halleck is the first to be lapped in this race. So we'll only do 7 laps. 3 laps left to go, though. Slade van Niekerk only 0.3 of a second ahead of Jason Lineker. So he's had a moment, Frankie.
Well, yes, I'm keeping an eye on it. He might have run it a bit wide and we didn't see it, but there was only 0.3 of a second between P1 and 2, between Van Niekerk and Lineker. When they crossed the line, they are now working their way out of turn number 2. They've just both gone past the back marker as they make their way through the kink and head into turn number 3, interceptor corner. And that 0.3 of a second got a whole lot bigger now between Van Niekerk and Lineker, first and second, as they head up the Tygerberg Straight towards Car Care Clinic, turn number 4. And as they work their way through turn 4, there's still not a hell of a lot at this point in time between the two of them. And when they cross the line, they will start their penultimate lap.
Well, Lineker does get their head down. If you give him the chance, he will take it. I'll tell you that much. Great talent, Jason Lineker, and the Kawasaki Ninja 650 against the ER 650 of Slade van Niekerk. And Slade van Niekerk started a pole, lost it, and lost the lead at the start, but gained it right back. It just shows you one of the big talents, all of these guys at the top over here as well. But now, coming across the line, Tristan Pinar, will be followed by Mitch Robinson, Braden Hutchings. We wait for him now as well. Well, actually, he's been lapped, Braden Hutchings. So here comes now the 2 across the line, Jason Lineker. It is a 1:35.510 and 0.2 of a second between him and Slade van Niekerk. But like Frankie was saying earlier on, look at those rivers that you can see going across, those little damming bits that happen there at turn 1.
And they're going to catch that fight for 7th position on track, and that's the one between Tristan Pinar and Mitch Robinson. Pinar and Robinson keeping right out the way. Well, now it's all mix up there. They are fighting each other for P7, and the 2 leaders have now eventually cleared them, and so they have gone a lap down to Van Niekerk and to Lineker, as the 2 leaders are working their way out of turn 3, interceptor corner.
Well, coming around then onto the Tygerberg Straight. They'll then run. This will be a lap and a bit left for the leaders now. And look at them on a knife's edge, coming around onto the back straight. They'll then run. It is actually 93 that leads ahead of Slade van Niekerk. So it just shows you the jump. And already look at the gap between them.
And that probably because of those back markers that they picked up there in turn 2, which had changed the lead. So there will be one more lap left for them. They're working their way out of turn 5. Out of Pertamina Fastron corner for the second last time, as they head towards the start-finish line to start their final lap. Van Niekerk won't be too phased about this. He knows he's got one more lap to do, as he takes the lead away, and Van Niekerk once again getting his nose ahead of Lineker. Lineker was ahead of him in turn 5, but as they cross the line to start the last lap, it is Lineker that drops back down into that 2nd position.
Well, he was basically, well, I'm telling you, Frankie, a whole second faster, Slade van Niekerk, on the last lap. So it just shows you how he took it back there, 0.3 of a second across the line ahead of Jason Lineker. Jason won't give up, though, any little bit that he goes wide. And I think what happens is they're coming up to some back markers as well. I would think now the likes of Braden Hutchings, Mitch Robinson, they'll be coming to as well, just to put a lap on him. Lance Jonas crosses the line. He's 26 seconds back off of the pair in front of him. And then Adrian Solomon putting in the ride of his life in 4th position at this time. Gareth Lindemann, and we wait for Gareth Lindemann. He'll be coming up next. I think he's now going to be moving into Cape Town Corner or Pertamina Fastron.
Well, it's only those first 4 riders that are out there on the lead lap. Everybody else is a 1 lap down. As we pick up down the back main, here we go. This is the fight for the lead. They start the 3rd and final sector on the last lap, heading down into turn 5. Into Fastron Corner, and the two of them were virtually side by side down the back straight known as the Killarney straight into turn 5 into Fastron. They're exiting turn 5. Now they're going to be careful. It's not now that you want to throw that motorcycle away. They are next to each other as they head towards the checkered flag, and it's going to be Van Niekerk that just crosses the line ahead there of Jason Lineker.
1/10 of a second between them. Jason Lineker got the fastest lap of 33.707. 2/10 of a second faster than the 33.928 of Slade van Niekerk. So just by the skin of his teeth, getting the win here, Slade van Niekerk.
Right, so now we're waiting for Lance Jonas to cross the line as well, as the rest of them just finish crossing the line there. Couple of the back markers, and looks like Tristan Pienaar won his little fight out there. But here comes Lance Jonas. I'm waiting for Lance to come towards us. He's just gone through, and that man that you see crossing the line there, that is Adrian Solomon, and Adrian finishing 4th position, but first in the Power Sport 300 after getting a did not start, if I can call it that. The lights went off when he moved, so then it'd probably be classified as a DNF, I don't know. But either way, in the opening heat, which brought out that red flag, as you will recall.
Braden Hutchings crosses the line then, 9th position, and a lap down. So the top 6 will all be on the lead lap here. We wait for Gareth Lindemann to come around in 5th position, and that should be him coming up right now. And that's the number 35 Yamaha R3. And he's very happy with that. He waves his hand. I don't know actually if that was him, because I don't see anything registering on the timing sheets over there, because I saw Braden Hutchings came through. Sean Klein has finished 2 laps down. Then Nicholas Hutchings and Gareth Lindemann. Tristan Pienaar, the first of those, a lap down. 7th position. Mitch Robinson 8th. Braden Hutchings in 9th. Carl Halleck in 10th. And Sean Klein in the 11th.
Well, there you can see on the screen that Slade busy making his way around and just waving at the crowds. It's been just over a year and a half that drivers and riders could actually see crowds around them and give them a wave, and that was Slade van Niekerk just acknowledging the crowd. Applause there for going out on the track and winning this race. So he's made it the full house, 2 out of 2 for Slade van Niekerk in conditions that were very, very trying, to say the least.
Well, this is amazing. If anybody can see, okay, we don't have any views now at the moment on the cameras, but the road out of pit lane is virtually a dam. So it's just amazing to see how much water has collected. And we do have now the Clubman Classics and breakfast run motorcycles coming out onto the circuit. And, well, I heard from Tiny earlier on that the Hilton Redlinghase machine, there was a problem there with the airbox pipe on the Kawasaki ZX-7R, so they had to get that changed, and thankfully as well had the right tires to put on the bike as well. So just a few hairy scary moments just to get everything sorted and back out on the circuit, because if we didn't have Hilton Redlinghase out there, let me tell you one thing, we'd be missing quite a bit of action. And it looks like he'll be starting in second position on the 87 machine. Jessica Howden on the Ducati will be the pole sitter, and she's still a very young campaigner and looking like a very great talent as well, Howden, as you know, doing some great things in race one, winning race one. Dion Ebel, Reginald Seal in there, the Honda CBR 1000RR of Ebel, Reginald Seal's YZF-R1 Yamaha, one of the group of Yamahas out there as well. But we are now doing the 2 sighting laps. The sun has come out, but there's still a lot of moisture, a lot of wet patches around the track. Most of the track is still wet. And you never know, rain might always be around the corner. I see Table Mountain has disappeared again. So that's always one of those telltale signs as well. If there is rain coming our way, depends also on the wind. We've had some strong wind here today as well, blowing these cloud bursts towards our region. But it will be still an 8-lap race that we'll have for the second of the motorcycle classes. Of course, motorcycle race number 5. We have 6 of them in all today. We have the Superbikes coming up shortly as well. Not the biggest field in the Superbikes, but we had some good action in race 1. So there we go. So Jessica Howden, Hilton Redlinghase, and Dion Ebel, that the number 87 or 27 bike for Ebel. He will come into position surely soon. I see the 87 definitely out there. The new paint job, new airbox pipe as well, just put in, and the right tires. Remember, it's all about the right tires in this type of weather. You have to have those deeper groove wet weather tires. And they'll be, of course, pumped up to a higher tire pressure as well. Softer rubber to generate the heat quicker, so they can generate that heat quicker as well on the tyres. But there goes, look at that Ducati over there as well. She's ready and waiting as well to get going over here. Reginald Seal, we were looking out for him, the 166. He is currently there. So it looks like our third place man will not be taking any part in this race, and there's only a handful of them out there as well. Only 10, 11, 12 of them out there. So they'll be starting in their various positions, and away we go for the start of this race. And I think what happens is the whole shot, you can see getting engulfed off the line is Howden, the likes of Redlinghase and Dion Ebel, I think getting past there as well. We'll watch them as they come around, very nice and easily going into the first turn. Holes hook onto the Joubert straight. Hilton leading, there we go. So Hilton, Redlinghase currently leads this race. He comes up from second on the grid. Third is Howden. And I think did Dion Ebel get into that second place? Well, I won't be able to tell you now for second, because that's going to be back to Howden now. And anybody who was in second place at this time has fallen down to the, I'm not going to say fallen down, excuse me, has gone down to the third position, has dropped a place. That's what I should rather say. For bikes, Reginald Seal started 5th position, the 166 Yamaha. Nashif Smart, of course, and his 1000cc Yamaha as well. Down the back straight we then run. It is Howden that is now leading the race over here, and ahead of the Hilton Redlinghase. Down the back straight we go. Look at now, the sun is going away, the clouds are coming over once again. Just shows you every time we have a little bit of a break in the rain, in the race, we have a break in the rain. So the rain is coming down nice and quickly now. Wind is picking up underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge, and it's Hilton Redlinghase that's going to be back in the lead of this race at this time. Hilton Redlinghase, and it is going to be now Reginald Seal up in 3rd position. How long? Because what happens is Howden is on the outside in turn 1 from 2nd place on Redlinghase, but Redlinghase will just keep it ahead. And well, Hall is also, Jamie Hall's come up now as well in Class B, that is into 4th position ahead of Nick Ben. Nick Ben is currently in 5th position in this particular race. He has a fastest 3rd sector time, so it's going nice and quickly out there as well in the rainy conditions. But it is going to be Hilton Redlinghase that leads it away still, and it was 900ths of a second between himself and Howden. Reginald Seal has moved up into 3rd, like I said earlier on. Wayne Arendse in 6th position. And now I'm looking for the likes over there as well of Ben in 5th position, Arendse 6th, as I said. De Vos will be 7th, and Adams will be in 8th. Hendricks 9th, and Gress in 10th position. So only a handful of them out there, as I say, as well. The 87 leads the Kawasaki from the Panigale. And the Panigale, of course, now fastest first sector time for Reginald Seal. And that's a purple sector over there on the Yamaha. First lap gone, and then they're going to be coming around side by side now. It is going to be Hilton Redlinghase and Howden, Jessica Howden. Will Jessica Howden poke her nose ahead? I think she might have. Let's see them as they come around now towards the line. And across the line, they will then run. So there it is, and it is going to be Howden that leads by 1 second from Hilton Redlinghase. Reginald Seal, Nick Ben comes up into 4th position. Jamie Hall moves a position down into 5th position, but the fastest lap of the race, a 1:32.013 on the Ducati Panigale V2, the 52 machine of Jessica Howden, and like I said, 1 second ahead of Redlinghase at this time. So that of course will be Class A. Howden will also be leading. Red flag, rider down. So red flag, exit of turn 1, a rider has gone down. So it is a red flag. Race stopped. And we'll... So behind the karting building, we won't be able to see this now. We should, but possibly won't be able to get any view on the situation. And you can see how angry Hilton Redlinghase is. He punches it because he was feeling like he was going well over there. But remember, the race was stopped for good reason. And look at, as you see on the camera as well, look at that rain coming down.
Right, this is now not the right platform to mention this on, but we have to make this announcement because this person could be in the pit area. There is a BMW X1 CAA 178502, CAA 178502. Sir, you need to please remove your vehicle as you are blocking a competitor's garage, and the competitor needs to get out onto the circuit. So if you are in the pits, you need to please move that vehicle. For the people at home, we do apologize that we had to make that announcement, but there is a driver that needs to get to his car, and it has been blocked there by another vehicle. So please, sir, if you could move your vehicle, the competitor needs to get to his race car. Thank you.
Well, when we find out who has dropped the bike on the exit of turn 1, we will let you know. For now, the race has been stopped, and well, here is a replay. And oh, it's a high side over there as well, and onto the grass and into the wet patches on turn 1. Something flew across the track over there. I don't know if that had something to do with it as well, but it could have just been a bird in the foreground. So we will make sure what happens is, I think we know who it is, but we will make sure first. And it is quite a high side there. I can tell you one thing, the back end just stepped out, and that can quickly happen in these wet conditions.
Yeah, that is a bird that you saw flying across, which had nothing to do with the incident. It's purely the track conditions out there. And it caught Jessica Archer. At that point in time, had the quickest lap of a 1:32.013 when she crossed the line to start that next lap. And then she unfortunately put the motorcycle down at the exit of turn number 1 of Holzhoek. And unfortunately, that has created that red flag.
Well, we are back on the grid for the remainder of the motorcycles that will all pull into their positions. And we'll find out shortly how many laps we'll be running for the second start of this particular race, the Clubman's Breakfast Club and Classics bikes. Just looking out there as well, just to look, we have a few Wayne Gress in the Breakfast Club section, the Breakfast Run section. Nico Fenter was out there in the Breakfast Run section, but mostly Clubman's bikes. Not a single classic here today, unfortunately. 6 laps, says Tiny. Waves to get my attention and tells me 6 racing laps will lie ahead for the rest of the field, and away we go. As I think what happens is Hilton Redlinghuyse will take surely the whole shot into turn 1, and they will all gingerly go through that first section of the lap, and well, It's going to be quite a tentative 6 laps ahead because, like we're saying, it's walking on a tightrope here, walking on an ice rink, you could basically say. Look at the camera over here, shows a lot of moisture in the air, a lot of rain coming down to that section. Now they come around the second turn at Quarry. Quarry out of turn 2, Quarry. Watch them come towards Interceptor, turn 3. I don't think there's going to be any heroics here for the first few laps or so, but Hilton Redlingace, the number 87 bike, the Kawasaki, will take it around that section onto the Tygerberg Straight and towards Car Care Clinic Corner. Now, Car Care Clinic Corner, this is the most easy and gingerly you will see it taken, usually nice and quick through there. But going down, and it's the 166 of Reginald Seal that currently sits in second position at this time. They'll come down to Pertamina Fostron, turn 5. Brake there as well. Brake early, of course. No late braking in these conditions. And just gingerly on the throttle as well. It's all about that throttle control as well. Short shifting through the gears to restrict too much wheel spin. And they'll come around now to complete the first of the 6 racing laps here as well. It will be Redlingace that will lead the way ahead of Reginald Seal. Jamie Hall will be in third position on the Yamaha. So 2 Yamahas, one after the other, second and third. Nick Ben will be the man in 4th position. Wayne Aronser in 5th position. And then I think we have maybe a little bit of a gap for the rest because we only had a few come through. So here we go. There's going to be Wayne Gress, the leader in the breakfast run class. Rob De Vos comes through with Adams and Nashif Smart in 9th position. And then we have Hendricks coming through the 11th position, 7/10 of a second off of Fenter. And of course that Niku Fenter, that will be just off of Nashif Smart. Derek Hendricks, I should rather say, rounding it off in 11th position on the Yamaha R6. So 0.2 of a second between Redlingace and Seal at this time, and is looking very close at the front now. But remember, he's not going hammer and tongs that is Hilton Redlingace. He knows it's all about self-preservation over here. If you want to score points towards the championship, you know, you don't have to run off into the distance. You just have to keep it on the black stuff and, well, just get it around the lap. They're going to come now to complete what is lap 2 of the 6-lap race. 0.2 of a second, as I said, previously between Redlingace and Seal. It should basically be similar, if not just a little more, a little less. We'll watch them as they come through right now. And it is, well, 0.02 of a second, I can tell you that much. Reginald Seal actually comes across the line first. And there was a fastest lap time by Reginald Seal, a 1:33.451. But far from over this little battle as well. Hilton Redlingace is the only classic bike out there. I mentioned earlier on no classic bikes. I was wrong. The ZX7R of Hilton Redlingace is the sole classic bike in this current race. Well, 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. 11 of them out there altogether. It is Jamie Hall that leads the Clubman's Class B battle ahead of Nick Ben. 0.7 of a second between him, between the two of them, I should rather say. Wayne Aronser will be as well in the Clubman's Class A. Number 33, he is 16 seconds off of his main rival, Reginald Seal, in that particular class. Clubman's Class A, I should rather say, not Clubman's Class B. And the Class B is, of course, Jamie Hall. Rob De Vos is also third in class, a little bit further down in that section. I see Derek Hendricks has just come up. Nico Fenter has dropped a position to 11th on the number 99 machine. And that number 99, of course, the Yamaha R1 that he's battling it out with the R6 of Derek Hendricks. Nashif Smart comes up, of course, 9th position on the YZF Yamaha. And, well, we come now to the line. It's Redlingace that is once again in the lead of this race. 0.2 of a second ahead of Reginald Seal. But Nick Ben has got the fastest lap of the race, in the man in 3rd position. And the leader in Clubman's Class B, a 1:31.728 on the Suzuki GSX-R. So some good racing still under these conditions. A lot of rain was coming down. The sun is coming out once again. but that doesn't mean the rain is over for today. And I know we love to talk about the rain here in Cape Town, but let me tell you one thing, it comes in buckets, and we have had our multiple seasons in one day here at Killarney International Raceway. Red Ace leads it. Lap 3 he is. It will be only about 3 laps left to go here in this particular race. Past half distance it is. 0.2 of a second between the Classic Class man, of course the only Classic bike in the race, and the Class A leader Reginald Seal. Nick Ben now leading that Class B section ahead of Jamie Hall. Aronsa, 5th position. Wayne Gress doing a great job there as well on the number 95 Kawasaki ZX-10, and that is a breakfast run competitor. But I see here 2 sector times, 2 very fast sector times. The fastest overall are for Jamie Hall. He's gone purple in both his first 2 sectors on this lap, so we could have ourselves another fastest lap time here as they cross the line now. 2 more laps left to go. Jamie Hall, a 1:30.607 on the Yamaha. He is now the holder of the fastest lap. 2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. Redling is starting to extend his advantage over Reginald Seal. And Jamie Hall will still lead the way, 0.2 of a second ahead of his main rival in Class B, Nick Ben, on the Suzuki 1000cc GSXR. And, Gress is far behind Wayne Aronsa. Basically, Wayne Aronsa coming into a bit of a lonely section in this race, if you ask me. Aronsa on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. He is, he will be second in Class A, but 37 seconds off of Reginald Seal, who currently leads the class at this time. A few little close battles on the circuit. When they cross the line on this one lap, it will be 1 more lap left to go, so the hearts will be beating out of their chests, I'll tell you this much over here, as they just try and get around the laps here. Look at the spray that comes up from the bikes, and this is only from the bikes. Cars will get some big spray coming up from them as well. We'll have some Formula Libras a little bit later on. And while they go through Pertamina Fastron now, the rest of the gaggle, and that will be Wayne Gress, Rob DeVos, Zubair Adams. Haven't mentioned much about Zubair Adams on the 750 Suzuki. And there goes Wayne Gress across the line. And DeVos is 2 seconds back. Adams will be running there with them as well. Hendricks, Smart, and Fenter. Adams is plus 10 on Rob DeVos, I should rather say, on the Buell 1125 cc machine on the Buell. Well, 1 more lap left to go in this race. Number 87, Hilton Redlinge, still leads the way, but a fastest second sector time from Nick Ben on the Suzuki. And turn 2 coming out now. Redlinge has been jumped by Reginald Seal. Wonderful stuff over there as well. Just happened underneath my nose there. And thanks to Tiny for assisting in pointing that out to me over there. Well, going down the back straight as we do now. There's some great racing still to come over here towards the Pertamina Fastron. The very wet motorcycle Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles will come now to its conclusion. To the line, watching out there as well. Did Reginald Seal hold the race at the very front over there as well? We watch out there for that number 1, or for that number 166. Seal wins from Jamie Hall, and then Redling Ace will drop down to 4th position here. So Reginald Seal putting in a 1:30.057 ahead of Jamie Hall, Nick Ben, and Redling Ace now is finishing in 4th position in this race. So it just shows you how quickly in the blink of an eye something happens. And 5th position will be the Wayne Aronsa. He'll be running, of course, he'll be the last man on the lead lap. Wayne Gress will be number 95 Kawasaki ZX-10. He'll be 6th, and he'll be a lap down. And Zubair Adams will take the 8th position ahead of Nico Fenter. And that will be, of course, on the Suzuki that he would do that. Nico Fenter will be on the Yamaha, and Derek Hendricks, Nashi Smart, they'll be about 2 laps down. So they'll be about 2 laps down, I think, actually, there as well. Smart comes across the line. Okay, there we go. They'll be about a lap down over there. So Seal doing a wonderful job over here to take the victory, and the second of the bike races after lunch has come to its conclusion.
Right, there we go with the South Superbikes coming out onto the track. Only one 600 in Mike Hunter. All the other riders out there are in the Superbike category, being Superbikes and Super Masters. And remember that we lost, if you missed the production right in the beginning, you would see that that horrific accident that Gavin Lowe was involved in. I am led to believe that he is fine, that they did take him away for medical assistance, but that was the last that we heard about it, so we presume that all is still well there. And if you didn't see it, then you need to watch this production over when it's done, later on this evening or tomorrow or sometime in the week, and then you'll be able to see that horrific accident that he was involved in going into a turn 3 interceptor corner. But yeah, we'll have a look, see a couple of riders didn't come out directly after that, so the track is still pretty wet. as you can see yourself on your televisions, it is the sun is coming out, and let's hope that the rain is now finished for the rest of the day and the evening, going into the rest of the weekend. Purely because we've had our our fair share of entertainment out there in the rain, and not nice for the drivers and the riders. We know that Mr. Gary Fleming loves the rain, and which it does. I mean, it does separate the men from the boys, so to speak. But let's face it, nobody wants to, Byron, race or ride in the rain.
So, race number 2, South Superbikes, and Malcolm Rapson on the 46 on the front row of the grid, pole position. Alongside him on the 10 is Jacques Ackerman. Gavin Lowe would have been in that 3rd position. He's not there. He had an accident earlier on. Robert Craig coming off the line with a 16 on the 2nd row on the inside line, and well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them that made it out there of the 8. It's only Gavin Lowe that had the incident earlier on that's not out there for heat number 2 with the South Superbikes.
Yeah, so the majority of the guys who entered, they are out there. So great stuff, and it's good to see them. Malcolm Rapson, he got engulfed on the start over there. Jacques Ackerman leads the way then. And always getting some good starts, Jacques Ackerman, but it's Malcolm Rapson always in that second phase of the first lap or the second lap that starts coming right back at it. So, well, let me tell you one thing. This race is far from over. There might be only a few of them out there, but we could have some good racing over here. And Malcolm Rapson, they always call the fastest accountant on 2 wheels in South Africa. Not always very conservative on the racing circuit.
Going to be rather gingerly that they work their way through Car Care Clinic and out into the back main. Once they're in a straight line, I think they'll pretty much open the taps up. But you can't just open it up big time in 3rd gear as you come out of that corner, because it'll just pick up massive wheel spin. There's just too much torque on the onto the back tire. So you got to be really smooth as you feed that power in. Ease it out of turn 5, put them in a fast-on corner. Now you've got to turn and accelerate at the same time. Just leaning it over slightly, trying to keep that bike up as straight as possible. And complete number 1, Jacques Ackerman from Malcolm Rapson and Robert Craig. That's the front 3 as they climb very early on the brakes. Pretty much on the lights on the start-finish line is where the guys are lifting off, and already you can see they just tip lightly on the brake. And a little bit of a river that runs across the track at the entrance to turn number 1, the old KFM corner, and that just helps to unsettle you as you work down towards that corner and start leaning it in, and realize that for that narrow little piece of track, about 1/2 meter, there's just that little bit less grip, and that can be the one that takes you out.
Well, they'll be coming towards Interceptor corner, turn 3, and Ackerman will be still ahead there of Malcolm Rapson. It was 0.2 of a second when they crossed the line. It's much closer between the two of them now. And look at there, riding shotgun, Rob Craig. Man who's been around for many years, coming back to Killarney to come and race now. It's always good to see him. He didn't complete the first race of the day after the restart, but thankfully back in the race. Most of the Masters section here. Ntisana 2 seconds back as they go down the back straight now. And through, of course, they went through the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic corner. They're now towards Pertamina Fastron. They'll be then running, and still nose to tail between them. They're trading sector times here. 33.5 in the first sector for Ackerman. Malcolm Rapson, Rob Craig at 28.0, purple sector in sector 3. And now we'll see who will get that first fastest lap of the race. Rob Craig, a 1:31.542.
Robert Craig actually closed up quite a bit as they went down into Pertamina Fastron, but he didn't get a good exit out of the corner. And somehow under braking going down into turn 1, he's closed right up again as they went down into Holzhoek, up the Joubert Straight. Craig in that third position, a 1:13.542 on the second lap of the race, being an 8-lapper. So he's sitting in a pretty neat position. Jacques Ackerman deciding the pace up front. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Rapson. In fact, he looks like he's actually stretching Rapson out a little bit. And Rapson not that keen on running that, just that little bit quicker at this stage of the fight, but staying very much in contention under braking down into turn number 3. He actually did a very nice job and closed them up very neatly, but he brought Robert Craig with him as well. So a 3-way as they go through Car Care Clinic and out into the back main.
I think Malcolm Rapson, Gary, is actually gaining time on the second sector. 33.2 in the first sector for Jacques Ackerman. He was actually 3/10 of a second faster, Malcolm Rapson, in the second sector than Jacques Ackerman. So he's much closer when they go through Interceptor Corner, because it looked like he didn't get as good drive out of turn 1. And Jacques Ackerman looks like he can just keep it ahead there for now. They go down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron, and then out there as well onto the main straight underneath the Man Max motorcycle bridge. It looks like it's still Ackerman that leads the way across the line. They'll then run. It was 2/10 of a second the last time, 3/10 now.
Once again, Robert Craig in that third position, getting good driver out of turn 3 and closing up big time under braking going down into the final corner, Cape Town corner, put him in a fast run. But he doesn't get out of turn 5 quickly. He loses out big time coming out of put him in a fast run corner, and then catches up around about now, as you see, as they go into turn number 2. Craig once again right on the back bumper there of Malcolm Rapson. Rapson not as quick as Ackerman through that turn 2 section, but watch when they go down into Interceptor Corners. That's where all three of them are at their closest, as you see there now. Very gingerly going through there. I think there might be a little bit of standing water on the inside of that corner, and they're forced to run a non-natural line through there.
Well, they'll make their way through the Car Care Clinic corner section onto the back straight once again. Now, how close is Malcolm Rapson and Rob Craig there to the back of each other? And down the back straight they'll again go. It looks like Ackerman has a little bit of the advantage down the straight over here. Look at Rob Craig. He's on the outside towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. He actually could take second place, and I think he has.
Yep, and well, there's been 2 laps coming that that has happened. Rapson definitely the slower of Ackerman, Rapson, Craig trio when it comes to that straight line speed and going down into the braking markers. Now, can Craig hold on to it? Yes, he can. He's taking that outside line, his normal line where he wants to be. But the two of them having gone one-on-one behind Jacques Ackerman, Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson have now got a bit of a gap that they've got to make up. Craig has once again put in the fastest lap, a 1:30.0. So still way off the fastest that it can be out there on circuit. But I think the guys are pretty much looking after one another at this stage of the fight. Nobody's doing anything heroic out there, with the ZX-10R being the bike of choice for Jacques Ackerman and Robert Craig, with the Suzuki GSX-R 1000 right in there behind that, when Malcolm Rapson on board that one.
Yeah, Michael Toy in the 5th position. He's on the Yamaha R1. That's only him and the Suzuki that are not of the Kawasaki riders. And, well, Mike Hunter as well. We haven't mentioned much about him. He is in the 600 class, the only 600 runner out there, number 13. And he is in 6th position overall and 2.5 seconds ahead of Jonathan Schwerin at this time. So, actually, 2.5 seconds ahead. But he's only 2/10 off of Michael Toy. So, Mike Hunter still very much in the mix. As they come around, though, Gary, they're going to be starting their next lap. And, of course, there'll be 3 laps left to go.
Yeah, surprising. The 600 class getting very thin on the ground. Any reason why?
No, I don't know. It's the general class itself is actually, Superbikes needs a little bit of an injection of of entrants, and hopefully as the year carries on and maybe into the new year, we could get some new interest in the class. Of course, these are very expensive bikes to run competitively.
Well, the likes of Hayden Jonas on a 600 always turned the second, third, fourth place in the 1,000 class, the 1 litre class, upside down when he was out there. But the young lads gotten out of motorsport and into water sports, doing the kiteboarding, and suffered quite a bad injury. And then he was just on the comeback trail with doing the international side of kite surfing. And then he had another injury that's held him back quite. I think it was a hand injury, as Robert Craig loses that second position to Malcolm Rapson.
Well, they'll now move on to the back straight now. Nose to tail between them. It is still Ackerman that heads it away. Malcolm Rapson back up into second position. He's in the slipstream of the bike in front of him. He'll go onto the outside line over here towards Pertamina Fastron. Rob Craig will just be hanging in there as well. He's in the perfect position because anything happens to the two ahead of him, he will then claim early Christmas presents over here. But yeah, they come around now. It will be 2 laps left to go. And it just looks like on the straight, Ackerman just has that slight advantage. Maybe under braking once again, it will be the Malcolm Rapson, who's the 1:28.006 now, fastest lap of the race. He is still 0.3 of a second off of Jacques Ackerman, but still 0.2 of a second, or a tenth of a second ahead of Rob Craig.
Well, you might find that Rapson's actually going to be on course to win this one. It's been Jacques Ackerman that's been in front all along. It's been Rapson and Craig that have changed positions on numerous occasions. And you might find that Jacques Ackerman gets blitzed right on the last. Well, there's only 2 laps to go, the one they're on now, plus one more after this. The rest of the field a long, long way back. Intasana leading out from Michael de Toy. Nothing much between the two of them. One by Kawasaki times one times Yamaha R1. And the two of them have also been very close to one another for 4th and 5th position. In fact, a change up there with Michael de Toy going ahead of Lubabalu Nisana and taking up that 4th position.
Well, Rapson now leads, Gary, and look at the gap that he has between himself and the two behind him. It's Ackerman. He's under immense pressure now from Rob Craig. Rob Craig will be on the outside into Pertamina Fastron turn 5, and he should take, or should he put his nose ahead? Yes, he does. Rob Craig is up into 2nd position at this time. So this later phase of the race for Jacques Ackerman is starting to fall a little bit apart over here. Now he's going to have a bit of a time on this last lap, keeping a hold of the two in front of him.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we expected there. So Malcolm Rapson, a 1:27.817. That just shows you how much the track has started to dry. Literally, not even 2 minutes ago, they were doing 1:30s. So taking 2.2 seconds out of that in a lap, there's still a lot more to be had on a dry circuit. Make no mistake, Malcolm Rapson going into the final lap in front. I think he's got it wrapped up.
Yeah, no, I think that pretty much is it, Gary. 0.9 of a second between himself and Rob Craig as they went across the line. He just matched times now on the first sector with Rob Craig. So what happens is I think Rob Craig's going to have to pull something really out of the bag here to get past Rapson. So, but anything can still happen. Remember, there's a lot of dampness out there still. And while we watch them as they come around now as well for the last time in this second race of the day. The Superbike class, the South Superbike class, down the back straight, the Suzuki runs from the Kawasaki of Rob Craig. Jacques Ackerman, he's just a little bit further back there, about 1.5 seconds or so, a little bit more maybe. And to Pertamina Fastron, they'll then run. Malcolm Rapson just has to keep it on the tarmac now and coast it home.
I think Ackerman will be rather disappointed having let it out for so long and now finding himself in almost distant, a pretty distant 3rd position. I think he just rolled off the gas and said, well, okay, let's just bring it to the line. We've used up all our best tricks and maneuvers, so it only takes one Suzuki amongst one Yamaha and 5 Kawasaki's to come up with a win. Malcolm Rapson in the last lap putting up a 1:25.929, so definitely getting a lot better conditions towards the last 2 laps of this race, going from 1:30 to 1:27 and now to just breaking the 1:26s. That is actually brilliant stuff. Next to come through will be Michael de Toy on the Yamaha R1. Intisana will be the next man coming through, tucked nice and low on that bike. And to be Hunter, that's taken it with that one away there from Intisana. And then Jonathan Schwerin still to come across the line. He's taken it very gingerly on the ZX10RR, and he makes it across the line. All things good, and everybody stays on top for heat number 2 in the South Superbikes for race number 2 for the day.
Wingfield Motors has brought out a product just for you. Best price from our car helps you sell your car while you drive it. You have full control with 100% transparency. Best price from our car costs you nothing. We take a small margin and you get max value. You have an inner salesman. Use it and add tens of thousands onto your selling price. We can help you like we have been doing for the past 31 years. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price from my car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price from my car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price from my car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair center. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
Right, folks, as you see at home, the program on your screen has now changed because we just were told on the radio that Formula Libra will not be up now. The new program schedule is V8 Masters and Supercars will be up now, followed then by Clubman's Cars, Formula Libra, Classic Cars, and Defines, GTI Challenge, Sports and GT, and then the Thunder Saloon. So there are a few changes that's been made there ahead of the Classic and Fine cars. So the new program will be that the V8 Masters and the Supercars will be coming out now. So there has been a change in program. We've just been informed on the radio by Race Control that the program has slightly changed around. Right, your commentary team coming to you live from Killarney International Raceway. Gary Fleming, Byron Height, myself, Frankie Yennis, and our radio man, Emil Brunt. And we all represent the Western Cape Commentators Association, Byron Witzenberg Motor Club, Gary Second Gear Talk Show, Second Gear Productions, and Emil Brunt from Tiny's Pit Box as well. So we're about to get going with the V8 Masters, and Alistair Brown and Sean Moore are the first two of the V8 Master Series driver cars out onto the circuit. There was a lot of them that entered, and they're still pouring out of the Joubert pit complex, previously known as the new pit complex, not that new anymore. That's now the Joubert pit complex, and the VIP lounge, one floor beneath the commentary box, is known as the Pfeiffer VIP area, tribute to Dennis Joubert and of course Adrian Pfeiffer. So the V8s are out on track. Let's have a look, see where are the supercars. They are lined up in their pit area, and Glenn Phillips will be the driver that leads that group of 6 supercars out onto the circuit, and they will filter in just behind the V8 Master APV Ford Mustangs. So we're about to go racing shortly. The track's still pretty damp. There's a lot of dry patches out on the circuit. And once again, we see that Table Mountain has completely and utterly disappeared. So the cloud cover and the rain is certainly back there in the central business district, the CBD area of Cape Town. But out here in the Table View area, it's still dry-ish. So we thought and presumed and hoped and guessed and prayed and begged that the rain would disappear, but it looks like it hasn't quite subsided just yet. So we'll have a look and see how that one pans out. Remember that the previous Supercar and V8 Master race a bit early on in the program, that one started off in the dry, and then the rain started coming down just over the halfway mark. And so we'll have a look and see if that one's going to, if we can have deja vu in that one, or if we are going to have a dry one.
So Alistair Brown in the 22 is going to be on the pole position. Alongside him is going to be Sean Moore. Didn't go so well for Sean Moore in heat number 1. But looks like he's got a nice position to start this one, so that's quite fine. Directly in there behind him is going to be the 77 of Marcel Angel. And then the silver class fastest man out there, Jason Ibbotson, on the second row on the inside. In there behind him will be the 51 car, that's Mark Ridgway. On the outside of that, the Terriers construction car of Richard Schroeder. And then the man that missed out on the circular, that there was going to be rain in his race, and just rode at normal pace. That's, wow, Fabio Tofani. He was brilliant, utterly brilliant. 2, 4, 6, 7th on the grid will be the man that just blasted everybody in heat number 1. Alongside him will be the 17 of Thompson, Cedric Lebon, just in there behind them. Then it'll be Ian Kaplan, Benno Parsons, Dennis Geduk, Rui Campos starting a long, long way back. So once again, he's got a lot of work to do to get up into a top 5 position.
Well, I've just been informed here by Tiny that all the drivers in the V8s are out there on wet weather tires. They are on Hoosier and Pirelli tires. So the blue writing on the wet weather tires is the Pirelli, and the white writing on the wet weather tires is Hoosier. That you won't obviously see at home on your television monitors, but this is going to be interesting. What will those tires do the moment the track dries out completely? And this racetrack is virtually completely bone dry. There is rain, as I said, over the CBD area, and these guys have now come prepared with Table Mountain completely gone. It's probably raining down there in the central bowl of Cape Town. And they do have the blue-walled Pirelli wet weather tyre and the white-walled Hoosier wet weather tyre on some of these V8 Masters. What the supercars have gone on, I don't know. I think they're still out there on slicks, which they normally run on, or semis. So it's going to be interesting, Gary, to see how this one pans out for 8 laps.
My question is that those Hoosiers and the Pirellis, are they all wet weather? Are they two different versions of a wet weather? Or is the original tyre that they normally run on the Hoosier actually a slick tyre and the Pirelli a non-slick?
The Hoosier will probably be a more softer tyre than the Pirelli, although I'm just guessing.
I mean, if there's 15 cars, what's the chances of there being 60 wet weather tyres available? I somehow don't think so. I think you might just find that some of them are on slicks, some of them are on semi-slicks. Anybody that's on a wet weather tyre now is going to chew it up with that kind of power.
Correct.
3 laps. If the rain doesn't come down, you're going to see cars going sideways under power very, very quickly. A wet weather tyre will never last with that kind of power and weight on this drying circuit.
Well, I fully agree with you, Gary. That was information given to Tiny, which he gave to us. But the statement you are making there makes perfect sense to me, Gaza, that if that should be the case, then it could be a problem. But the rain is coming.
It is coming. There's no doubt.
The rain is coming. So if these boys have made that choice, that call, that decision, then they're going to be okay, or they should be okay. Let's see. It's going to be interesting. 8 laps of action. The red lights are on pit lane. All 5 lights are on. All 5 lights are off, and away they go. Bliss Thunderation heading down into turn 1. That's Alistair Brown on the inside. It's Sean Moore on his outside. Don't forget about Jason Ibbotson. He's in there as well. On his outside is Marcel Angel. Behind them is Mark Ridgway. That's your first 5, and here comes Fabio Tafani, and Richard Schroeder is in that fight as well as they head into turn 2.
Oh, sideways is Ibbotson. He got tagged there by the black car. I think that could be Ridgway.
Yes.
Yeah, he got tagged by Ridgway. I think he was already starting to go and backed it up in towards Mark Ridgway and double.
Oh, there's a big accident. Sorry, Gary, I do apologize. There's a car in the tyre wall.
Could that be Campos?
Through the kink, heading into turn 3, interceptor corner. And the car right up into the tyre wall, and we just heard stand by here on the radio. The marshals will make a decision on that one. The car is moving though, so I think this race should continue. It's the number 17 of Gary Thompson, yes.
So Gary Thompson gets it going, but it looks like Ridgway is parked on the exit of the corner. I was going to say probably about 2 laps, looking at how that rain is coming towards us. Well, it looks like it's a lap and the drip's already starting to come in. I think anybody that's got wet weather tyres will say thank heavens for that, because here comes the rain and here comes Fabio Tafani.
Wow, Fabio Tafani just carving his way through the field up into 3rd place into turn 1, getting his nose ahead there of Marcel Angel, who's driving the Rob Warrington car today. Marcel Angel behind the wheel of that car, and he is in that 4th place, and 3rd place man Fabio Tafani. Oh, and Alistair Brown steps out of line in turn number 2. The tail end did a swapper on him there in turn 2, and that's the lead gone for Alistair Brown.
Well, he's going to have a little bit of space to spin it around there. He does it quite quickly. He gets that one sorted out, and he would have recovered the car behind Schroeder as Richard Schroeder came through, but it looks like he might have actually choked it off. So that didn't work very well for him whatsoever, and coming slowly back into play again. So definitely something not right there. Could it be a tyre failure? Nope, he's going to park that car on the infield. He splashes through the wet patch on the Fontini corner of the KPL Drivers Oval, and that's the end of that. So I was going to say 2 laps. I was a bit shy. I thought I might make a fool of myself. Well, 2 laps it is. The water's starting to come down. Is it enough to cool full wets yet? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so neither. You're 100% right there. But up front, it's all about Sean Moore. Remember that Sean Moore had a moment going into turn number 1 in race number 1, and had to fight his way back from there. Now, working his way out of turn 1 corner. He leads from Fabio Tafani in 2nd. and Marcel Angel out there in that third position, followed there by Roy Campos, and then Jason LeBon sits in P5, and he is, Sander LeBon, he sits there in P5, and he's leading the silver category, is Sander LeBon.
Pressure's on for Moore as he looks into the mirror, and Tafani, that came off 7th position, closing all the time. He brings Marcel Angel to a certain degree with him. It wasn't Campos that spun. It looked from the back that it was Campos, but it wasn't. Campos has in fact got himself up into 4th position already. So coming from a long way back and working his way up the field. This man's got lots of experience with powerful motor cars. And Rui Campos in the 29 in 4th position down the back main, just ahead of the 2 car in the hands of Le Bon.
Yeah, then behind him you've got the 9 car of Dennis Gaidik that sits out there, and he is in 6th position, and he is 2nd in the silver category, and 7th overall, 7th overall, yes, and 3rd in the silver is the number 69 car, and that is Parsons, that sits there in P7 and 3rd in the silver class.
Well, if you think Jason Ibbotson was the man to catch in heat number 1 and did a brilliant job leading out the silver class, finds himself a long way down, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th in class at this stage of the fight. So it's right at the back of the class. So a full result in heat number 1, and to try and get a result in this on a rainy track on top of it, wow, Ibbetson's going to have to really go some.
So the leaders are making their way up the Tygerberg Straight, heading into a car care clinic into turn number 4. And it's Sean Moore from Fabio Tafani working their way out of turn 4, heading down the back main. They're sitting in P1 and 2 in the V8. Down the back main they go. 3rd position is the 77 of Marcel Angel, heading down the back main. That's a top 3. Then in P4, the 29, the Campos Transport outfit of Roy Campos, heading down, chasing them. Then it is Sander Le Bon, and right there on his case is the number 9 of Dennis Gaidik as they head down into turn 5, fast run corner.
Oh, where's Richard Schroeder? He should have come through next. We don't see Schroeder. He's disappeared somewhere, is Richard Schroeder. And it sounds like he might have taken the runoff road as the wind picks up pretty heavily and the rain picks up pretty heavily. And now all eyes on the Joubert Straight as they work their way up towards turn number 2. It's Fabio Tafani that is now closed on the back of Sean Moore. Sean started in pole position on the front row of the grid, and Fabio Tafani starting in 7th position. Has managed to get past Marcel Angel and pull a bit of a gap on him, so that 1st, 2nd and 3rd leading down now to intercept the corner.
Well, the supercars are still out there. They're heading down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards fast run corner, and Glenn Phillips from Elton Stein is sitting in P1 and P2. Then Ryan Catt is there in that 3rd position, and the 3 of them are right there with each other. We've got to focus on the supercar drivers. Yeah, they come.
No race mace.
No Neanderthal. I don't think he came out of the pits, to be honest with you. He never came onto the track in the beginning.
So Elton Stein looking pretty decent there for a good result. And I'm sure he'll be pretty chuffed with that one as he works his way around the circuit. Let's pick up, is there... Well, starting to pick up the back markers. Yeah, they come through now. Well, it's Sean Moore from Fabio Tafani. Marcel Angel's come well to play. He dives out on that inside line. And Marcel Angel, wow, where did he find the extra speed? It looks like he also missed the circular that said it's raining out there. Take it easy. Ridgway loses the tail end slightly, gets it hanging out. Now they're literally nose to tail. If Sean Moore can win this one with 3 to go, I tell you what, I think it'll be a very, very happy chappy. Marcel Angel comes flying up the inside line. Sean Moore, I think, actually saw him coming and gave way. I think he thought he was going to get whacked from behind. Marcel Angel hits the front for the first time in a long, long time.
And Sean Moore opens up 2, 3, 4 car lengths there on Sean Moore as they head into turn 3, interceptor corner. Moore is now under severe pressure from 3rd place man Fabio Tafani as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight and head into turn number 4 into Car Care Clinic. Down the back lane, they're going to pick up another one of those supercar back markers that is the Damon car that they will pick up as they head down towards turn 5, towards Fastron corner, and they're going to pick up that back marker literally going into turn 5, into Fastron. As a matter of fact, they're going to get him probably just as they come out of Fastron corner, which will then be okay, which means you won't hassle them through the center section of the turn.
Rui Campos fourth in class and fourth out there on the circuit. And then he's got a whole lot of silver class cars in there behind him in Le Bon, Gedik, Parsons, Kaplan and Ibbotson. Ibbotson's now got himself 2.2 seconds behind Kaplan, but still fifth in class, having won heat number 1. I believe the tyres is now coming into play. The difference between the Hoosiers and the Pirellis that they've got out there. What's the difference between them? I don't know, but to see the way that it's playing out now, and all of a sudden, the moment it got wetter, Marcel Angel went to the front with ease. I tend to think it's the tyres.
I could agree with you on that one. Oh, and a spinner. That's Fabio Tafani that loses the tail in completely coming out of turn 2.
And that's going to cost him, because Rui Campos, that was in a distant fourth position, now comes past him and at pace with 2 laps to go. The way Rui Campos is going, I think Fabio Tafani might just have relegated himself from 3rd down to 4th position, and I don't think he's going to make it back towards the front. They'll give him a 1st and a 4th for the day. All of a sudden, top 2 positions becomes in doubt as to who's going to take it overall for the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, this weather has played its part here today. Do you go slicks? Do you go full wets for the cars and the bikes? What to do, what not to do? It's all come into play, and it's turned out to be a lovely race event from that point of view. Of course, the competitors won't see it that way, that's for sure. However, as they come down towards us to start their final lap, one more lap to go for Marcel Angel, for Moore and Tafani. Let's have a look at the supercars. We're going to try and pick these boys up. I see Alton Steyn heading down into turn number 1, and behind him is Ryan Catt. And and they are 1st and 2nd. They are 1st and 2nd. No, Phillips is still out there. Didn't pick up the red car. There is Phillips. He's heading towards turn number 2, and he is right in the fight. He's been caught and overtaken there by Marcel Angel, and now he's got Sean Moore behind him, and that is the leader of the supercars that's been overtaken there by the first 2 of the V8 Masters. So even the likes of Glenn Phillips is battling out there in the supercar in these conditions.
Well, Alton Steyn is back right out of the gas in the last half a lap, and definitely the tyres that he's got on board is not conducive to this weather conditions. It's now coming down in buckets. The wind has slowed down a little bit, but it's raining very, very heavily. I must say, the quality of the cameras that we've got belies the actual amount of water that there is out there. You don't realize just how wet it really is. But it is last lap, and it is going to be Marcel Angel. Will it be Marcel Angel? Yep, here he comes towards us now. Marcel Angel on lap 7 was 2.8 seconds ahead. He takes the checkered flag, and that ahead of a valiant effort there by Sean Moore that comes through in that 2nd position. In the absence of Tafani after the spin, it's Rui Campos that comes through with a 3rd. I think he was 4th in heat number 1, 3rd in this one. Tafani should be the next one through. Yes, he comes through now. That's the front 4.
Right, and coming through the finish, their race as well. These are supercars, and they came home 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They were all 1 lap down. And it was Glenn Phillips in P1 from Alton Steyn in 2nd from Ryan Catt there in that 3rd position. They finished 13th, 14th and 15th overall on track, but they were 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the supercar category. Well, what a race. Well, yes, if you had the right tyres on, you took the gamble, it worked. The track was beginning to dry out heavily just before this one got underway, but if you had those tyres on, and Tiny confirmed that they did have those tyres on, it definitely worked out there for the V8 Master drivers.
Well, I do believe next up is going to be the Clubmans, and page 1, part 1 of the manual says wet weather, slicks in Clubmans, no can do. You're heading straight towards the scene of the accident. Those that have got wet weather tires will come up up front. It could even be a Class E or a Class F car that's on wet weather tires as opposed to a Class A car on slicks. If you don't have wets, you have a serious problem. It's called rain.
Well, I tell you what, this has turned out to be a great race event from a spectator point of view. All of you at home that are viewing this production from your houses right now, we urge you to sit back and enjoy the rest of it. To the spectators that came out here today, that braved the conditions, thank you for you people for coming. I know the speakers weren't working that well there in turn 3. I'm led to believe it's a lot better, and we welcome you back. You guys have left us for a year and 7 months. I don't know if the IMUSAT cameras can just pan on the spectators there. That's on the grass embankment. You can see that there are cars there. We'll have a look-see. Maybe Steve and his team can do that. And the few that are still left on the on the stands, because they've decided they're not going to stick around in these weather conditions. But it's been a year and 7 months since we've seen you. We've been here all alone, and it was not a pretty picture to watch the racing cars go past that embankment and into turn 3, intercept, and there's nobody there. So you guys left us all alone, but we welcome you back, and we are thankful and grateful that you guys are allowed to be back again.
I think there's a lot more cars standing around the circuit now, so I think some of the people have actually jumped into the wagon. I hope our 108 FM is going out live. I don't know if anybody's checked that for us today. You can tune in your car stereo to 108 FM. It should be going out live.
Or they can just log on their cell phone, log on to IMUSAT. There is Wi-Fi here, and then you can watch whatever you can't see in turn 5. If you're sitting in turn 3, then you can hear the commentary and you can see all around the circuit.
Yeah, half a lap later.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah, there is a slight delay for sure.
Well, what you can do is if you see an accident in front of you, go into the IMUSAT and then you'll be able to watch it happen a second time. Deja vu.
Well, we're having a bit of a replay here. That is of one of the V8 Masters that just spun, as we have a look at them going through turn number 2. And that was, I'm just trying to pick up, that was... I can't see from here. The monitor's right in front of me, but it's pretty hectic. It might have just been...
That was Ibbotson and Ridgeway.
Yeah.
Can't see from that one if it was actually contact that initiated or it was Ibbotson that started to turn, backed him up into Ridgeway and took Ridgeway completely. Oh, that's
you were
Schroeder.
Talking about Richard Schroeder early on. That's on the replay that was coming out on the outside of turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
There's another spin that we picked up with the 69 car, one of the silver class entries.
So yeah, pretty entertaining stuff that we had there in the V8 Masters as we get ready for the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon cars.
There you see on the TV now the replay of Fabio Defani, winner of race number 1, spinning it on the exit to turn 2.
And then there was chaos after that.
Yeah, you can see, yes, it was contact between Ridgeway and Ibbotson.
Ibbotson, yes, true.
Both going for the same piece of property. It's one of those things. That's motorsport. If you don't go, like I say, if you haven't hit the wall, you haven't tried hard enough.
And there is the 17 you just saw go off. That was Gary Thompson. That was between the kink and going into turn 3 Interceptor.
And there's our spinner in the Supercars.
Oh, that's Joseph Damon. That's Damon that spun it again there.
Well, got it very sideways under braking. You see the massive big V8 in front of you, a massive big V8 behind you. And that was the Fabio Tofani battle for the lead at that stage of the fight. So they arrived at him with some serious pace at that stage of the fight. So the question comes now, if you are one of the lucky ones that has got wets and slicks, what do you put on the motor car? Very difficult choice.
Yeah, so once again, the program that you are seeing there, that's the original program that the IMUSAT team have got on. So it has been altered. It is now the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon cars that will be coming out for their race. And then after that, we'll go to Formula Libra. And then from there, it'll be basically the same classic and fines GTI Challenge, Sports and GT. I presume it's going to be an extended race for Sports and GT. I'll get our radio man, Emil Brunt, to find that one out for us. And then we'll end off the event with the Thunder Saloon cars. Mike's Place, Clubman's Saloon cars out on the track for their second race of the day. The rain has disappeared here from Killarney. It's probably still raining out there in the CBD area and out towards the southern suburbs of the Cape Peninsula, and probably out in the South Peninsula as well, as the the Clubman's cars make their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. We'll have a look exactly when they grid, if it is possible to see what tyre compound these drivers are on. Well, they do race on one compound formula, probably around about a semi-slick tyre, Gary was saying, but I'm almost certain that they would be allowed to put a full wet tyre on if need be. Although this weather, we have more, Cape Town is a place where you can have 4 seasons in one day. We've had 4 seasons in one day, nothing short of 4 times already here at Killarney this Saturday. But that's just what makes the racing interesting out there. If you're not too sure exactly what's going to happen during the race or even the one afterwards. So, Clubman's cars out on track, and we're going to get this one going underway pretty soon.
Right, this will be pretty interesting stuff. These cars normally run on slick tires. You can put on wets if you want. It's not a control tire like what they've got in the GTI Challenge. So the guys that do have wet weather tires, new ones, preferably not ones that you bought last year that have been laying for a year, they're still nice and soft. Whoever's got that will definitely be a whole heap quicker than anybody else. Probably find that this man that's coming up onto the front row of the grid with the 37 car, that he will have the right rubber on. Nias Modak, Cody Alberts. That's a different color rim that's on the car, so I would tend to think that that's a spare set of rims with semi-slick or wet weather tires. He comes off the 5th spot. The 6th spot will be Nias Modak. Idris Ahmad in the 75. Looks like he comes up onto the 2nd row of the grid on the inside. He had a pretty decent run in heat number 1. Jess Huggett up into that 7th position. Looks like the first of the Class B cars that's in there. That's Swart. In there behind that's Baby Jakes, the man that did so well in heat number 1. Let's see who else comes up to the front end of the grid.
Actually, Shane Smith and Daniel Kutsia is there, Gary, just ahead of Baby Jakes.
Yep, let's see who else is going to come in there. Where's Berger? I don't see Berger coming up yet. That's the white Golf, the Mark 1 with the green bumpers.
Noel Stander is pulling into his grid slot after having a moment out there in a turn 3 interceptor corner early on. He's in there just 2 cars behind Baby Jakes.
Another front 4 starter for the G Energy Max. Wow, how's that for a first?
Lovely pole position, and here comes Ahmad. He'll be on that front row of the grid in 2nd position on the outside of the Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson.
I don't believe Wayne's ever been on pole position. I don't remember seeing the Maxima on the front. And yep, he is up into Class A. He was one of the leading Class B cars with the GNA Motorsport stickers on the car. I'm pretty sure that Clint Renard will have the right rubber on board. If Clint's got wets on there, then is it wets? Yeah, he gave us a thumbs up. He's got wets on there, so he will be pretty quick with that one. So it's going to be Wayne Wilson from Ahmad on the front row of the grid. Then Idris Ahmad in the 75. That's the another 2-door Beamer. Clint Renard alongside that. Cody Alberts. Then alongside Cody Alberts will be Nias Modak. Then Jess Huggett in the 70. Jetta on the inside line. On the outside of that, the 222 of Swart. So, well, Willem Swart, I think, will be pretty chuffed with that. He'll be starting in the front of Class B. He's got Shane Smith in the yellow BMW, the 5th row on the inside. And, well, it's not a bad position to be. He's got Kutsia on the outside of him, and then Baby Jakes in there behind him. And that wraps up the 4 Class Bs that's out there right now. Only one Class X car, well, 2 of them. It's Ferreira and Barcy Berger. Barcy Berger in 12th position with the green bumpers, and that's the white one with the green bumpers, the Mark 1 Golf. Nice to see Barcy back out there again.
And then also see Dwayne Bernard out there with the BMW, and then right behind him is Noel Stander, and then we've also got John O'Kirsten that's in there, and he's just there behind Barcy Berger as they pull away off the line. And then Denver Benjamin also in there. Remember that Denver Benjamin was that other Golf, the number 13 Golf, that was involved in that situation with Noel Stander on the opening race of the day, in the situation, the incident that happened out there in Interceptor Corner, turn 3. That was the Golf 2, that 13 Golf of Benjamin. But both he and Noel Stander are back again for the 2nd race.
So Willie Gous in the 54 car finds himself starting this race in 20th position. I think he's either 80 or 81 years of age, and that's the black Jetta that belongs to his son, Stephen Gous, and he's going to campaign it for the rest of the season. I believe Stephen will be coming back to race next season again, so looking forward to that. Man that raced bikes very successfully back in the day, then got into Clubman's racing, got quicker and quicker, likes to do his own changing and setups and trying things and what have you. Doesn't just go the conventional route of buying go-fast parts. He likes to design and develop and what have you. And, well, he's quite happy to have his dad out there. He said, come on, Dad, you're almost 80. You must race until the age of 80 at least. And he does all the necessary hard work so that Pops can get out there onto the track. And, well, I must say, Willie goes always with a massive big smile on his face on a race day. So at that age, to be capable of still being out there on the island, utterly fantastic.
Well, let's have a look-see. This is going to be entertaining. 8 laps. What's the weather going to do? What's the rain going to do? What's the wind going to do? Etc., etc. We're going to know pretty soon. Time will tell. Table Mountain has reappeared again, only slightly, but it has reappeared again in the distance there towards the Cape Town side, towards Sea Point area. We see Cape Town. Very slightly, you can see a few buildings way down there, and Table Mountain, he's come back again. That's always a good sign. That means that the cloud cover has gone pretty much higher again, so that should then mean that the rain's going to stay away. Theoretically, yes, but nothing is certain here in Cape Town today, the way the weather has gone.
I think it might rain about 2-3 laps into this race if you look at what you see there. Not heavily. I think there might be a light downpour during the duration. So here we go. It's Wayne Wilson and Ahmad that is on the front row of the grid. Keep an eye on that front 5 or 6 already. Modak climbs on the gas hard, tries to go. Oh, they're going 4 abreast down into turn number 1, and it is young Cody Alberts that tries to block the line off. Getting it sideways is Wayne Wilson with that front wheel drive. He runs the Helderberg Nissan a long way towards the outside of the circuit, opened up the gap on the inside, but nobody was able to go through there. Now eventually it's Nias Modak that goes around the outside. Jesse Huggett looks like he's got the right rubber on board as he moves himself up 1 position up into 6th.
Well, out of turn number 2, they come working their way through the kink. And it's Ahmad that's got the lead as they head into turn 3 Interceptor Corn. He's got Cody Alberts right in there with him. Clint Renard is the man on the move with Wayne Wilson going backwards. Wayne Wilson is in there. He is behind Jesse Huggett and is ahead of Daniel Kutsia, who himself is coming under attack there from Baby Jakes as they head into turn 4 out of Car Care Clinic.
Cody Alberts has got pretty decent rubber on that motor car. He's doing pretty well right now. Here comes Baby Jakes closing up onto the back of the Helderberg Nissan Wayne Wilson car. And here we got, I think that is Idris Ahmad that's running slow down the back main, and well, looks like he's going to be completely out, but it looks more like mechanical problems than anything else.
Yeah, Idris Ahmad going very slow in that beam, and he was right up there on that front row. Now he's dropping all the way down, but Nias Modak gets the lead at the end of the opening lap. Heading into turn number 1, Nias Modak takes a lead away there from Ahmad, and right there with him is Cody Albert, Jesse Huggett and Clint Renard. The Jetta 2 and the Golf 2 are going 1-on-1 for P4 and 5 out of turn number 1, and they are being chased down there by that 5 Series BMW of Baby Jakes as that group heads towards turn 2.
Ryan Lodge leading out from the Fanica glass in a little bit further down there in Class
Oh,
E.
Trouble out there, Gary, in turn number 1.
Oh, that looks like Uncle Willie Ghost that's gone in there nose first. Not a hard knock. And he manages to get the car going again, so let's hope that's all's good. Was a light knock that he got there on the center of the front bumper. And the fact that he got going so quickly and looks like he's got the hammer down, it looks like he's quite comfortable that there's no real damage on the front end of the motor car and going well. Our leaders on their way down the back main, and it is Cody Alberts that's in that 3rd position and trying to make a plan there with Ahmad as they run down the back main. It looks like the rain's just about with us. It's a light drizzle that is starting and definitely getting closer to the circuit. It's going to get wetter in the next 2 laps.
Well, that's going to be interesting to see what happens when that does occur. There's still lots of rain drops on the IMUSAT cameras as Nias Modak heads into turn number 1. That's your race leader, 2nd, 3rd and 4th coming down towards us, Ahmad. We still got the yellow flags waving, so no overtaking going into that sector of the track. Ahmad, Cody Alberts, Jesse Huggett right behind him. Clint Renard followed there by Baby Jakes heading into turn 1. Wayne Wilson coming through. Daniel Kutsia is in there behind him, followed there by Shane Smith, then Barcy Berger, and right on his heels is John Kirsten and Willie Swart.
Not sure why there's
stepping out. Sorry, Gary, that's the BMW in turn 1 of Shane Smith.
Yeah, Shane Smith doing a complete 360. I was just going to say, I don't know why they've got the waved yellows, because there's no cars stranded anywhere there. Unless there's something standing on the outside of turn number 1 going up into the Joubert Straight that we can't see from here. But continuously with that waved yellows, our leaders should be coming. Yep, here he comes now. It's Nias Modak down the back main with the 37. Who's going to be in that second place? It's Cody Alberts. It's Cody Alberts that's got that second. Jesse Huggett's now closing onto the back of the 63 of Ahmad as they work their way down the back main. Clint Renard there and thereabouts, but just falling off that second, third, fourth place battle.
Well, all happening out there as the leaders exit turn number 5 out of Fostron Corner. That's that second group. The leaders, as a matter of fact, is all on his own. Nias Modak heading into turn number 1. And here comes that fight for 2, 3, 4, and 5 heading into turn 1 right now. Cody Alberts, Ahmad, Jesse Huggett, and Clint Renard, who's slowing down. Clint Renard slowing down, heading into turn 1, and right in there behind him is Baby Jakes as Renard retires the Golf from this one.
Oh, Baby Jakes leading out Class B just ahead there of Wayne Wilson, and then it's Daniel Kutsia and then Shane Smith. That is the front 3. Barcy Berger, the leading Class X car as was expected. Jono Kirsten leading out Class C, but there is no other Class C cars out there at the moment. So pretty interesting also then to see the Class E's Ryan Lodge just ahead of Kiara van Niekerk, and that by 0.2 of a second last time they came past us. So that is a battle that's actually tightened up, and it's all systems go. She's up alongside him. It is the lady racer that's going to be going to Thunder Saloons in 2022 on the outside there of Ryan Lodge. The line is pretty late on the brakes. Kiara actually runs a bit wide to ensure that she doesn't get knocked as they come up past the BMW. Oh, Smith's going to turn it around again. He's got it completely sideways, has Shane Smith. Well, he's got it sideways the opposite direction. Is he having fun, or is he just desperately trying to keep it on the track?
Well, let's have a look as they go into turn number 4, into Car Care Clinic Corner. Nearly said Interceptor. You'll see the fight there for first and second in Class E. It's Ryan Lodge from Kiara van Niekerk, and her dad is the main sponsor here. Wingfield Motors, they're going down the back main. They behind that number 13 Golf that had problems in race number 1 as they head down the back main. And there's a car that stopped on the outside that looks like 167 if my facts are right. However, Kiara van Niekerk and Ryan Lodge in the battle for first position in a Class E. That was the fight that I was talking about. And they should be coming down towards us pretty soon. That dice out there for first and second. Here it comes across the start-finish line now. And it's Kiara van Niekerk that leads that class from Ryan Lodge in second as they head into turn number 1. That's and running off the track there is Kiara. And
Lodge is spinning.
These guys are battling out there, and it's raining. It is definitely raining. I saw some of the drivers, Jono Kirsten, and his windscreen wipers on. So Gary, the rain catching out Kiara van Niekerk, or almost catching out Kiara, and almost catching out Ryan Lodge.
Oh, Ryan Lodge following through there on Kiara, saying, I'll break when you break. She breaks, she can't make it. He says, showtime. He turns in, loses the tail end. She just runs it wider, but keeps it in a straight line, climbs on the hammer. And now she's, for the first time, actually got a bit of a gap between herself and Ryan Lodge. So a lovely battle that, I must say, as while the laps are ticking away. There's still 3 laps to go, and there's cars now everywhere around the circuit. Our lead car going through turn number 2, that is Nias Modak. Where's Alberts? Here's Alberts halfway up the straight, going into turn 2, a roundabout now, coming in behind the back marker. There's Jesse Huggett up into 3rd place. So definitely the The right rubber is helping. There's a car that's, I think it's a Class E car, that's gone off right up towards the barrier on turn number 2. Ahmad is 1.3 seconds behind Jess Huggett last time they came past. Baby Jake's got to have the right rubber on board. He's doing a lovely job. He's leading out his class ahead of Daniel Coetzee, and they've got Wayne Wilson between them, but about 27 seconds between Jacobs and Coetzee.
Well, the leader heading down the back straight as we're going to keep an eye on him down into turn number 5. That is Nias Modak. He'll start his penultimate lap pretty soon. Nias Modak working his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, all on his own. He's got a massive gap. He's that man in BMW number 37 that sits out there in P1. Across the line he goes to start his second last lap, heading into turn 1 into Holzhoek, and he's got a massive lead over second place man that's coming towards us, and you'd never look at that. He's come back for the first time in how long? Jesse Huggett is in second position. Ahmad is there in that third place, and he's not too far behind Jess, and my word, wouldn't Jesse Huggett deserve that second place?
Well, last time they came up the Porsche straight, it was a 130, I think it was a 130 that was done by the lead car. So probably around about almost 7 seconds off what they normally do, the front end of Class A. But Jess Huggett doing a brilliant job there. Obviously, he's got the right rubber on board, and that's helping as well as he stays ahead of Ahmad. Baby Jake's 11 seconds behind Ahmad in Class B from Daniel Coetzee. The Class C leader being Jono Kirsten, and nobody else in his class anywhere near him. And then the Class D battle is Benjamin, and he's got only the 39 of Jacobs, a long way back from him. So he is looking pretty comfortable with that as well. That Class E battle, Kiara van Niekerk and Ryan Lodge, they're right in there behind Barcy Berger, in fact, in the 52 car. And that could become a three-way battle in the not too distant future. But Ryan Lodge not having an answer for the lady racer in the wet conditions today.
And just ahead of them is that 13 Golf of Denver Benjamin, and that group of cars is now making its way into turn number 2. And that car stepping out of line there by Barcy Berger. And so it's Benjamin, it's Berger, it's Van Niekerk, and then, believe it or not, Edouard Ahmad all the way down. He's recovering from where, or trying to recover from where he is now. It all went wrong from him. And then behind him is Ryan Lodge, and he is second in Class E to the car that he sees, the Golf that he sees ahead of him. The Wingfield Motors and best price from our car, Golf of Class E leader Kiara van Niekerk.
Well, the lead car is now on the last lap. We'll try and pick up where he is. Must be somewhere around about Interceptor corner by now. Oh no, he's really coming out down the back main. So Nias Modak leads him out very neatly. There's no competition for him in this one, that's for sure. The closest of the rest is Cody Alberts. That's becoming a regular front runner in not only the class but in the overall races. He's ahead of Jess Huggett. They are second and third, and the leader coming up to take the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out, and Nias Modak brings it home in P1. Well, Class E, second place man has crossed the line a lap down, but Kiara still out there on the lead lap. So the winner across the line, Nias Modak, second place man. Here they come towards now. That is Cody Alberts that comes home in that second position. And well done to Jesse Huggett finishing in third. Yes, Alberts was ahead of Huggett. Then Ahmad making his way to the line. And then the rest of the car still coming through. We're still waiting for
Here comes Baby Jakes. Here he comes. And he wins out Class B ahead of Daniel Coetzee by 37 seconds. So definitely a tyre imbalance in that one. Swart in the 222 should be the next one coming through on the lead lap. But I think he's quite a long way down. Is Swart? No, he's on his way down the back straight. So yeah, they got very spread out there towards the end. Nias Modak putting in the fastest lap. And that was a 127.1. And he was the fastest man out there eventually.
So believe it or not, that Wayne Wilson only just crossed the line now. He was 25.8 seconds behind fifth place man, Baby Jakes. Here comes Daniel Kutsia across the line, and then right in there behind him is Willie Swart.
Well, I think Johnny van Niekerk will be pretty chuffed with Kiara as she comes across the line in the wet and winning her class, putting in some pretty decent times in the wet. And that'll be a big confidence builder going into Thunder Saloons in 2022.
Well, with Ryan Lodge, the second car in Class E, being lapped by the leader, that means that Kiara van Niekerk would then be the last car on the lead lap.
Correct, reg.
Well, a big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk. We'll get the ads done now. Once again, Johnny van Niekerk, our best price for my car, and Wingfield Motors, the season sponsor for, if my facts are right, and Anita Maton can rectify me on this one, I think it's the 9th year that Wingfield Motors is sponsoring the Power Series.
Here's to the hot.
Well, the Formula Libra race 2, their last race of the day. And, well, it's drying up out there. The wind has come along and blown a bit of the wetness on the track away. The sun has come out. But remember, we've said that how many times, and the rain has always come back as we're now at 3:35 in the afternoon. So well and truly into the afternoon. They're going to the Formula Libras now. It's all Reynard top 3. Byron Mitchell, pole position once again. Andrew Rackstraw will be starting on the front row alongside him. Both of them VW Reynards, as I mentioned. And DJ Boyson in his VW Reynard will be third, with Troy Dolenchek sharing the second row with DJ Boyson, the first of the Class A runners. And alongside him, the man he was having a great battle with in race 1, James Beaumont in his Formula VW Reynard.
Well, I just got a notification here from Michael DeToy, and he said that, let me just get the WhatsApp back up here again, and he actually said that the race was, race 2 was dedicated to Donnie Moritz, and I want to know why. So he says, well, Donnie is, hij said Donnie marks a puts too, the einde van die jaar. So it looks like as if Donnie Moritz has come to a point where he says, you know what, no more. It's time to retire completely, not only as a competitor, but as to help people as well. And one can understand the legend that Donnie Moritz is. He's been around for decades, and he's looked after many riders as bikes out there. Professional in every aspect of the word professional is Donnie Moritz, and I think he's decided, you know what, it's time to just to hang everything up and have a bit of fun.
Well, that's the end of an era, hey,
Correct,
Frankie,
yeah.
a very long era. And I remember hearing stories of Donnie, of course, Donnie van Killarney, riding his bike here, his bicycle, to Killarney as a youngster.
He'll always be known as Donnie van Killarney.
Always, you know. And what happens is, like him or love him or hate him, he is a presence at Killarney. He's raced successfully, he's managed successfully, he's run his own garage, you name it.
I'll never forget. Maybe you can remember the year that this happened. I think it might have been somewhere in the late 90s. Remember the two Castrol Hondas?
Yes.
Cape Townians, Greg Dreyer and Donnie Moritz.
Oh, now we're talking.
Teammates. And that year, they became SA1 and SA2. Greg was SA1 and Donnie was SA2 that year. And they were just unstoppable at that point in time in the 600cc production bikes that we had. But I'm talking about now mid to late 1990s.
No, that's some golden years for South African racing, actually, as a matter of fact. And when you name names like Donnie, Greg Dreyer, Brad Anassis, you know, you name all of them, they've all remained, actually, to a big degree.
Wayne Easerman, Russell Wood
also raced some cars as well. These guys have all stayed somehow involved in racing, but now we talk about racing of a different kind. It is the start of the Formula Libras, and look at that, shooting into the first turn over there. It's going to be Byron Mitchell alongside him, his old karting rival and current rival here in the single seat is the fellow Reynard of Andrew Rackstraw. Then what happens is we have DJ Boyson, Troy Dolenchek. He got off the line as well there in that Class A Formula Ford Z-Tech ahead of Beaumont, but Beaumont will be under pressure from Bertus Engelbrecht right behind him, the Class B leader at this time.
Well, I was looking as they made their way off the lines. Definitely those first 4 cars are all on wet weather tires, and I saw full wets on those cars. So if this track dries out, and right now it looks like it might just do so, then they're not going to pump in the times that they should, and they're going to rip those wet weather tires to pieces. But it's Byron Mitchell from Andy Rackstraw down the back lane. Remember that Andrew Rackstraw is a 2021 Formula 1600 SA National Champion as he chases down Byron Mitchell into turn 5 Fostron.
All 4 Reynards on wet weather tyres, confirmed by Emil Brunt as well. So it just shows you, I don't think you can run them any other way in these conditions. But look how close it is. At the front, it is Byron Mitchell, who started on pole position. He's fastest in second sector. And they come across the line now, and Andrew Rackstraw will be closing up that gap. He's 0.2 of a second off of Mitchell. Then DJ Boyson, he's fallen a little bit back, 3.6 seconds back. Troy Dolenchek will be holding it 1.8 seconds ahead of James Beaumont. Bertus Engelbrecht comes across the line, and then we have the likes of Zane Amundsen, and he'll be fighting off a tenth of a second ahead of Elroy Weiss. Watch out for Kelly Fletcher as well. We're looking at all these Formula 4s.
Well, I'll tell you what, first, second and third Class S, and then P4 and $5 check in Beaumont. They are in Class A. Bertus Engelbrecht, car number 7 in P6. He is basically the only Class B car out there. And then in Class C, it's Zane Amundsen from Weiss. And then Kelly Fletcher, that lady racer, she's sitting third there in Class C. Well done. She's got Graham Knight in there, and he's in P10, and he is the second car in Class B.
Yeah, no, he's the one of the few Formula Fords out there, the other of the Formula Fords, and fighting it up against all these Vs. I'm telling you, the Vs, they give us some wonderful racing over here as well. Zane Amundsen in the Repsol Lantis, he is still 1/10 of a second ahead of Elroy Weiss as Andrew Rackstraw crosses the line now, right ahead there, 2/10 of a second ahead of, well, he's actually behind Byron Mitchell, excuse me. They're very close, but a 1:15.583 is the fastest lap from Andrew Rackstraw.
He might be behind him on track, but he's ahead of him when it comes to the timing boards. He is 1:15.583, so he is the quicker of those two drivers out there, keeping in mind that the two of them are on full wet. As a matter of fact, DJ Boyson, that's there in that third position, is also on a set of full wet tires. So, but he's in a very comfortable third position. He's a DJ running out there in Class S, and then leading Class A, heading into turn 2 now is Troy Dolacek, and right behind him is James Beaumont, as we focus once again, Byron, on those two leaders that are working their way down the back straight into turn 5. Foster on Mitchell and Rackstraw.
Oh, it looks beautiful on the screens, Frankie, when they go through Interceptor, when they go through Car Care Clinic Corner. They nose to tail with each other, Byron Mitchell and Andrew Rackstraw. We used to commentate on this in karting when they used to race against each other. Now on the main circuit, and of course Nashville's as well. Yeah, they come under the bridge though now and start another lap. It was 2/10 of a second the last time out. And how much is it now between the two of them? It's now 4/10, so it's grown a little bit. The last sector time from Byron Mitchell, he's up the ante just a little bit over there at 26.4 for his Reynard, but this race is far from over. 5 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on.
Yeah, when they crossed the line, he was 0.474, nearly 5/10 of a second ahead there of Andrew Rackstraw, was race leader Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell is going to say, man, you might have won the SA title, which you thoroughly deserve, but on this track you got to catch me right now, as they work their way up the Tigerberg straight and level it out there in turn 4. Car Care Clinic, now they start dropping slightly downhill towards turn number 5, and Mitchell has decided to pull the pin and disappear down the highway. Right, leading Class B, heading towards turn 2 all on his own is Bertus Engelbrecht, but behind him, Byron, there is a lovely fight for first and second in Class C, and that fight is making its way now towards turn 2, and it's between Elroy Weiss and Zane Amundsen. Amundsen looked up on the inside. Weiss has got the line. Lady racer Kelly Fletcher is in that third position, and she's got the Class B Formula Ford of Graham Knight right in there behind him, followed there by Ramsey in that that third position there, no, that fourth position in Class C.
Yeah, Elroy Weiss there, Frankie. He was trailing Zane Amundsen briefly, and then just poked the nose ahead as they crossed the line. 8/100ths of a second between the two of them. 7th and 8th overall. First and second in Class C. Kelly Fletcher holding her own there, 4.6 seconds back. She's 4/10 of a second ahead of Graham Knight. And Graham Knight is second in Class B, 10th overall. The man still leading Class B is the Speeds RMO8 of Bertus Engelbrecht. So we watch them now as they come around. 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on. Here comes Bertus Engelbrecht now. He crosses the line. Then we'll watch for Elroy Weiss, who's side by side with Zane Amundsen. Zane Amundsen will be on the inside as they come under the Mad Max Bridge. He'll try and grab a bit of slipstream over there. Going defensive is Elroy Weiss, and then he'll change lanes again as well. And onto the inside goes Zane Amundsen into turn 1. But I think what happens is a bit braver on the brakes. On the outside was Elroy Weiss. This is Formula V racing at its finest.
Well, talking about at its finest, and I do agree with you there, coming out of turn number 1 is a third place in Class C. That's lady racer Kelly Fletcher, and she's been hassled there by Class B. That is Graham Knight. They're not too far behind them is Donovan Ramsey, and they are all being attacked there by the overall leader, which is Byron Mitchell, and Byron is saying, come on, get out of my way. I've got Andy Rackstraw in there behind me, and if I cannot get through you guys as quick as I need to, I'm going to have Rackstraw right on my gearbox as I head up towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Well, they crossed the line, Frankie, 2.6 seconds between the two of them, Mitchell and Rackstraw. That could have affected things very badly for either of them, though. We'll watch as they come around then. But further back, 10.9 seconds, as a matter of fact, with the best time, or last time actually, of 17.306. DJ Boyson is still hanging up there in third position, 30.5 seconds ahead of Troy Dolenchek and James Beaumont. Troy Dolenchek a little bit lonely at the moment now, got nobody else to play with over there. And because now James Beaumont is 5.4 seconds back. Bertus Engelbrecht crosses the line now. Where is here coming up now? Elroy Weiss will be coming through. They have been lapped by Byron Mitchell and then Zane Amundsen and Elroy Weiss. Following Elroy Weiss is Kelly Fletcher, has also had a lap being put on her now. She currently still lies Class C, third position, 9th overall in the Formula Forza number 22. Graham Knight still hanging in there as well. It looks like he's dropped off the back. Actually, it's actually 1/10 of a second off of Kelly Fletcher in the number 4 Formula Ford Ray.
Well, they're approaching 1.5 laps to go, and Byron Mitchell is the quickest man out there, 1:14.741. Well, these cars are capable of doing 108 and 109s, but you won't see that with these wet weather tires that they got on. So I think round about what you're seeing now, high 114s, is probably going to be the fastest lap for this race, keeping in mind that these drivers are not on slick tires, so the lap times will obviously come down tremendously.
Well, Andy Rackstraw has been sliding around just a little bit there, Frankie, so he's been losing ground to Byron Mitchell. He's trying to find the wet parts.
Could the tires be going off? I think so.
I think Tiny.
Track is pretty dry right now.
Yeah, that's the problem over there. He'll be trying to find the wet spots to try and cool those tires. Remember, they're softer rubber than your slick tire, and what happens is once they get onto dry ground, they'll start cooking quite a bit. 3.6 seconds between himself and Byron Mitchell. I think that will only grow. One more lap left to go, and look at this now. Zane Munson comes to the line as well now with Elroy Weiss alongside him. This is a race-long battle. They are both a lap down, and what happens is Zane Munson will just be a 10th of a second across the line back, but I think he'll poke the nose right ahead. They got James Beaumont coming in there as well. DJ Boyson, I should rather say, coming into that section as well, and that means the top 6 at the moment are all currently on the lead lap.
Well, that is the fight for the lead of Class C heading into turn 2 as we wait for the leader to come towards the checkered flag. The flag has been ready, so we'll keep an eye on that one as it heads towards the checkered flag. So the leader should be coming into view pretty soon. The overall leader, there he goes, down the back straight. Byron Mitchell heading into turn 5. Your overall leader heading into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron, for the final time. And he is now way down the road. He's 5 seconds, 5.488 seconds down the road of second place man Andrew Rackstraw. The checkered flag is out, and Byron Mitchell brings it home in P1, nearly 5.5 seconds ahead there of Andy Rackstraw that will finish in that second position. However, as we wait for Rackstraw to come to the line, and there is Rackstraw finishing now. Byron, that fight for Class C heading towards the checkered flag.
Well, here they come. It's going to be Elroy Weiss that will come across the line to take the victory in Class C ahead of Zane Munson. 5/10 of a second between the two of them, only half a second. And then we wait now. Graham Knight, it looks like Kelly Fletcher, this last little bit of the race, not going quite her way. Graham Knight will get himself second in Class B, 9th overall. And then Donovan Ramsey with Andre Lariche in 11th position. I'm afraid to say, I think that Kelly Fletcher did not finish this race. She actually pulled in a lap early, and she already had a lap on her.
Yeah, well, she lost that position out, and she's on track. She will get to the line, and right behind her will be the winner of Class A. That will be Troy Dolenchek. He wins Class A, and second in Class A, crossing the line now, that is James Beaumont.
James Beaumont, as Frankie just announced across the line. So Kelly Fletcher will finish 12th. 13th will be Luan van Heerden. And in the non-starter, Cyril Somerville, a notable absentee from this particular race in the VW Sting. He did not start this. So only 13 of them out there, all 13 of them finishing this race. But Byron Mitchell resisting the pressure very nicely there from the early stages from Andrew Rackstraw. Unfortunately, Andrew Rackstraw finishing 6 seconds back. And I think what happens is he was a bit too heavy on those tyres. Byron Mitchell a bit better over there as well. Also as well, I guess, following Byron Mitchell didn't help as well for the tyres.
And finishing all the way in P6 and 1 lap down was the winner of Class B. That was Bertus Engelbrecht. And second in Class B, a lap down in P9, was Graham Knight. So that concludes the Formula Libra single-seaters as we move on with the rest of the program.
Le Classique. Okay, there we go. You're going to have the SDC Classic cars and Bijou Trustees fine cars. That, let me tell you one thing, is some fine racing over there from these much older cars. Some of my favorites indeed as well. The man on pole position will be Franco Donadio in the Mark 1 Escort. Dave Kopka, the welcome return of Dave Kopka in the Mazda R100, will be starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. I see now, there comes Trevor Momberg out in the Capri. There comes the Porsche 944 of Andrew Honeywell, the turbocharged 944 front engine Porsche. Of course, that was very popular at one stage as well. Dave Aladeff in the 325 IS, reminiscent of the old Tony Viana days in the Group N racing his BMW, the late great Tony Viana. And then Dion Valentine in the Mini, the mighty Mini. I'm going to tell you this one now. You had a wonderful battle earlier on with the likes of Martin Bench. And there's Trevor Hutchings in his orange Scirocco. Dr. Jeff Bill in his Lynx Racing 944 Porsche. There's a couple of Mustangs out there too. We have Ferdy Maton. Ferdy Maton is in the one, and Then, of course, as well, we have the other one of Michael Hitchcock. A number of Fords out there of different kinds. Ford Anglebox Anglia, Derek Wilsner. Also, we had a number of them at one stage, likes of Tony Kent a number of years ago. Hasn't been racing here for a while, actually, now, Tony Kent. We also had the one of the other Kents, Dave Kent, of the Datsun Stanza, I always remember as well, that lovely blue Datsun Stanza that used to be out there as well. Not for the last few years, though. There is Martin Bench now as well with the Ford Capri. The Mustang. Dion Conradi in the RSI Toyota, the Toyota Conquest. Here comes Neil Mouton in his Alfa Romeo Giulia. Roger Lewis in the MGA. Melanie Cook coming in her Jetta. And then the pairing of Skylines that will be also out there as well. We have Theo Klaassen in the one Skyline and Stephen Manuel in the other, the GTX Skyline of Theo Klaassen. He will be starting second to Arnold Lambert in the fine cars class. And very hotly contested. Need to grow the numbers a little bit in the fine cars section. And at one stage, quite a number of entrants, but yes, the VW Jetta of Arnold Lambert will head that class ahead of the Skyline of Klaassen and the BMW of Rowe. Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla 77. He'll be sharing a row with Neil Mouton's Giulia Super, the Alfa Romeo, all one for the Alfa Maniacs out there. Always salute, when I talk about Alfa Romeos, always salute the late great Brian Peake as well. A big Alfa Romeo man. And well, he'll be smiling down from above, definitely, when he always sees them Alphas. There goes Dr. Bill into position as well. There goes the Mustang of Ferdy Mouton. Ferdy Mouton. Trevor Hutchings will be starting with him there as well on that row, number 1 in the 1.8 litre Sirocco. Everybody getting into position now. There is Robert Rowe in the E36 BMW. He's ahead of Chris Champion in the MGB GT V8. He is out there. Yes, he is. With the Skylines, with the Jettas. Melanie Cook, a real talent there. She had a go in the BMW, I think it was earlier this year. We were talking about it when they had 3 races, that she won all 3 of them. So a genuine talent, and I here as well. This is the last race for her under the current surname of Cook. She'll be a Lambert fairly shortly. Next week she'll be a Lambert. So there we go. She is her last race as a bachelorette. Well, we're ready to go now. 8 racing laps lie ahead. And it will be a rolling start for them. The safety car will take them around. There we go, the Renault. That will take them around on the field. And leading them away will be Donadio Kopka. Momberg is now back up into the top 3 now as well. The 73 familiar blue Suburban Spares Capri. Remember, the Capris in the 70s were huge here in South Africa as well. They were very familiar, the Piranha in the Gunston colours. But this, of course, the blue of Trevor Momberg. Fine cars, a gap between them, of course, and then they go off, followed by the various safety and fire buckies to take them around on this warm-up lap. Yeah, so Dave Kopka is actually always a big name in racing as well. It's always good to see these old names back, and I say old with the greatest amount of respect. Jess Huggett here earlier on as well, the quietly spoken man who's been racing since the 60s. You know, he's. It's always great to see these guys come back to racing, and they always stay involved in some way, even if they don't race. They always stay involved in some way. And you remember them from their days. Dave Kopka, I remember years ago, when I was a youngster, he was racing Hondas in Group N. That was the late 90s. And, well, he's now back in his trusty Mazda R100. Roger Lewis at the back of the field in his MGA, always having a good lot of fun. May not be the fastest guy out there, but he's having a big smile on his face. It's an open top, so he feels the wind surely rippling on his overalls. Well, the Renault takes them down the back straight now. When he peels off, then it will be Franco Donadio that will now take him to the line. There's a, on their right-hand side, there is a solitary red light, and then they'll also have the 5 red lights on the traditional lights board. And then once those are out, we are ready to go for this 8-lap race. Sun has come out. Track is drying up. Well, Gary, looks like the safety car is going to be coming in now. And then a deep breath and watch the lights.
Well, just like the rain, the safety car disappears. Dave Kopka on the outside line. Legendary car driver combination. Probably built that car 25, 30 years ago. Raced it in the 90s already. And it's nice to see Trevor Momberg near the front end of the field. Dave Aladev and Andrew Honeywell making up the top 5 with Franco Donadio. That looks like he might just be losing out going into turn number 1. No, Franco Donadio late on the brakes, takes that tight line. Dave Kopka says, all right, you go, I'll catch you, not a problem, not a train smash. Trevor Momberg in that 3rd position, up the Joubert straight they go. It's Dave Aladev and Andrew Honeywell. That's alongside one another as they come down to the brake markers. That part of the track, just a little bit of dampness still out on that side as opposed to the Porsche straight. So not a big field for heat number 2, but more than enough to make it nice and interesting for us to watch them out there.
Well, Arnold Lambert in the fine car section, he had taken the whole shot into turn 1. He's already gone into turn 2. One of the Skylines going very wide over there as well. I think that's Stephen Manuel. That will just hold it ahead of Melanie Cook as they come out of the quarry section through the kink. Roger Lewis will then hold it at the back there as well, just ahead of the Fire Bucky. But down the straight now, it is Donadio that still runs it there towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, and then he'll come to start the next lap of this race, the first flying lap of the race here, and then we'll start seeing the big challenge from Dave Kopka in the rotary Mazda.
Could be interesting to see if Momberg and Kopka can hold on to Donadio. It looks like Donadio's got the legs on them initially with this one. Momberg used to be a giant killer out there, but he hasn't got an answer for the front 2 at this stage of the fight. Andrew Honeywell and then Dave Aladev, the next 2 coming through there. And I must say, Honeywell's had a very good run recently with that motor car. I think he's pretty chuffed with that. Maton leading out the Class B with Bench leading out the Class C battle directly behind him. And then it's Trevor Hutchins in 2nd in the Class C battle.
Well, I see Ferdy Maton was actually moving so beautifully as well, and very quickly in that Ford Mustang of his. He is 4.3 seconds already off of Dave Aladev, to see if he can try and chip away at Dancing Dave. But Dave himself is 0.4 of a second off of Andrew Honeywell's golf-coloured Porsche, and Momberg just ahead of that, 2.7 seconds off of the leader. But Kopka looks like he's hanging on by his fingernails at the moment to the back there of Donadio in that Escort. And he's going to have to work quite hard to get closer to him. It was 0.9 of a second the last time around. See, maybe it's grown just a little bit, so it's nose to tail, not quite yet.
Well, I think these conditions favors the Kopka car driver combination as opposed to the wetter session that they had earlier on. 1.2 seconds between them. Trevor Momberg falling a bit further back, Honeywell, and then Dave Aladev. Then there's a bit of a gap behind Dave Aladev to Ferdy Maton leading out Class B. Here comes the Capri through behind that of Bench. So Bench is doing a pretty decent job out there. Dr. Jeff Beal finds himself second in class, with Maton leading out, and then Jeff Beal in there behind that. So
Jeff Beal's just pulled into the pit. Sorry, Gary. His race has been run. Looks like it's obviously troubles with that Porsche 944.
Oh, that's a pity for him, as he was lying a very competitive second there behind Maton. But, well, Maton's also gone quite a long way down, so I think they might have... Did they maybe have contact that both of them have dropped down that far? It's possible. It's possible. We'll see on the replays. I must say the IMUSAT guys normally pick up a lot of the action around the circuit, as they've got mobile and static cameras right around. So I think a lot of people also saying, well, the weather's not going to be that great. We know that IMUSAT's going to give us some very good coverage of the racing. It's like going to Newlands. You've got to go there every now and again just to get the feel, but you see so much more if you watch the rugby on the TV. And I think a lot of people have become accustomed. In almost 2 years, they've been forced to watch it on TV and become accustomed to it. And a lot of people, I think, saying, even though I could go today, the weather's not that great, let me just watch this one and pick up the next one here at Killarney.
Well, the fine cars, Gary, as well, mixing it up with the classics and various classes. That's where I see Ferdy Mouton has actually fallen into 11th position. Arnold Lambert, though, in the Jetta, he's currently 10th and leading the fine cars class. And then Mouton is a sandwich between two, as Klaassen finds himself in 12th position in his Skyline, with Manuel in his one in 13th position, a second between the two of them. Rowe in the BMW is actually 4th in that battle, with Melanie Cook 0.8 of a second off of Rowe in 5th position at the moment, and Klaassen has just got himself past Mouton. So I don't know if there's a bit of troubles with that Mustang of Mouton's.
Well, it looks like Jonathan Gunn, Dion Valentine, Lane Hutchings, Bruce Evan Taplin, Steve Tritter, Charles Arton, Derek Wilson, Jared Thompson, Chris Champion, all of them not making it out for this one. So a surprisingly high attrition rate in SDC Classic cars and BJ Trustees fine cars for their heat number 2. In general, they don't have a very high attrition rate, but as we watch them out on circuit, as it gets drier, it looks like the karting circuit hasn't got much better. That one karter that's out, they just did a massive spin and whacked into the tires. Here he comes down the front main going into the Golf Club bend. So, yeah, racing on the main circuit, practice on the karting circuit. And I believe next week, Saturday, is going to be half main in the morning, and then Cape L drivers in the afternoon. So lots to look forward to in the coming week here at Killarney International Raceway. Yeah,
some great things on the calendar to look forward to, and of course crowds are allowed, so that makes it even better. But now looking at Honeywell is being closed up. He was being closed up by Dave Aladef. Actually, he was a bit closer to Aladef, but it looks like he's kind of fallen a little bit back there, and they can just barely keep in sight that Ford Capri of Trevor Momberg going into Interceptor corner at the moment. Down the back straight, though, the number 32 Mark 1 Escort is still handling it away, and 2.1 seconds the last time ahead of Dave Kopke. But Dave Kopke is still keeping Donadio currently in sight at the moment, and this is with 4 laps left to go. When they cross the line, it will be 3 laps. So you'll see now as well if he can just hold on there and get himself a very confident second position.
Momberg just doesn't have an answer for them. He's dropping further back, 12.1 on the last lap, and looking at the gap visually now as Kopke's already gone through. Momberg just coming out into the Porsche straight with Honeywell, and then Dave Aladef in there behind that. Martin Bench still on his way down the back main at that point. So what was a gap of 12 seconds has now gone up to 15. So definitely Momberg not been able to do much there. I think he's got enough to hold off Honeywell and Aladef. Martin Bench is looking pretty decent with a 16 car ahead there of Lane Hutchins. And yeah, here comes Hutchins through now. And, well, that's Scirocco, a very distinctive looking Scirocco, that with that Gunston orange color, and it hasn't changed for years, so you can see it coming from a mile away, and it looks very stable on the track as well. Somehow gives you the feeling of it's a nice car to drive, and I think that car is in immaculate condition. If you can ever get closer to it, I think you're going to find that the attention to detail is pretty decent on that motor car.
Well, he's only 0.3 of a second now off of Martin Bench. So this Class B battle, Gary, is far from over as they go through the kink now. 3 laps left to go, including this one they are currently on. They will go into Interceptor. And for years, Trevor Hutchings was the mechanic on Sandra Bicari's cars, and now he's racing himself for the last few years. Lane Hutchings, his son, will be, of course, in the Mark II Golf, but not taking part in this current race that we have on. A lovely view, and I think it is Hutchings is going to have a move side by side as they go down the back straight now, with Martin Bench on his left-hand side, choosing the outside line. They'll come towards Pertamina Fastron, but I think what happens is we could have Bench could just get his nose still ahead over there as well, so he's going to have to work harder over the next 2 laps, Hutchings, to try and steal that win right away from the Capri.
Well, I must say, I think it was Stephen Clausen, I think it was, that with the Skyline that locked up heavily going down into turn 2. He's lying 4th overall in the fine car category, and I don't know how he held it together. It almost looked like he had a problem with the brakes, although he kept it in a straight line. But it was a bit of a tight one that he had there. Laps going away. There's just 2 more to go. The next time that Franco Donadio comes through, it will be just 1 more lap to go. Where is Donadio? Wow, is Donadio being closed up? Donadio's been closed up. Look at that one. They come out now into the Poor Straight. It's Franco Donadio, and it's Kopka that's right in there behind him. Kopka is having a go. It looks like it's game on. Kopka's gone past him. Kopka's gone past Franco Donadio. Has Franco run into a problem? Oh, Dave Kopka. No. It's Kopka that's going quicker. He was snaking under braking, and I think Donadio might have been caught slightly unawares with this one, and in fact they're going to pick up some traffic. So let's keep the camera on the lead cars as they go. Oh, looks like Lambert's run it pretty wide and spins it right in front, sideways there in front of Kopka. Kopka still gets around the outside of the MGB of the fine cars, and leading it down now in there behind the Skyline that locked up so heavily under braking earlier on, and they now got a half a lap to go. It's all systems go.
It's amazing, Gary. They're going past Theo Klaassen now, who currently lies second in the fine car section, and they just make it through. I speak under correction, though. I think Donadio was held up by the Skyline of Stephen Manuel and Melanie Cook's Jetta. I think that could have also lost a lot of time. It was 1.5 seconds he was the previous lap, and it just shows you that, yes, Dave Kopka has been going quicker, but I think what happens is Donadio was also held up as well. We wait for them now as they go through Fastron corner, and then Challenger to the line. Dave Kopka looks like he might take this victory. He's underneath the bridge at Mad Max Motorcycles. He takes the victory right from Donadio at the last 0.6 of a second between them.
Trevor Momberg going down into turn 5, and so he's lost a little bit more ground than what there was earlier on. Between them, it was up to about 15 seconds last time that we looked at that. Honeywell is close right up onto the back of Momberg as well, so that second and third battle will be Momberg from Honeywell, and then with the lights ablaze with a 3 Series BM, that's Dave Aladef. He'll come through. Next one should be Martin Bench
for the victory in Class B, and as we speak, Gary, Hutchings looks like he will not be finishing. He was challenging for the win. Here comes Ferdy Maton. He came into the pits. Okay, so there we go. Ferdy Maton will come towards the line now, and that will finish. Let me just take a look over here as well. Roger Lewis comes. Here's Bench, as you mentioned.
He comes and finishes his one, Martin Bench, so he'll be the leading Class C car.
Lambert will be the fine car winner.
Yep, and then in there behind that will be Hammond de Kock, and he's the Class C winner. So a couple of trophy awarded drivers coming past us, line astern there in their own specific classes. SDC Classic Cars and BJ Trust Fine Cars. Big thanks to SDC for their sponsorship, and BJ Trustees as well.
Yeah, yeah. One. Right, here we go with the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge, and a big thanks to Colin Meader of NDT Racing for supplying the release bearing to Dylan Jabir. He had a gearbox issue, and they had spares there at NDT workshop Neander Toy, and a big thanks to everybody involved there, especially Colin Meader for supplying that part there to Dylan Jabir, that they can get the gearbox sorted out and that he could be out here for the second race of the Cheaper Cars VW GTI Challenge. Right, here we go. As the cars begin to line up on the grid, remember, race number one, classes A, B, and C, dropped the hammer, and they all left the line at the same time. We will be doing exactly the same for the second one. Marco Busi and Jason Kutsia lock out the front, drove Class A, followed there by Yuri Swart, Umpi, and Colin Meader, and Janu van der Westhuizen. Those are the first five. We are waiting for Dylan Jabir. Here he comes through now in the Euro Blitz Polo to pull in there behind Janu. Janu giving us a thumbs up there from the cockpit area of his Industrial Abrasives Polo. Did very well. Was lying in P6 in race one and eventually finished in that fourth position. Did Janu van der Westhuizen. Then Class B in there behind them. I wonder if we're going to have them, if we're going to split them in this one where Class A will go, then Class B, then Class C. I don't know. We'll have a look. See, we didn't do it out there in race number one. We might just do it in this one. We'll have a look.
It looks like it because they've
the way
lined
they're
them
spaced
up
out.
now. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, with pole position there belonging to Eden Thompson. Then Giordano Lupini, Ian Cup, Mark Thompson, and Nadia Nair. Those are the 5 Class B cars behind the 6 Class A cars, and then we've got those 6 Class C cars that are lined up in there, not too far behind the last Class B car, Nadia Nair.
5-second board goes away, and it's Marco Busi that's got good drive. Colin Meader doing quite well from the second row on the outside. Jason Gutsia is going to try and block him, and down into turn number 1 they go. Giordano Lupini's pulled away, but Eden Thompson and Ian Cup.
He made a mistake. He wasn't supposed to pull away.
Oh, goodness gracious me. That is a mistake there by Giordano Lupini. Here the Class C's come off the line. Going to be Nathan Victor. Yes, Nathan Victor alongside Kyle Wiltshire. And then it's going to be Chase Herald, the man that gave Kyle a hell of a hard time in heat number 1. They go down the Porsche straight. A lock up there by Nathan Victor. Kyle Wiltshire around the outside. Frankie, back to Class A.
Well, Class A, now side by side. Oh, this is going to turn ugly. as it is Umpi Swart and Marco Busi. They are side by side. Umpi on the inside, Marco on the outside. Jason Kutsia is there in that third position. My word, down the back man they go. Are they still next to each other? Oh, off the track goes Marco Boos. He's not giving in. Here comes Colin Meader. Right behind him, Jano van der Westhuizen and Dylan Jabé. These are 6 Class A hotshots heading down into turn 5 Fostron.
Giordano Lupini having got here the second, I think, in Class B in heat number 1, where it will be classed as a jump starter. So that's going to give it away to Eden Thompson. That is definitely one of the quickest out there in Class A. Mad Max Motorcycle RST Bridge. Underneath it they go. Linus Stern. It's a 4-car train. It's Umpi Swart. He is not going to give a second victory away today. That is for sure. And he's all the systems go. He's got Marco Busi in there behind him. Jason Kutsia is really becoming one of the movers and groovers in Class A. Colin Meader right in there. Not far off that is Jano van der Westhuizen as they work their way up the Joubert Straight into turn 2. Class B.
Well, Class B on track has been led there by Giordano Lupini, but that's the biggest jump start I've ever seen. Well, they all left the line at in race number 1, and obviously he in thought just went when the Class A cars went, so that wasn't done on purpose. It was purely just a response to what everybody did in the opening race, yeah, one of those unfortunate things. You've got to feel sorry for Giordano Lupini, but yeah, that could possibly cost him big time at the end of the day. But he leads on track with Eden Thompson in that second position, followed there as they head into turn 4, Kake Clinic by Ian Cup. Behind Ian Cup, Mark Thompson and Nadia Nair. Those are those Class B cars heading through turn 4, Gary, and the Class C cars. Oh, this is a high-speed train of Class C drivers also heading into turn 4, Kake Clinic.
That could turn into a hell of a battle as they're going to turn 4. The Class C battle led out there by Carl Walser, the championship leader. In there behind him is Chase Harold. Chase just a little bit too far back to pick up the toe, but Nathan Victor is close enough to pick up the toe, and a double toe there for Tate Bishop in the Angry Jeep car, and Tate Bishop makes up a lot of ground. He goes for the inside line. Nathan Victor's going to try and close the one off. Nathan goes right around the top. Chase Harold follows through on Carl Walcher. Carl Walcher all over the curbstone at the top. Chase Harold's got closer. Chase Harold has got closer, and he's got Nathan Victor and the Angry Jeep car there of Tate Bishop coming through behind that. Class C battle up the Porsche Straight. Brilliant stuff. Back to Class A.
Oh, Class A, Van der Westhuizen was doing some drifting coming out of turn 2, and that cost him about 3-4 car positions as the leading Class A cars work their way up the the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, Kake Clinic. Out of Kake they come down the back straight. Will they use a track and a touch more? Yes, they do. They're on the rumble strip. They're on the dirt. There's no more grass there the way they've been plying up the dirt. Down the back main goes this Class A high-speed train, and it's Umpi Swart and it's Marco Busi, and they are side by side, or virtually so, into turn 5, into Fostron corner. Busi on the outside line. That now becomes the inside line for the left-hand side kink, but that line has been covered there by Umpi Swart. Right behind them is Jason Kutsia, right on his case Colin Meader, and coming back again at them is Jano van der Westhuizen.
There's a bumper that's come off, and it's laying right by the marshal in the pit lane. The marshal obviously didn't pick it up. He's walking up the pit lane with a bumper that's on the racing line there by the 12th and 14th starting positions. Nobody has picked it up that it's actually there, and that's where you go when the wind is like this, right up against the wall. Let's hope that nobody actually clips it and throws it over the wall as the group comes through. Well, the problem is going to be now with this Class C battle coming through. If Carl goes right up against the wall and he takes everybody with him, somebody's definitely going to catch that one. But it's Carl Walcher, and he's got a very quick Chase Harold in there behind him, the man that works by NDT, Neon de Toy. And they were the people that got the Dylan Joubert car out of the work, in and out very quickly. It's Nathan Victor in that third position. It's the Angry Jeep of Tate Bishop that's in there behind them, and it's now starting to become pressure time. Up the Joubert Straight, and Chase Harold now starting to rub the back bumper and say, you got to get going, buddy. These other guys are miles too quick.
Well, that's a lovely fight in Class C. We'll get back to that one now. Let's go back to Class A, making their way out of a turn 5 out of Fostron and Umpi Swart. There's a yellow flag waving it could be for debut on the track. Gary says he saw something on the circuit.
The bumper's laying down, you're on the track.
So, oh yes, there I see it. Yeah, right there by the flags. Definitely, Gary. I didn't pick it up from this angle. 100% correct. Well spotted there. And that's the reason why I presume the marshal has got those flags out. So, as they make their way up the Joubert Straight towards turn number 2, Class A, Umpiswat from Marco Busi, from Jason Kutsia, Colin Meader and Janu van der Westhuizen. Nothing in it. But those 5, Class B, he's been led there by, at this point in time, still by Giordano Lupini from Eden Thompson, Ian Cup, Mark Thompson and Nadia Nair. But this Class C fight coming down towards us, it's going to be on. It's really going to be on now as they head into turn number 1. Carl Walsher, JC Herald has a look on the outside. Nathan Victor's in that fight, and so just ahead of him is Nathan Victor. Alfie van Sale has caught them as well. It's a 5-way fight with Skull Caldenace. All 6 of them in there, Gary, as they head towards turn 2.
Well, I think they actually closed up because of the fact that Chase Herald was pushing Carl Walsher from behind, and I think Carl actually lifted off. As you can see, they're coming out of turn 2. They're not that quick coming out of turn 2. Chase is quicker than what Carl is, and Carl just lifts off, gets the whack from behind, and as he gets the whack from behind, looks like he climbs on the gas and he opens up a car length like that. That's brought Nathan Victor back into play. That's brought Tate Bishop back into play. If Carl Walsher can stay away from the car behind him, I think the 2 of them are quick enough to get away from Nathan Victor and Tate Bishop.
125.516 by Marco Busi, the quickest man out there. Before him on the previous lap was 3rd place man Jason Kutsia. It's now Marco Busi with a 125.516. He's the fastest man as they work their way out of turn number 2. This is the Class A fight that's heading through the kink down into turn 3, Interceptor corner, and Marco Busi sitting there in that 2nd position. Leading them out there is Umpiswat. Right behind them is Jason Kutsia, and the 3 of them are getting away now from Colin Meader in that 4th position, and Janu van der Westhuizen is now getting left slightly behind.
Down the Joubert, down the Porsche Straight, it's once again that Class C battle with Chase Hill. I think Chase is going to have to be very careful that he doesn't overheat that Golf of his, because he's all over the back bumper of Carl Walsher and sitting there for extended periods of time as well, and that affects the airflow that you've got. Now he has to look up on the inside of Walsher. They're rubbing wheel nuts, and Chase pushes his way up on the inside of Walsher. Walsher's got no choice there. That brings Nathan Victor into play as well. Tate Bishop just out of it. Walsher's trying to fight back. He dives. Oh, they make contact, and he puts Chase Herald. I don't know if they actually touched, but Chase Herald spun it right around. That would have been a bit of deja vu of the rollover that he had just 2 meters back. He must have thought, oh no, here we go again. New stickers, paint job and all. Whether there was contact or not, I don't know, but it was a lovely dice between the 2 of them at the front end of Class C.
Well, there's still a lovely dice on the front end of Class C. We just lost Herald. He's back on track again, but he's all the way down at the back of the field. But now it is, oh look at this, it is Victor and it's Bishop and it's Van Sale, and they're all over the back of Walsher as they head into turn number 5, into Fostron corner. Chase Herald is in there as well, but he's way down. And where are the Class A cars? They are heading now towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Umpiswat has decided, you beat me in race number 1. It ain't going to happen a second time on the same day. Umpiswat and then the Automan Fitment Center car of Marco Busi. They've got away from Jason Kutsia. They've got away from the Colin Meader car, and there's something not right with Janu van der Westhuizen's car. It's either an imbalance between shocks and springs, or he's got a shock that's busy collapsing, because the car's hopping and bouncing pretty badly when he goes through the tighter sections of the corners, and that's definitely costing him. Giordano Lupini being closed down on the front end of Class B by Eden Thompson, who's walked away from the rest of the class. But remember, Giordano Lupini pulled away with the Class A's, so probably you'll find, in fact, on paper, it's Eden Thompson for the first race and the second race. 1 lap to go for our leaders.
Right, the leaders are making their way out of turn number 1. This is the final lap for them out of Holzhoek, heading up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2. Into Quarry Corner they go. It's Umpiswat from Marco Busi, from Jason Kutsia, Colin Meader and Janu van der Westhuizen, as the 5 of them are making their way now through the kink into Interceptor corner, but there's gaps appearing now between them, and as you see them there, barring a problem, that is the way they should get to the checkered flag. But Gary, I cannot say the same for Class C.
I tell you what, it's turned into a battle royal. It's Tate Bishop that's got past Nathan Victor and's got onto the back bumper of Carl Walcher. In fact, it was a one-on-one going down into the brake markers with Carl Walcher winning out on that one in the absence of Chase Herald. Tate Bishop has said, well, I'm going to take up exactly where he left off. The angry Jeep car right in there. Now Tate Bishop dives towards the outside. The checkered flag is going to be coming out for our Class A guys. That Class C battle has gone down the Porsche straight through turn number 1. Class A is going to be coming up towards the line. It's going to be a 1-2 for the 2 at the front. It's going to be Umpi Swart in this one.
Umpi Swart, yeah, pretty much as I said, that's what's going to end. Umpi Swart P1, Marco Busi second. Jason Kutsia third, followed there by Colin Meader fourth, and in fifth position across the line, Janu van der Westhuizen. And now the Class B fight is still on track. You still see Lupini leading out of turn 5, and he has got Eden Thompson there with him. He's probably going to get a jump start penalty, but that's not for us to decide. That's for the powers that be to decide. On track, it's Lupini that comes home in P1 with Eden Thompson in that second position.
A double battle for Class C down the back main. It's going to be Carl Walcher that's going to once again go for the inside line. Tate Bishop on the outside. Well, it's going to be who's the best of the young guns under braking. Carl Walcher's done it lap for lap with whoever was behind him before. Can he do it again? He's leading the championship in Class C. A brilliant drive once again by Carl Walcher coming up towards the line now. Tate Bishop, National Polo Cup racer, in that second position. It's going to be Carl Walcher, it's going to be Tate Bishop, it's going to be Nathan Victor, and then coming through behind that will be Alfie that will take up that fourth position in class. And a hand comes out the window immediately there from Carl Walcher saying, oh yeah, I got this one.
Yeah, Alfie van Sail, followed there by Skull Caldenace, and then crossing the line now is Chase Herald.
Umpi Swart from Marco Busi, Jason Kutsia in Class A, Giordano Lupini from Eden Thompson with Ian Cup surely to be revised in Class B, Carl Walcher from Tate Bishop, and then Nathan Victor in Class C. Cheaper Cars, GTI Challenge Race 2 for the day. Can't wait to get them back out on circuit on the next race meeting.
Talking about the next race meeting here at Killarney International, it will be on the 6th of November. That will be the next one on the 6th of November, and then the following one and the final main circuit event will be the final round of the SA Endurance Championship, and that will be on the 10th and the 11th of December, the Friday and the Saturday.
Well, the last time the Lauda Sports and GTE cars came out, it was very different weather conditions, and I'm glad to say the rain seems to have all dried up, and the sun has come out, and it's warm. It's very warm, I can tell you that much. And we have ourselves a 15-lap race, and that will be for the GT Sports and GT cars. Steve Humble in the Opel Malik Mark 14 was on pole position for the first race. He is on pole position for this race, and then you'll have two Janettas to compete with in the forms of Craig Jarvis and Simon Murray. We had Josh Broom come up here, I think a little earlier on as well, and the Radical SR8 that he'll be campaigning there. Then Nick Adcock in the Ligier JS53, second evolution of that car, and that of course will be the first in the Class A runners. The guys ahead of him, of course, will all be Class S. Gary Kieswetter, trusty GT3 Cup car, the Porsche, will be the 6th place man, with Martin Pugh in Class B. That's actually Kieswetter's Class A. Martin Pugh is Class B in the Shelby Can-Am, the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. Louis Diaga, wow, that's a man who's been around for a long time, and he is still campaigning out there, the Lola T212. He will be starting in 8th position. He'll be pole in Class C. Arno Church, pole man in Class D, and that will be in the Ford VH7, Lotus 7 replica. And Divan Luzmore will be in the 350Z. A couple of 350Zs out there as well. Emil Buerta in his one. Just a little bit further down in 12th position, also a Class C runner, Eric Salomon in the Alf S06. Of course, that is a replica of a Lotus 23, and you'll see it campaign out there in the green and yellow of a classic Team Lotus. And, well, James Beaumont.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was looking at the white car out on the circuit, and I was having a chat there to Dave Abrams off air. It's definitely not the Mallock. He entered in the Mallock. And on the program it says a Mallock, but that is definitely the pull beam out there. Well, I picked that one up immediately when I saw the white car out on track, because that is definitely not the car that he normally campaigns in. So, Byron, you weren't wrong. It does say on the program a pull beam, but it is the Mallock.
Yeah, no, assumptions.
It says the Mallock, but it's the pull beam. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the first time I've actually caught a glimpse of the car, so I was assuming, and assumptions can be very dangerous things, Frankie, when you are working around. And yeah, they go now. The pull beam, though, is the man, the whole shot into turn one ahead of those two Janettas. The two Janettas are going to be heavily campaigning it. Then the Radical, the yellow Radical of Josh Broom. That's all Class S runners. Then we look out for the likes of Nick Adcock in the Ligier. And down the back straight we will then go. There is the Ligier. Looks like it's come straight out of Le Mans. And then the Gary Kieswetter Porsche, and I like that livery on that Porsche as well, the grey and the Martini colours with it as well. I think it just works quite nicely.
Right, so here comes Steve Humble. This thing is going to be super quick across the line. Steve Humble, and right in there behind him are the two Janettas of Craig Jarvis and Simon Murray. And right in there behind them is the Radical of Josh Broom, as they exit turn number one. Out of turn one they come racing down towards turn two. Then behind them we have got Nick Adcock in the Ligier, and he's been hunted down there by the GT Porsche of Gary Kieswetter as they exit at turn number two, making their way through the kink and into turn three. But the leader in the pull beam up there in P1 is Steve Humble as he exits turn four, Car Care Clinic.
14 laps to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment, as they go down the back straight. And, well, Sector 1 at 24.5, at 20.1 in Sector 2 for Steve Humble. It was 1.4 seconds ahead of Craig Jarvis and the rest of the pack earlier on when he crossed the line. Then you'll just run out now of Pertamina Fastron, past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes, and under the bridge to start yet another lap of his race. And a 1:09.134 is his fastest lap time. It's even faster than his qualifying time earlier on in the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, those two Janettas that are sitting in second and third position are going to have to get a move on, because At this point in time, Steve Humble in that bull beam is dropping these two Janettas as the three of them exit turn number 2. And then the radical of Josh Broom is there in that 4th position. Then it's the Ligier behind him there of Nick Adcock, followed by the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. And then the rest of them are busy making their way out of turn 1, and that group has been led there by the Lola, driven by Louis de Jager.
Martin Pugh, the man in Class B, not starting. He was the Nissan Shelby Can-Am, so only 13 of them out there. Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7, the replica of the Lotus 7, in 13th position, just off 6/10 of a second off of Eric Salomon. Emil Buerta getting a great start there as well. He's currently 9th position, battling it out with his fellow 350Z, and there's 3/10 of a second between them. Divan Lismore is in 8th position, and of course leading Class D.
Oh, Steve Humble, 108.766. My word, he is flying this pull beam around the track. But you were talking earlier on, we've got a yellow flag. I did see a marshal wave a yellow flag. No, they put that flag away, so somebody might have run just a no, there is a yellow flag down in turn 5, Byron, in Foxtrot.
Well, we'll have to watch the cameras here, Frankie, to see if anybody has gone off into the gravel. And I see Louis de Jager's come out of that section now. He is the Class C man, the Class C leader. Only Eric Salomon out there in a Class C car as well. He will cross the line, and then behind him is Divan Lismore and the Emil Buerta, a former former Gymkhana competitor, Emil Buerta. Arno Church will come through as well. Now he's 3rd place in Class D, 10th overall. Eric Salomon comes up into 11th, and Ray Farnham. James Beaumont has pulled down into 13th. Now in the GT40, I think it could be him in the sand, Frankie.
Well, it's a lovely looking motor car, that GT40. It's making its way out of turn number 1. Out of turn 1, and it's heading up now towards turn 2. And behind him is your leader. Your leader in the pull beam coming out of turn number 1. That is Steve Humble making his way into turn 2, and he's done a 108.764. He's done a 108.764. Craig Jarvis has done a personal best of a 108.950. So Jarvis not that much slower than, and Simon Murray in that 3rd position. His last lap was a 111.291.
11 laps left to go, and a 24.2 in Sector 1 for Craig Jarvis. He's starting to respond now to Steve Humble's campaign at the front, and he put in a 108.950, 2/10 of a second slower than Steve Humble on the last lap. 2.9 seconds, almost 3 seconds back of Steve Humble at this time, as Louis de Jager comes through, Lismore, and of course his fellow 350Z of Emil Buerta. It's 2/10 of a second between the two of them. Emil Buerta in first turn. In turn 1 will go right on the outside over there. A bit of flames from the exhaust, but he's going to have to work a little harder than that to try and get past Divan Lismore.
Well, those two Nissan 350Z that's heading up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2, and it's lovely to see these two 350Zs. They are nose to tail as they exit turn 2. Divan Lismore is in there just ahead of Emil Buerta, and these two 350Z cars working their way into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. And while they are involved in their own little personal fight, Byron, look is right in there behind them. Overall race leader Steve Humble just blows through those two 350Z Nissans.
Well, Emil Buerta will have a little bit of a red face there, Frankie. He's not going to take very kindly to the big leader over here, the man who's been putting in incredible lap times to actually ruining his race with Divan Lismore. So hopefully he doesn't lose too much time over there. Lismore might get a breather in the number 99 Nissan 350Z. Remember, they are Class D leaders at the moment. Arno Church, 4.5 seconds back in the 3rd place in class there. But now that means as well that the top 7 will now be on the lead lap, and Louis de Jager actually has been passed as well. He is a lap down, Louis de Jager, so the top 6 at the moment are on the lead lap. And let's see now if that pull wheel can actually catch the Porsche GT3 Cup car of Gary Kieswetter and actually put a lap on him. I'm not going to bet against it.
Well, the leader's making his way out of turn number 2, and that is the pull beam there of Humble as he makes his way through the kink into turn number 3 and into Interceptor corner, and he is just dropping the hammer, and he is leaving the Craig Jarvis Janetta behind him. Remember that Craig Jarvis hasn't raced that motor car, if my facts are right, since about February, March last year, just before this whole situation in the world started. So this is the first time that Craig Jarvis, in about a year and 7 months, is back out on track once again.
And he was running away with it back those times, Frankie, as well. So it's completely different.
He was doing more or less the times that Humble 108.7s, 108.6s he was doing with that motor car, and the odd times high 1.7s as well.
I just want to draw your attention to as well, another great battle on the circuit at the moment is Josh Broom versus Nick Adcock, the Radical versus the Ligier. And they should be coming up very shortly over here as well now. Diaga comes across the line, a lap down in 7th position, and first in Class C, Lismore and Buerta do likewise. And then what happens is here comes Josh Broom, and then Nick Adcock will be right behind him. They're coming up there to that Ray Farnham Opel Birkin, and I think that could affect things just a little bit over here. He does get kind of out of the way, but he gets right into the front there of Nick Adcock's Ligier.
Well, let's have a look at that fight that's heading now into turn number 2. That's the one that Byron is talking about. Josh Broom in the Radical and Nick Adcock in the Ligier. They're heading towards turn number 3, Interceptor corner, and they're going to pick up those two Nissan 350Zs of Lismore and Buerta. They will be getting the blue flags and keeping right out the way of the Radical and the Ligier down the back main, and all of a sudden Nick Adcock there, Byron, is right on the case of Josh Broom as they race down towards Fostron corner, turn 5.
Oh, but Broom's got quite a bit of grunt down the straight there as well. I know there's traffic in the way, but I think what happens is it is Adcock's Ligier that closes up the gap as they get into the corners. Yeah, they go onto the main straight now underneath the bridge, and they'll have now their 7 laps left to go down towards turn 1. There's Louis Diago right ahead of them. He has had a lap being put on him, and so he is 1 lap down. And then we have, look at the two 350Zs over here. On the inside was Emil Buerta, but Lismore just pokes the nose ahead. On the outside will have the corner advantage for turn 2. All the blood, sweat and tears going all into that. Look at this, another bit of a burst from the other Nissan 350Z, and still Lismore will keep it right ahead.
Well, I'll keep that line because Buerta drifted onto that second, third line coming out of the hairpin right-hander. That is a turn number 2 quarry corner, and he opened that farm gate wide there for Lismore just to dive back through ahead of him again. So the fight and the battle and the war between the two Nissan 350Zs of Lismore and Buerta is far from done as the two of them race down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
Well, Broom and Adcock were just nose to tail with each other. How tight it was when they were coming out of Car Care Clinic corner. They've gone through Pertamina Fostron now. Look how close it is between these two sports cars. And they go under the bridge now, across the line, 6 laps left to go over here as well. This battle is far from over as well. You'll see that Broom has the measure on the straight in the Radical, but then the Ligier, Adcock will close it up as they go through the tight turns and then onto the Joubert straight now as they run.
Well, we're going to have to stay with that battle, and then the one between the two 350Zs, because that's the only dice really out there on circuit, keeping in mind that Humboldt is 2.3 seconds ahead of Jarvis, and he is 21 seconds almost ahead of Murray, but that fight is still going on there, Byron.
Adcock's ahead.
Yeah, I saw Nick Adcock get his nose ahead, and look at the gap. Look at the gap. My goodness, that Ligier is fast.
It's a caged animal, I'll tell you that much.
My word, look at the gap that he's pulling there in turn 4 on the Radical of Josh Broom.
Now, the man has wasted no time. I hope that Josh Broom hasn't got a latent problem or something like that, because he had the grunt on the straights, but now he goes down the back straight, and I think what happens is he's taking so much, he's extending his gap so much there, Adcock. So I worry there a little bit about the Radical of Broom. He will go down into 5th position. Adcock up into 4th position. Simon Murray will still hold it in there with the Janetta in 3rd position. 22.8 seconds back of Craig Jarvis. Craig Jarvis actually matched almost. He was actually slightly faster on the last lap from Steve Humble in the pull beam, but still 2.2 seconds between the two of them. Louis Diaga comes across the line. 5 laps now left to go. Here come our two 350Z Nissans battling it out for supremacy in Class D, and it is now another challenge from Emil Buerta. He'll go on the outside towards turn 1 now, and just before the corner he will actually make it into the lead of this race. So Class D, you'll see, if you have any screens on there, will be Emil Buerta leading that section.
Well, they're going to be caught there by the Martini Racing Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. Kieswetter will get past as they head into turn 2. He will clear those two 350Zs, and they're going. Yes, he's going to be lapped once by the pull beam, and the 350Zs are going to be lapped a second time by the pull beam. Now, let's have a look. See, Kieswetter saying, I've got to get past these two. I know I'm going to be lapped by the super fast pull beam. Look at that thing in a straight line as he gets his nose ahead there of Gary Kieswetter, and he puts a second lap there on the two 350Z Nissans.
That's amazing. I actually only thought it was a question of time before he caught Gary Kieswetter. I thought it'll be a little closer to the end, but 4 laps. Hey, come on, you have to say this man is going like the clappers. And they go now into the Pertamina Fast on turn 5. 3 laps it will be left to go. Once the pull beam crosses the line, Louis Diaga is in danger of also being lapped a second time today.
Well, all of a sudden, Humble is not the quickest man out there. It's Craig Jarvis on a 108.131 by Craig Jarvis with 3 more laps to go. So Craig Jarvis is 2.8 seconds behind Humble on lap number 12. So let's have a look. See there, the pull beam is making its way into turn number 2 right now, and Lucas coming in there behind him. It is the Janetta of Craig Jarvis.
But the other Janetta, Frankie, Simon Murray has fallen down to 5th position over here now. Nick Adcock is the man who is currently in 3rd position ahead of Josh Broom in 4th. So something must have happened somewhere to Simon Murray. He was well and truly running in the 3rd position, about 20 odd seconds behind off of Craig Jarvis, but is now running around 4/10 of a second off of Broom. He's now up back into 4th again. So he's got a little bit of a recovery drive there now as well, after a bit of a late incident later in the race.
John, he went very wide there into turn 1 as well, so he also had a bit of a problem out there. No problem with the car. I think he might have made a slight error out there, but he is fighting back again. The question is, can he close the gap onto Nick Adcock? He's 6.9 seconds when he crossed the line behind 3rd place man Nick Adcock with a lap and a bit to go. Mathematically, yes, but I don't think he'll catch Nick Adcock at the checkered flag.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a bit of a task with Simon Murray 6.9 seconds between himself and Nick Adcock. Josh Broom a further 3.3 seconds back. And we have, of course, Steve Humble still carving through all the lap traffic over here as well. Some have been lapped twice. Louis Diaga, Emil Buerta and Devon Lismore have all had themselves lapped twice. Arno Church, Eric Salomon in there as well. Unfortunately, James Beaumont, 5 laps ago, exiting this race. So only 12 of them left. Ray Farnham still in there as well. And I think he could actually be 3 laps down off the leader.
That's quite possible. But coming out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fostron, making his way under the Mad Max Bridge to come around and start his final lap, heading into turn number 1, is your race leader in the pull beam, and that is Steve Humble. 2nd place man going into turn 1 now, that is Craig Jarvis, and Jarvis is 4.4 seconds behind him. He's not going to catch Humble unless something goes wrong with Steve on this final lap. There's no ways that Craig Jarvis at this point in time can catch and pass, overtake the leader with a half a lap to go as Steve Humble works his way out of Interceptor Corner, up the Tigerberg Straight and into turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Yeah, last one it is, and we wait now for the flag, and the flag will be readied. Eric Salomon crosses the line in the Lotus 23 replica. The Ligier will follow suit there of Nick Adcock. The man in 3rd position, 45.6 seconds off of Craig Jarvis, 50.1 off of Steve Humble. Wait now for the pull beam The Radical comes through. Here comes the pull beam. Lights on. And it's been a masterful drive from Steve Humble. Can't fault him at all.
Jarvis crossing the line in that second position, and that is the first two cars across the line. Steve Humble, followed there by Craig Jarvis in that second position. Nick Adcock is in third. We're still waiting for him to come to the checkered flag.
Well, Adcock will be coming up, but I can tell you one thing, Frankie. Cars 1 and 2 finished 1 and 2. So just a matter of fact there.
Yeah, you guys at home might not know where that one came from, but it doesn't make a difference. Here comes Louis de Jager across the line, finishing his race. And the man that's going to finish third in the Ligier, Nick Adcock, will be making his way towards us shortly. I'm watching down into turn number 5, into Fostron. And here he comes, under the bridge. And he brings the Ligier home in that third position. And fourth
Lismore
will come to this man heading towards us now, and that is the other Janetta of Simon Murray.
And then we wait for Josh Broom in the Radical, who will come home in fifth position. I just took a look now as well that Devon Lismore finally beat Emil Buerta to the line as well, after Emil Buerta had a bit of a lead on Devon Lismore, but a wonderful drive from him. And let me tell you one thing. Fine racer. I think it's Louis de Jager that's actually
just going to
parked.
show there's a car that stopped on the cool down lap in turn 2, and that looks like the T210 Lola of Louis de Jager.
Yeah, no, Louis de Jager, 7th position overall for him, Class C winner.
15 laps. Did he maybe run out of fuel on the cool down lap?
Maybe miscalculated.
It's possible.
Well, he did 13 laps because he was lapped twice, so maybe he just miscalculated a little bit from a fuel point of view. But
well, he made it to the checkered flag. So
hey, that's the main thing. That's the main thing.
He brought it home.
Eric Salomon, I think, might still be out there as well. And I think he'll be emerging fairly shortly because I see... No, I think he might have not finished this race, actually, as a matter of fact. So Ray Farnham will be 3 laps down. Eric Salomon will be likewise. And that's in the Elf S06. And let me tell you one thing. We've had big smiles on our faces through today because there's been some great racing over here as well and some great moments from racers and commentators alike. So we move on to the last race of the day, and that will be the Thunder Saloons.
Right, here we go with the final race of the day in the Thunder Saloon category. And Neander Toy and Razik Harris, they are the first two cars on the grid. Neander Toy of NDT Racing, and then Razik Harris, you saw him out there with the Golf in the opening race of Clubman's and had a problem and retired that car. Now he's out in the BMW for the Thunder Saloon race. The rest of the guys coming through. Elias Ahmad is in there as well with the number 75. The number 2 of Daniel Kutsia is right in there. And coming through here is, this is Modak. Have a look, see in the, doesn't have a number 47. Then that must be, that's
Imad
Modak. Yes, that's the other Modak out there. And then the 135 BMW, that's Steve Tritter. He's in there just behind Daniel Kutsia. He was campaigning in the Escort, the Mark 1 Escort in Classic Cars today. And he's out there with that number 135 BMW. And then Nias Modak joining again there with his 37 car that he raced out in Clubman's with. Looks like the pace car, the safety car's got a problem. Gary, it's pulled off the track on the exit of turn 1 with a lot of smoke coming out the back of it.
Ish. That's not so good. Well, you think Bert Mylander was getting nailed for whatever pace he was doing in the wet and the dry in front of the Formula Ones. Yeah, looks like we've got a pace car problem as well. So Nias Modak now becomes the Neander Toy becomes the pace car driver right now. NDT Racing, the BMW 328i on the front of the grid.
Red flag, Gary.
Is the red flag coming out?
Red flag, there's oil.
I got a funny feeling that the pace car has put down a lot of oil on the circuit going into turn number 1. Well, I'll tell you this for nothing. I've been here for 27 years and 7 months, and I've never seen the pace car pack up with a problem before. This is probably history in the making.
Makes you wonder what gear it was in going through turn number 1. Hectic stuff.
Sure.
Well, there's one, as you say, there's one for the books. We make history on a regular basis. Dave Abrams, almost 2 years down the line that we haven't had people around the circuit. What's it feel like to have so many people joining you in your lounge today?
To welcome people back to Killarney, to welcome the spectators back has been absolutely marvelous. I'm looking around right now. I'm seeing the blue stand above the bull bar was very, very full for Clubman's. It's still quite full now. There are more than a dozen cars parked on the slope of the big berm, the big paddock, and we've got a whole span of cars parked between turn 3 and the train bombers. Spectators all over the show. It is just a good feeling to have everybody back again. It's a good feeling. The place feels alive, properly alive, for the first time in a year and a half. It's been marvelous. I've had a lot of queries on social media about, can we do this and how do we do that? People are so keen and so hungry to get back to live motorsport. You guys have done an absolutely incredible job over the last year and 3 months, presenting live streaming for us, taking us out on air to the whole wide world. And there are people today watching from all over South Africa. There are people watching from literally all around the world, from California, from New Zealand. Some people get up in the middle of the night to watch racing at Killarney. But for us here in our house, to welcome the people back in our lounge, you said it, Gary Fleming, has been the most wonderful feeling. And we can only hope that from here on things just get better.
Well, just recently, looking at the figures on Second Gear Talk Show, Dave, we've seen that there was a need for people to get information initially when we got caught out by COVID. Then there was a bit of a wane in the interest because we can't get there anyway. And if you look at the figures now recently, it's climbing head over tail as the figures is going up, because there's that desire, that want, that need to now know, okay, I can actually go if I want to. Do I watch a brilliant IMUSAT edition, or do I pack the cooler box and put it in the boot so that nobody sees you with your own grog, because you're supposed to go to the bar and not take your own grog with you. And there's definitely a lot of people that have got accustomed to sitting at home and watching the lovely live stream, but it just doesn't smell the same and feel the same if you're not out there on track.
Absolutely, Gary. It's just a wonderful feeling. And yes, I have to agree, it's not the same, which is why we are so pleased to welcome people back to Killarney. And we hope that it carries on that way. But credit where credit is due to all the Western Cape commentators. You have done a sterling job helping us to keep motorsport alive through the period of COVID. And now, finally, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We've been very lucky that we've been able to go to all the different circuits, and you only realize it when you see people at the track and they say, I haven't been here for a year, I haven't been here for a year and a half, I haven't been here for X period of time. It's the first meeting I see this season. You realize, geez, I'm so lucky that we actually get to all the different racetracks. And Frankie, when we get an opportunity to travel around the country, like we're going to be doing between now and December again, going to numerous out-of-town different events, that's one of the nice parts of being a commentator. Not only getting the best seat in the house to be able to view the necessaries with the screens, which makes us not look good, but sound a bit more intelligent. Looks we don't have. All we've got is the voice. But we've been very, very lucky to have been able to go to all these race meetings. It's affected us that we've been in a desert, but we've still been able to be here.
Yeah.
So, wow, it's fantastic.
We will never know what those people that are sitting out on circuit went through, because we were privileged, and we've got to say thank you.
It's like an unhappy divorce.
Yeah, we've got to say thank you to everybody at Western Province Motor Club.
Yeah.
We've got to say thank you to the people at Cape L Drivers, to Mega Oval Worcester, to Vescus Oval in Vredenburg, to Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp, the people in George and Oudtshoorn that's accommodated us. Gary's done a lot of work in the Eastern Cape. He's done work at the Victory Raceway, POTR, and the Border Stock Car Association as well. So yeah, you know, we've never been gone, and we just want to say thanks to all the clubs and the sections that has said, you know what, we want to use you guys. So we are grateful, and we've done our best. Gary, myself, Byron, FC and Nivote, Derek Peak, Francois Butler, all the guys have done their best to bring. Francois has done the karting nationals, so you know the whole team has done their level best to keep everybody up to date, and we are going to continue to do so.
Francois Butler will be joining us for the next event here. In fact, 2 more events still to come for 2021. And I think 2022 is going to be a good year for motorsport overall in South Africa. The amount of live streaming that's been done by IMUSAT, by Andre Oosthuizen, by Corné van Niekerk and guys like that has actually spread the knowledge of different circuits to a lot of people in their household. And I think there's a lot more people that are more broad-minded about motorsport now at different venues, as opposed to, I go to Cape L Drivers and they haven't got a clue what's going on at main circuit, and vice versa. So I personally believe that once summer comes, 2022 starts, I do believe that there's going to be quite an influx of spectators into the circuits, with all the circuits having to cut the shoestrings very, very tight with the limited amount of income. That extra income now is going to come in very, very handy to do the necessary updates and upgrades on all the equipment that's been just used for the last 2 years just to keep things going.
And the thing with the live stream is it's come to stay. We can fill Killarney up with 5,000 people in the future, and we'll still have live stream and with the oval tracks as well, because keeping in mind that there are people that live far, far away from the tracks, and they can't get to a main circuit or an oval track each and every single weekend. And we can bring it to them from an oval point of view, from a karting point of view, from a main circuit point of view, motocross, etc., etc. And by doing so, your racing drivers on a club level and riders become household names, like the rugby and the cricket and the soccer players and the golf players are. So yeah, it's definitely a new era with spectators at the circuit as well as the live stream.
Yep, and looking forward to the 9-hour that's going to be coming up as well. Well, the next event that we have here, 6th of November, if I've got it correctly, that will be a straight race for GTI Challenge, and then a 1-hour event for GTI Challenge, counting for double points and the second driver in each car has to be a driver that has not scored any points in 2021 in the Cheaper Cars GTI Challenge Series. So it's been decided between Marco and Umpi that they're going to use the guys from Gap Motorsport, Gozzi and is Mikey. They're going to be the two additional drivers that's going to be going
Greg
out.
Edwards.
Greg Edwards, and the two of them are going to be just as competitive as what Marco and Umpi are out there on track. There's no doubt about it. So that's something else to be watched out for. You'll probably find the likes of Carl Walcher will put his brother in, who's not raced this season at all. Who does Tate Bishop link up with? Somebody like that that's just outside of the lead in the championship, like the guys like Eden Thompson. Who does he bring in? A guy like Giordano Lupini, who does he go across to? So it's going to bring in a couple of very interesting car driver combinations for the 1 hour race, which will be at the next event here at Killarney International Raceway.
Well, I think Giordano will say, Dad, I think it's time that you dust off
Wouldn't be surprised.
That you dust off McKelly, that you dust off the racing suit and the helmet and put it on, because you and I are going to drive that car. Well, we don't know. We'll have to see as we get closer to time.
Then again, Giordano Lupini might desperately need those points to catch up to Eden Thompson after having the jump start in this one and not scoring in the second one. Well, scoring less than what he would have. So he might be under a bit of pressure today to say, thanks, Dad, but no, Dad, I need somebody that is young, vibrant, and can get out there and beat whoever Eden Thompson's going to put in his number one car. So interesting stuff. Well, talking about interesting stuff, for the Thunder Saloons, this is about the third or the fourth time that they're out on circuit. They have opted at this stage of the fight to go for one race per day, and it's the last race of the day. They don't want to detract from Clubman's or any other form of racing here. They want it to be cars which ride only in the Thunder Saloon class, hence the way they've done the rules, etc. A couple of very interesting car driver combinations. Neandertoy being on a pole position, but Imad Murdoch alongside him might just be able to blow him down into turn number one.
Right, the lights are off and away we go with a lovely start off the line there by Neandertoy. Remember, anything goes here. The toy with Imad Modak in that second position as they work their way out of turn number one, working their way down the back main. And this NDT BMW of Neandertoy is incredibly quick. It is very, very fast. And it's Razik Harris that is there in that third position. And then Faisal Kutsia, I think it is Faisal Kutsia that sits there in that fourth position, and just behind him it's Daniel Kutsia, followed there by Ederius Ahmad, and Ahmad in there with him as well. Steve Stritter is in that 135 BMW, and right in there behind him is Nias Modak.
So, Frankie, what do you think the choice of car is in this class?
I think first, second, third, fourth, and last will all be a BMW. I'm just guessing, just having a guess.
So the big prize money is on the BMW as he works his way down the back main. Well, this is the last race of the day, and it's someone that is very much enlightened in terms of motorsport that came up with this idea and said, we've lost out on Westbank V8s and same and similar. We've got a bit of a cross-pollination in terms of the front end of the Clubmans. Why don't we come up with an idea like this? There was a good couple of well-known names that were capable of coming into the class. They said, yes, we are interested. They put their money where their mouth is, and they've made it out there on track. So brilliant stuff. Big thanks to the guys that got it all together. I see Neandertoy has not showed that he's come across. Oh, there it comes through now. It looks like his transponder wasn't working initially when he came past us, and I think it's been corrected by our timing guys downstairs. That car of Neandertoy is blindingly quick in a straight line.
Well, we'll see the times come up pretty soon as Neandertoy heads this field into Car Care Clinic into turn 4. Down the back main he goes. He's going to just drop the hammer. It is hammer time here for the toy down the back main with Imad Modak in that second position. Then it is Faisal Kutsia. Right on his case is Razik Harris. as they head down into turn 5 Fostron.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out in terms of lap times. This will be the first time that they come through putting in purple sector times for Sector 1, for Sector 2. So let's see what type of time does Neanderthal put up. 1 minute 16.734. Cutoff in the class is supposed to be 1 minute 16s. He's right there on the button, and he brings Iman Modak that started on the front row of the grid through with him on a 117.0, 119.0 for Faisal Kutsia. Rusty Harris has dropped down one position. He did a 19.6, so that's 6 tenths being the difference between the Faisal Kutsia and Razi Harris that swapped around. Idris Ahmad is done the fastest first sector so far, and he's got himself up into 5th position.
Well, watching this dice heading into turn number 2, and that is Ahmad, Daniel Kutsia, and Idris Ahmad. They are nose to tail, the three of them, and they've been going like that since the red lights went off. These 3 BMWs chasing each other down into Interceptor Corner, and they have been chased down here by Steve Tritter and by Nias Modak as they exit turn 3. And as they do so, the leaders are working their way out of Fostron Corner, turn number 5.
Probably one of the fastest, let's call it normal-looking BMWs I've seen for a long, long time. This car of Neanderthal is blindingly quick in a straight line. When he comes past us, sounds beautiful. 1 minute 16.4 as he comes past us this time around. And that 3 to 8 is very quick. The E46 M3 of Iman Modak, there's 2.2 seconds behind him. And then another 4 seconds further back, Rasik Harris, that's past Faisal Kutsia and back up into that 3rd position.
Yeah, Faisal Kutsia going one-on-one there with Rasik Harris into turn number 2. Harris on the inside, Kutsia on the outside. Harris will have the line for the right-hander. Heading out of turn number 2 through the kink, they race into turn 3, into Interceptor Corner. Where are the leaders? The leaders are making their way out of turn 4, out of Car Care Clinic, heading down the back main. Neanderthal, the toy's on the dirt, he's all over the place, and now right on his case there is Imad Modak.
Razi stays ahead there of that 4th place, Faisal Kutsia. But look at that. Wow, here we go. You thought Neanderthal was quick. Imad Modak, he says, my tires is now warm, my brakes is warm. Let me show you what type of pace we can do around here. A 16.485 so far, the quickest. Imad Modak goes to the front end of the field, a 13.927. You turn it upside down, it'll take off.
Well, I'll tell you what, he is absolutely blindingly fast. He's Imad Modak. And he is now dropping Neanderthal. The toy saying, what the hell am I supposed to do to catch up to Imad Modak as the 2 of them exit turn number 2. Heading into turn number 2 now is Razik Harris. And he is getting away there from Faisal Kutsia as the 2 of them exit turn number 2. And working his way out of turn number 1 all on his own is Ahmad, and right in there behind him is a lovely 2-way dice between Daniel Kutsia and Idris Ahmad, and they are chased down there by Steve Tritter and Nias Modak.
Well, Steve Tritter was quicker than the 2 cars in front of him on the last lap. Daniel Kutsia 124.6, a 124.7 for Idris Ahmad, a 123.4. So that is at least 1.2 seconds quicker than Daniel Kutsia, 1.3 seconds quicker than Idris Ahmad. And if you look at it, he's only 2.8 seconds behind them. So, it looks like that's going to become a 3-way battle. Tritter's come with to play.
Well, indeed, as the leaders exit turn number 1, working their way out of turn number 1, and there's not a damn thing at this point in time that Nias Modak can, or that Neanderthal can do to haul in Imad Modak. Imad Modak is just dropping him for dead through the kink and working their way now into turn number 3, and lap for lap Imad Modak is getting further and further away from Neanderthal.
Yeah, Imad Modak, his transponder didn't pick up on the last lap at all. Our board has dropped him down, but in fact it's not the case. Mansour Parker being shown at the front end of the field with the M3, but that is incorrect. It is in fact Imad Modak that is the one that's at the front, the 47. That shows 6th on your screen. That is incorrect. Mansour Parker should be swapped around. I think Mansour should probably be around about where Ahmad is now with the 63 car.
Yeah, that is not Nias Modak that is in that 37 car. According to my program, it is supposed to be Mansour Parker. So that car was driven by Nias Modak in the Clubmans, and Mansour Parker is in that car for the Thunder Saloons. So definitely not where he was on that leaderboard. Initially we thought that it was Nias, but it's definitely not Nias. It is Mansour Parker that did not do the Clubman's race. He is out here in that car in the Thunder Saloon category.
Yeah, that makes whole heap of sense. 4 laps to go. Imad Modak once again showing where he should be, and that none less than 2.9 seconds ahead of Nian de Toy. Nian that's put in 1 minute 16.1, a 15 flat for Imad Modak. And the smoke that's trailing off the back of the Beamer going down into turn number 3. I think it's Rasik Harris. And there was definitely something trailing behind the car. We'll try and see when he comes out into the back main now if that's a terminal problem or not.
Well, let's have a look. See, Rasik Harris going down the back main. It could have been, it wouldn't have been a lockup, that's for sure. There's nothing coming up the back of that BMW, and it sounds pretty okay, as he's still ahead there of Faisal Garcia, making their way down into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. And as they do so, the leaders are heading out of turn number 1. Imad Modak out of turn 1, followed there by Nian de Toy.
Oh, maybe there's just a little wet patch that he picked up, and it's possible because there's quite a bit of aerodynamics on that motor car. He might have picked up a little wet patch as he went through the kink past the grass embankment, and that would have then sucked that dampness up off the ground and maybe created that situation. So all's well that ends well. And, well, he's looking pretty decent out there, I must say. Imad Modak doing a 14.6. Nian on the last lap doing a 16.4. A 17.7 by Rasli Harris. A 18.4 by Faisal. A 22 by Ahmad. Also on a 22 is Idris Ahmad as well. Mansour coming in there a wholly quicker on a 20.95. And I think Mansour Parker is going to make up positions pretty soon.
Yeah, I think the timing system has gone slightly haywire, because Idris Ahmad on a 122.661 is for sure not the fastest car out there. So on the final race of the day, I think the timekeeping system has said, I've had enough. This weather has messed us around enough today. But I'll tell you what, nobody out there at this point in time is going to catch Imad Modak that's sitting out there in P1.
Yeah, no, blindingly quick. Is that Rastik Harris that's going a little bit slower? No, he's still up on pace. That's the red Beamer that's on its way past the grandstand. It looks like everything's quite fine on that motor car. So probably, as I said, a wet patch that he picked up, and the aerodynamics of that motor car picking it up and making it look like a haze and a spray behind the car. But it's all looking good. There's a puff once again. So that's the second time that I've picked up a puff behind that car. So it's intermittent that happens. Let's hope that Rasik Harris can keep on trucking, and he's definitely starting to go slower. It is. There it is.
That's the beginning and the end of that one for Rasik Harris. Man, if it wasn't for bad luck, this man would have no luck. He's had all sorts of issues out there with the Golf in the Clubmans. And now he's picking up a problem with the BMW in the Thunder Saloons. And man, I really, really do feel sorry for Rasik Harris.
Oh, these are now my eyesight's not as bad as what I was starting to wonder if I had seen correctly. But yeah, that was the second time it puffed, and immediately it started going slower. Rasik Harris just idling it down the back main. Looks like he's going to go and park it at the reception area down in turn 5.
I love that one, the reception area of turn 5. Right, so as he considers to park it at the reception area of turn 5, the leaders are out there.
It looks like Steve Tritter. I think it might have pulled into the pit lane. Is that the 135? If it is, that means that Steve Tritter, who was going pretty quickly, he was a bit slower on the last lap, 1:20, 1 minute 20. Yep, there he comes through the back of the pit lane now. I think that is Steve Tritter. So he's resigned himself to early parking. He's not going to go down to the reception area down in turn 5. He's going straight into the pits.
Checkered flag has been readied here, and it's going to welcome and greet Imad Modak. He will bring it home in P1. We're just waiting for Imad to come through to us as the rest of the field just filter through. And the checkered flag is readied, and here comes Imad Modak across the line. He finishes in P1. A victory there for Imad Modak. As the rest of the field comes through, that's Daniel Kutsia. He's 1 lap down. And Neandertoy Race Mace working his way out of turn 2. And he's way down the road to the leader and winner. And here he comes home in second position, Neandertoy.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be the quickest out there initially, but once Imad picked up top gear, it was good night nurse, I'm out of here, and that was it. So Imad Modak picks up the E46 M3 BMW, the win from Neandertoy in the 3-8 BMW. Faisal Kutsia in M3. Mansour should be the next one coming through if he does come for another lap.
Well, Faisal Kutsia just took the checkered flag in that third position, so the first 3 have done their race.
Yep, yeah, the rest of them on their way down the back main now. Mansour, Parker, Ahmad, and heavy lockup there by Ahmad. Idris is just a little bit further back. He was out there with 2 Clubman's races earlier on. This is his third race for the day with the green M3 BMW. Frankie, take them across the line.
Right, here comes Mansour Parker, right behind him, Ahmad. And then Idris Ahmad finishing his race as well. And as Gary said, 3 races for the day for Idris in that BMW RVs.
Well, that wraps it up for the day. From myself, Gary Fleming, on behalf of Frankie Yennis and Byron Height, and the smallest guy behind the commentary box, Emil Tiny Brunt, who's very proudly got 3 Tiny's pit box stickers on Class A GTI Challenge cars. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. To the marshals, bye dankie mense, waardeer wat julle doen uit ons harte uit, from early in the morning, through the rain, through the wind, and when everybody leaves and goes home, you guys still got to pack up, clean up, and put everything away. So to all the marshals out there, from us up top here, great stuff. From our side, Gary Fleming, drive him safely and see you at the racetrack soon. Good night, everybody.
And then from my side, I want to say big thanks to the media side of it, namely IMUSAT for the live stream, to all the photographers out there, to each and every single one of them. A big thanks to you guys, and then of course to the medical services as well for a job well done. That's me out of here. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, people. Look after yourselves, keep safe, and a big thanks to those spectators that did come to the track today. We expected more, but yes, we know the weather didn't play along. But Byron, very great and very nice to have them out there. Final word and a final goodbye, Mr. Height, from you, sir.
Well, thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Emil. And thank you, everyone, once again, for those of you who came out here to Killarney. I saw a lot of cars on the embankment. Thank you for coming, and hope you enjoyed it. And those of you joining us through the IMUSAT stream, a big thanks first to IMUSAT, to Killarney, and to all of you at home. And let me tell you one thing. Yes, we had a whole lot of seasons today. Us Cape Townians love talking about the weather. However, summer is basically here. It's very nice and warm now. And let me tell you one thing. If we have those lovely, long, very hot days, we're going to have a lot of people here with the Braai Grills at Killarney once again. And I look forward to that day, to seeing you all again in a short while. But for myself, Byron Height, it's good night and keep well, drive safe.